Chapter 51. During the next several days, Jiang Chen spent everyday training in the Jiang Han manner and consolidated the results of having trained to 7 meridians true qi. He would never be careless in the area of strengthening meridians. Compared to his peers, Jiang Chen placed much more of an importance on strengthening his meridians. Only by strengthening them to an unassailable stage would he be on the safe side when vying for the next step. As his cultivation continued to increase, it was inevitable that the difficulty in taking each step forward would markedly increase. The risks he would meet would also steadily increase. If he greedily sought after speed and advanced rashly, it was very possible that his haste would not bring success. With the aid of 7 meridians true qi, Jiang Chen had quite a few breakthroughs on the 2 martial arts techniques. There were 7 forms in total for the vast ocean current splitter, and he had already successfully practiced the first 2. The first form, wave slash, and the second form, wave breaker, layered upon each other as they advanced, with each move stronger than the last. Not only had Jiang Chen practiced these 2 to the great perfection realm, but he'd also linked the 2 forms, thus doubling their power. In terms of mysteries, the divine Ion's fist was many times greater than the vast ocean current splitter. The vast ocean current splitter was a blade technique, devoting particular care to a dominance that pressed forward with indomitable will. Wherever the edge of the blade swept, all were laid prostrate, no matter friend or foe. Divine Ion's fist, on the other hand, encompassed the theories of heaven and earth, fusing the way of the life and destruction of all creatures beneath the heavens. From 1 cycle of blooming and wilting to 9 cycles of blooming and wilting, there were the mysteries of 9 rounds of reincarnation held within. With each successful comprehension of the mysteries of each successive cycle of reincarnation, the power of the divine Ion's fist would double. One had to say, the divine Ion's fist was practically tailored for Jiang Chen. The circle of life contained by the divine Eon's first was precisely the way of destruction and growth encompassed by the wheel of life and death. And Jiang Chen had reincarnated from the son of the celestial emperor to the common body of the son of a duke, literally undergoing the wheel of life and death. Therefore, Jiang Chen's comprehension of the divine Ion's fist was actually deeper and more extensive than the vast ocean current splitter. If it was said that Jiang Chen had so far trained the vast ocean current splitter to the great perfection realm, then he would have trained the divine Ion's fist to the legendary realm. However, there were 9 levels of mysteries in the cycle of life in the divine Ion's fist. Jiang Chen had currently only grasped 3 levels. This divine Ion's fist conforms so well with the trajectory of my destiny that I've comprehended the mysteries of 3 cycles of blooming and wilting in just a mere few days. Given enough time, this divine Ion's fist is sure to become an overbearing martial arts technique that I can use to vanquish my enemies. If I can train this divine Ion's fist to 7 or 8 levels, then even if I am halted at 7 meridians true qi, I would probably be able to fight against true qi masters. If I am able to comprehend the mysteries of 9 cycles of blooming and wilting, then it's not impossible that I would be able to resist those legendary spirit Tao practitioners. Jiang Chen had a particular affixment to the divine Ion's fist. It was as if he had entrusted the spirit of his reincarnation to this martial arts technique. Jiang Chen did not set a foot outside his door that day, and was practicing in the training field when Jiang Zheng hurriedly came to report that Princess Goyu had arrived. Princess Goyu had kept quite a low profile during this time, apparently making her final preparations for breaking through to 11 meridians true qi. Her appearance now most likely meant that everything was in readiness. Looks like I must congratulate you in advance. Jiang Chen discovered that Princess Goyu's spirit was soaring when he saw her, and that she gave off an unworldly feeling of reveling in the joy of the spring wind. Princess Goyu was obviously in a very good mood. Jiang Chen, I've especially come to thank you. Oh right, here are the items that were prepared for you. Princess Goyu personally took 2 boxes from her retinue. The boxes were opened. A set of soft armor was in the first box. The 9 throwing daggers were in the second box, made from the layered feather golden crystal from that day. This crystal had been an almost transparent crystal to begin with, and was now as thin and transparent as cicada wings after it had been forged into throwing daggers. When the sunlight hit it, it was like ice entering water and melting away into nothingness, thoroughly becoming one with the vacant void. Princess Goyu had to give it up to Jiang Chen's eye for appraisal. Who would have thought that the layered feather golden crystal would have this kind of effect when forged into throwing daggers? Jiang Chen. This soft armor was made from the skysilk fibers from barbarian territory in the western regions. It encompasses the skin of the large deep-water whale and can withstand the blow from an ordinary true chi master. One had to say, there was indeed quite a lot of sincerity in Princess Goyu's gratitude. This soft armor even surprised Jiang Chen a little. The item is not bad, I'll accept it. Jiang Chen smiled and was in exceedingly good spirits. Princess Goyu heaved an easy sigh. She was afraid that Jiang Chen would strut around for a while. This would have made her feel that she'd suffered a setback. Seeing Jiang Chen happily accept, Princess Goyu was even happier than if she'd received a treasure herself. Jiang Chen, there's less than half a month left before the final examinations of the Hidden Dragon trials start up. This is the final trial of strength. How are your preparations? Princess Goyu couldn't resist the urge to assume the demeanor of the organizer of the Hidden Dragon trials. Heh, what are your expectations of me? Jiang Chen asked with a smirk. Do you want me to speak truthfully? Do you have a habit of lying? Jiang Chen blinked. All right, Jiang Chen, whether it's me or little girl Zhuruo, we both hope to see you show your capabilities in the Hidden Dragon trials. Show my capabilities. You're too vague, be more specific. Princess Goyu paused and a light flashed through her phoenix eyes. If you can defeat all your opponents and seize the championship of the trials, we will both be happy for you. Just be happy for me. Are there any rewards? Jiang Chen laughed heartily. Yes. Princess Goyu didn't mince words. If you can defeat all your opponents, you can have whatever reward you wish. Whatever reward I wish. Jiang Chen raked a dirty gaze up and down Princess Goyu's entire body and wantonly looked all over her sexy body even more so. What are you looking at? Princess Goyu was a martial Tao practitioner and didn't believe in the nonsense of shyness from a girl. She stuck out her chest and said, if you can suppress Long Jushue this one time, you can have whatever lewd fantasies you're thinking of about me. Even if you wanted to take both me and little girl Zhuruo, that wouldn't be out of the question either. Princess Goyu broke into a laugh herself after these words. Her smile was quite true, very radiant and utterly unassuming. Take both of you. Jiang Chen discovered that he had underestimated Princess Goyu's bold fierceness, even though he knew that Princess Goyu wasn't entirely serious. However, even if one knew that this was a joke, the mere thought of that kind of scene was enough to make an ordinary person's heart race. Indeed, take both of us. Princess Goyu nodded her head very affirmatively. In the world of martial Tao, the strong are venerated. If you truly have this kind of ability, then you will soar into the skies with one move sooner or later. At that time, all the women in the kingdom will be lining up for you to take your pick, not just counting the 2 of us. Whichever girl you choose, she would absolutely be willing to bring her sisters as her dowry. Worshipping the strong, clinging to the strong, those were rules that were applicable to any world. This is to say that you truly wish for me to be the champion of the hidden dragon trials. If it was a month ago, I wouldn't have even thought that anyone could affect Long Jush Wei from being the champion. But now, if I must find hope in someone, I hope it's you, and you're the only one that I can think of. Princess Goyu was very honest. I don't wish for Long Jush Wei to be the champion. Because of the strife between the royal family and the Duke of Soaring Dragon, there was a shadow of a smile on Jiang Chen's face. Yes, Princess Goyu gritted her silver teeth and candidly didn't deny it. You can offer yourself up for the royal family for the profit of the Eastern family clan. Jiang Chen's tone was cold. Jiang Chen, are you belittling me? Princess Goyu's expression changed, but her heart suddenly felt beyond bleak and desolate. She was such a proud person, and couldn't spare even a glance for any of her pursuers. How could she be someone who offered herself up for profit? Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, don't you know that I, Gao Yu, am this way in order to encourage you and provide additional impetus for you? All right, I will also answer you directly. I will use all of my power to block Long Jush Wei because of the disgusting, dirty things that the Duke of Soaring Dragon has committed against my Jiang family. Jiang Chen's tone was also suffused with a sense of confidence that showed no doubt. Jiang Chen felt an increased sense of urgency from the hidden dragon trials. After Princess Goyu had left, Jiang Chen decided to make a trip to the Hall of Healing before the trials began. He wanted to make even more complete preparations for the trials that were about to begin. During this time, the Hall of Healing had been quite busy with trade. Guests visiting the Hall of Healing came to and fro in constant streams from morning to night, almost flattening the hall's door threshold. Hallmaster Kaio, congratulations. Jiang Chen immediately said to Qiao Baisher, who was shining with happiness after entering through the door. Ah Han, young Duke. Qiao Baisher almost blurted out the two words of honored master. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he probably would have actually done so. Young Duke, honored guest, please come this way, this way. Qiao Baisher was naturally overjoyed to see Jiang Chen. He had been busy with business during this time, and hadn't had time to visit and pay his respect to his honored master. He had also been worried if his honored master might have become irate. It wasn't a matter of Jiang Chen worrying that Qiao Baisher wouldn't listen to him anymore, but of Qiao Baisher worrying that Jiang Chen would turn his nose up at Qiao Baisher and leave him out in the cold. To Qiao Baisher, although the business of the Hall of Healing was quite important when compared with the matter of acknowledging Jiang Chen as his master, the former was just an issue of minor importance. If it was said that Qiao Baisher placed great significance on his status as the successor to the Hall of Healing before, then his worldview and thoughts had greatly changed after acknowledging Jiang Chen as his master. He had cared very much for his position as the successor to the hall previously, but now it seemed a little trivial. It didn't seem like a big thing if he wasn't the successor to the hall. If he was able to follow his master and pursue knowledge and direction, gaining great ability, he would have a stage in the future that was more expansive than the Hall of Healing by tenfold, or even 100-fold. Why would he then worry about lacking scope for his abilities? His honored master's random 3-pill recipes had been enough to upend the pill markets of the neighboring 16 countries, to speak nothing of anything else. These days, there had been a steady flow of customers placing orders at the Hall of Healing. The orders that the hall had received were already waiting in line for next year's supply. Even so, the people placing orders still had astonishing interest and pleasure, not minding a longer wait at all. The Hall of Healing didn't wish to take deposits, but their customers wouldn't take no for an answer and insisted on advance payments. This kind of trade caused every associate in the Hall of Healing to feel free of mind and happy of heart. This wasn't doing business. This was practically opening a gold mine and having money flow in when one just sat there. As for the man who had personally created this scene, the events of these days had caused Chow Baisher to internally contemplate quite a bit. He had realized that his previous worldview had still been too narrow. He had also become conscious that what his honored master, Jiang Chen, had brought him would truly change his destiny. Chapter 52. Beishi, is there any sign of movement from the Pill King Garden? Jiang Chen wouldn't lower his guard with regards to the Pill King Garden. Although the Pill King Garden's decline was a foregone conclusion, one would fall victim in return if a snake isn't beaten to death. Jiang Chen would never permit such a thing to happen. Master, the decline of the Pill King Garden is an inevitable development. It is said that all the senior executives of the Pill King Garden are prepared to abandon the garden and throw themselves under the Duke of Soaring Dragon's banner in order to become vagabond hang-ons. It looks like we've underestimated the people of the Pill King Garden. Those who suit their actions to the time are wise. The Pill King Garden is smart regarding this point. They thoroughly sought refuge with the Duke of Soaring Dragon, upon knowing that a trend cannot be halted. This way, the Duke of Soaring Dragon will surely not be unwelcoming towards them. An alchemy master is absolutely a strong reinforcement for a duke who desires to rebel. Yes, yes, honored master is able to penetrate deeply into all things. Chow Baisher nodded, thinking nothing of Jiang Chen's style of speaking with no scruples. Beishi, I've come this time to ready some pill medicines. I need some materials, prepare them for me. As someone's honored master, enjoying this kind of benefit was a given. Honored master, your disciple has already prepared 10 heavenly karma pill, 10 vast ocean pill, and a couple bottles of 1 Buddha powder. One had to say, Chow Baisher's thoughts were quite clever and quite caring when it came to contemplating problems. He knew that Jiang Chen would participate in the hidden dragon trials, and thus had reserved these pill medicines for Jiang Chen early on. Jiang Chen was very satisfied by this. These are the ingredients that I need, prepare these as well. Jiang Chen naturally had his uses for these ingredients. His father had been ambushed on the steps of his house last time, and had fallen victim to a wicked poison. This time Jiang Chen planned to commence an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth attack, by fighting poison with poison. He too had prepared a few frightening poisons. This was all a piece of cake to Jiang Chen. Although using poison was an unorthodox way, one still had to prepare some when in the midst of exceedingly poor conditions, and before strength had been built up. This was being prepared against war. If the enemy deployed an underhanded move, then fighting poison with poison would be a good thing. Once all the requisite items had been prepared, Jiang Chen didn't linger around the Hall of Healing for too long. Chow Baisher was also kept extremely busy, and they both didn't wish to waste each other's time. After returning to the manor, Jiang Chen discovered that Fatty Shwen had waited for him at the Jiang Han Manor for quite some time. The heir to the Hubing dukedom, Hu Bing Iwei, had also accompanied him. Brother Chen, I've finally awaited your arrival. Your brother is suffering. It was as if Fatty Shwen had met a lifesaver when he finally saw Jiang Chen. What's going on? With the hidden dragon trials near at hand, Jiang Chen also knew that Fatty Shwen would definitely not idly visit here if there was nothing going on. Fatty Shwen had a bitter face. Brother Chen, I was also deeply moved by your words last time, and decided to turn over a new life in order to reserve the right for my next generation to be fops. I had planned to use all the fat on my body to keep the dukedom. But Fatty Shwen heaved another sigh when he got to this point. Hurry and speak if you've got something to say. Hurry and let it out if you've got a fart to release. Jiang Chen couldn't bear to see Fatty Shwen speak in such a falteringly way. Brother Chen, You should also know that this body of fat makes it more difficult for me to train than other ordinary people. I would have been able to slip through the hidden dragon trials with my 5 meridians true chi. However, some fellow with 6 meridians true chi suddenly appeared in my family's clan a few days ago. The conclave of the family elders are now calling for the strongest youth in the clan to participate in the hidden dragon trials. Brother Chen, you know that, if that fellow is allowed to participate in the hidden dragon trials, then it won't be me that inherits my old man's Jinshin dukedom, but that bastard. What's his name? Jiang Chen asked faintly. He's called Xuan Yuan. Fatty Shuen revealed an expression that yearned to take a bite out of that person's flesh when he mentioned this name. This kid was originally only 4 meridians true chi, but I don't know if he's suddenly gone crazy, or if he's been hiding his strength all along, waiting until the last minute to steal my thunder. Fatty Shuen was at 5 meridians true chi and had lingered at this level for about a year or two. He'd been unable to find the 6th acupoint at all during this time. Jiang Chen's forehead furrowed vaguely. Didn't I tell you to come find me before the trials? Were you planning on not coming at all if this hadn't happened? Hu Bing Iwei's face flushed red. Brother Chen, my old man at home has been keeping a tight watch on me. He says it's because of the hidden dragon trials that are at hand, and that he won't let me come out and act wildly. Ah, whatever. Since you found me Fatty Shuen, then I'll give you 2 ideas. Jiang Chen said lightly. Brother, you're my brother all right. I can't even think of 1 idea, and you have 2. Please hurry and speak. Your brother will do as you say. Fatty Shuen beamed with delight as his face full of depression was swept clean away. First, I take action on your behalf and surreptitiously get rid of that Xuan Yuan with 1 stroke. Fatty Shuen retracted his head, and a cold chill prickled at the back of his head as he looked at Jiang Chen's murderous expression. He chuckled. This won't do, definitely won't do. Interference from outsiders, particularly from you, Brother Chen, will result in both our doom if someone successfully investigates this. I'm not afraid, but I can't pull you down with me. Then it's the 2nd idea, you beat him fair and square, leaving him with nothing to say. Jiang Chen didn't beat around the bush. Fatty Shuen, however, looked like he'd bit into a bitter gourd. Brother, would I be suffering so if I could beat him fair and square? Do you think I'm as abnormal as you to challenge someone above my level and beat that Yan monkey like beating a dog? Fatty Shuen, when did you become so good for naught? Did I say for you to challenge his 6 meridians true chi with your 5 meridians true chi? I am 5 meridians true chi though. You know that, Brother Chen. I've been stuck there for about a year. This 6th acupoint is playing hide and seek with me. Fatty Shuen was quite dejected. If you were able to ascend to 6 meridians true chi, would you have the confidence to defeat him? Jiang Chen asked lowly. If it was 6 meridians against 6 meridians, would I be afraid of him? Brother Chen, I'm still the son of the Duke of Jinshin after all. My heritage and potential are all better than him. Besides, the fat on my body isn't good for nothing. In terms of tonnage, I can crush him to pieces with no questions about it. Fatty Shuen's spittle flew wildly. All right, then I'll help you break through to 6 meridians true chi. Brother Chen, what did you say? Help me break through. Fatty Shuen had a look of incredulity on his face and off on the side. Hu Bing Iwei also listened with a face full of shock. Helping someone break through was a mighty feat that only a true chi master could materialize on occasion. Brother Chen, are you a true chi master who's been concealing his strength? Fatty Shuen was agitated with excitement. Remember when I told you to come find me last time? I said that I would give you a surprise. Although you've come a bit late, the surprise still exists. Jiang Chen had no time to engage in idle chatter with Fatty Shuen, but said seriously, Before I reveal the surprise, the two of you must swear that only the three of us will know of this matter. Apart from us, this must not be divulged to anyone else. Otherwise, this will be the equivalent of giving me up as a brother." Fatty Wen patted his chest. "Brother, you're the person that I, Fatty, feel closest to. Even my old man can only take his place in line behind you. If I don't listen to you, I will be struck by lightning. Brother Chen, I too swear to safeguard this secret. If it is disclosed, then let my household be slaughtered." Hu Bing Iwei wasn't as serious as Fatty Wen, but his oath was even more ruthless. "All right." Jiang Chen's gaze moved slightly. He was still rather at ease and trusted these two best friends. "Listen up. I am passing a method onto you today. This method can allow you to locate the acupoints within your body, making it unnecessary for you to spend large amounts of time in exploration of the next acupoint before each breakthrough like other practitioners. My method can allow you to simultaneously locate the next acupoint." "What?" Hu Bing Iwei reacted even faster as his expression changed drastically. "Brother Chen, how can such a method exist in this world?" "Brother Chen, are you going to say that this was also the result of divine possession?" Fatty's Qiuan tongue was tying itself into knots. "Don't ask me where it comes from. Are you willing to learn?" "Willing? I'm willing. I'm an absolute idiot if I'm not willing." Fatty Wen didn't even crease his brow. "Brother Chen, if this method exists, I'd like to learn too." Hu Bing Iwei was not ambiguous. "All right, listen well. This method is called true acupoint resonance and is a secret that is not passed on. If knowledge of this method is leaked, it is sure to cause great turmoil in the world of cultivation. You too would also inevitably attract fatal disasters. This is why I had you promise earlier that you wouldn't divulge this." Fatty Wen was listening with a parched mouth and scorched tongue. He trusted Jiang Chen blindly. He would unequivocally believe anything that Jiang Chen said. Therefore, he'd already treated this true acupoint resonance method as real. Although a sliver of doubt still existed in Hu Bing Iwei, he too felt great confidence in Jiang Chen. "Let's stop chatting and start listening to the formula." Jiang Chen also didn't want to waste time in convincing them, and he simply and directly started passing on the formula. "Let the truth explain everything." One had to say practitioners were all naturally endowed with cleverness. After running through the formula 3 times, Fatty Wen and Hu Bing Iwei could recite it fluently from memory. "There's no use in talking anymore. Both of you try using this method." True acupoint resonance came from an even higher level, but it wasn't such an advanced method at the end of the day. However, it was impossible for the Eastern Kingdom to possess such a method with its level. Fatty Wen and Hu Bing Iwei started their experimentation, and their expression started changing after a short while. Joy slowly appeared, surprise, and then glee as if one had discovered a precious treasure. Truly, their emotions right now could only be described as if they'd discovered a precious treasure. "Brother Chen, I really located it. This is amazing. I located the 8th acupoint. Brother Chen, I'm too happy." Hu Bing Iwei was so excited that tears were almost falling. Hu Bing Iwei looked dignified and strong, and his training potential was exceedingly high. Otherwise, with the Hubing dukedom's less than impressive ranking, how would Hu Bing Iwei have trained to 7 meridians true qi at such a tender age? Locating the 8th acupoint meant that he had the chance to break through to 8 meridians true qi before the hidden dragon trials. Breaking through to 8 meridians true qi meant that he, Hu Bing Iwei, had the opportunity to contend for the ranking of one of the top 10 dukes. As for Fatty Wen, his body, as rotund as a leather ball, suddenly bounced up with a roar. his entire being almost going mad as his motions were accompanied by the roar of a pig being slaughtered. Brother Chen, I want to break through, I'm going to break through. Chapter 53. Agitation, excitement, overjoyed. They were all inadequate to describe Fatty Shwen's current state of feeling, because he had successfully located his sixth acupoint, the 5 meridians true chi that he had strengthened and forged for around a year, were actually in full readiness for ascension. Unfortunately, his level of comprehension had never been enough to be able to locate where the sixth acupoint was, and now this true acupoint resonance method had easily helped him locate the sixth acupoint. This meant that he was almost able to break through where he stood. Yes, Fatty Shwen had truly decided to break through in his immediate vicinity. He gave no thought to what was an appropriate situation, nor paid heed to inconsequential things like closing his doors for training. With Brother Chen and Hu Bing Iwei present, Fatty Shwen totally didn't think of any of this. He believed that his 2 brothers would monitor the premises for him. Fatty Shwen was sweating profusely after roughly an hour. After a wild circulation of his true chi, it was like his entire being had been steamed. Droplets of water were on his face and head. Ha 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 ha. Fatty Shwen laughed heartily. Xuan Yuan, you've been overbearing and arrogant for so many days. Just want until Fatty goes back and tortures you to death. One had to give it to him. Fatty Shwen was very proud and felt quite the feeling of exultation upon fulfillment. The son of a duke being suppressed by some nameless fellow in the family clan, even with Fatty Shwen's obliviousness. He still had a bit of pride that would be affected by a situation like this. He itched to return immediately and find Xuan Yuan for a thorough beating, to vent his frustrations of many days. Fatty, don't have your head turned by success. You've only just broken through and haven't stabilized your realm. You'd be seeking your doom if you picked a fight with a 6 meridians true chi right now. Jiang Chen doused his spirits with a pail of cold water in the nick of time. I'll give you some unconventional ways. These unconventional ways, along with the aid of pill medicine, will allow you to strengthen your meridians to a great perfection level in a short amount of time. This way, with your foundations as the son of a duke, you might as well ram yourself to death with a block of tofu if you still can't beat an ordinary 6 meridians true chi. And don't call yourself my brother. Fatty Shwen was wreathed in smiles. Brother Chen cares about me the most. Brothers for a day, brothers for life. Ha, knowing Brother Chen is the most exalted thing of my life. Brother Chen, wouldn't you say that my discerning eyes could recognize a gem when they saw one? Only Hu Bing Iwei and I were your brothers when you were at the lowest point in your life. Tusk, I'm a bit infatuated with my own foresight. Hu Bing Iwei's eyes also sparkled with excited and overjoyed light. His current emotions weren't much calmer than Fatty Shwen's. Except, Fatty Shwen had broken through immediately, and Hu Bing Iwei had yet to do so. However, to break through or not break through was actually not important anymore. With the true acupoint resonance method, the amount of time spent training in the future was sure to decrease greatly. In addition, they would be able to travel a great many less winding paths and avoid many pitfalls on the future path of their martial Taos. It wasn't that many lacked the potential, but rather encountered bottlenecks when in exploration of the next acupoint, and thus were continuously unable to find the location of the next acupoint when training in the realm of true chi. This was a problem in the power of understanding, and wasn't something that could be remedied by hard work. But the true acupoint resonance method could offset the side effects of a lack in the power of understanding. Therefore, this method was absolutely beyond the existence of the Eastern Kingdom. Perhaps only those hidden sects possess such a method, and ordinary disciples are likely not allowed to practice it either. Hu Bing-Iwei thought internally as his admiration and worship of Jiang Chen became even more struck from the depths of his heart. "Brother Chen, I've decided that I'll go put down Xuan Yuan in 3 days' time. Both of you number amongst my few brothers and must come support me. I'll attend for sure." Hu Bing-Iwei nodded. "That works, I'll also go to watch the show." Jiang Chen agreed. 3 days later, Jiang Chen came to the Jinshan Manor. It could be seen that Fatty Shwen had deeply concealed his intentions. He'd even hid the truth from his old man this time. It looked like that Fatty Shwen had hardened his heart and was determined to thoroughly thwart Xuan Yuan in order to give the entire Jinshan household a major surprise. The friendship between the Jinshan dukedom and the Jiang Han dukedom spanned more than 2 generations. The Duke of Jinshan was also vaguely surprised to see Jiang Chen attend. Strange and bizarre happenings had been occurring in the capital during this time, like that of fleeting clouds and ripples. The Duke of Jinshan had also heard a few rumors about Jiang Chen, and after the events at the Soaring Dragon Manor last time, the Duke of Jinshan had personally observed with his eyes Jiang Chen's performance. Therefore, the Duke of Jinshan felt rather complicated feelings towards Jiang Chen. He had originally felt that his son was more or less doing nothing useful by hanging around Jiang Chen, but given the friendship between the two families, he hadn't said much. However, Jiang Chen's successive string of changes somewhat befuddled the Duke of Jinshan. He too wondered if Jiang Chen was purposefully concealing his true strength. He had tried to solicit the truth from Fatty Shwen a few times. Yet, although Fatty Shwen was adept at nothing else, he was first in class at playing dumb. No matter how his old man tried, he played dumb until the end and never spoke a serious word. After making his greetings, the gravity of the Duke of Jinshan's expressions didn't lessen. "Xuaner, this Xuan Yuan has suddenly shot to 6 meridians true qi, and some of the elders within the family have indistinctly grown close with the people of Soaring Dragon. Your father suspects that a few traitors helping others have secretly already appeared in our Jinshan clan." The Duke of Jinshan's words were shocking. There were no outsiders present here, and thus he decided he might as well convey the seriousness of the situation to Fatty Shwen. Fatty Shwen chuckled. "Don't worry, no matter what devious plots they have. Today your son will subdue 10 with the power of 1, and suppress them all." Xuaner, although Xuan Yuan might not have trained to 6 meridians true qi through standard means, that doesn't mean you can think less of your opponent. Don't linger in battle if you are unable to handle your opponent. We can slowly craft another strategy. I say, father, can you have a bit more confidence in your son? Fatty Shwen protested. At this moment, an elder within the family clan hurried over with a trace of an odd smile. "Your lordship, Xuan Yuan has already arrived at the demonstration stage. The conclave of the elders has sent me to invite the young duke to meet his opponent." "Huh, in quite a hurry are we?" The Duke of Jinshan was a bit displeased. Fatty Shwen, however, bounced up like a rubber ball as his eyes sent out a wild light, like that of someone about to torture another. "Has he finally arrived? I can't wait." Fatty Shwen bounced away with surprisingly speed and hurtled towards the demonstration stage, leaving behind a chubby afterimage. The Duke of Jinshan was a bit dumbfounded and felt that it was a bit strange. Why was his son, who usually dispiritedly avoided battle, suddenly brimming with battle intent? This didn't seem his style. Clustered in pairs or groups of 3, many of the people within the manor had already gathered around the demonstration stage. The Jinshan household was different from the Jiang Han household. Numbers were thin. In the Jiang Han household, Jiang Feng basically decided everything within the Jiang family. But with the Jinshan household, because of numerous family members, multiple factions and cliques had developed. Many hills stood in great numbers, within the entire Jinshan household. Although the Duke of Jinshan held the power, many other powers held him back by the elbow and often caused him to be in a bind. And the Xuan Yuan who had appeared this time was something that had been drummed up by the conclave of elders. The Duke of Jinshan could have absolutely just refused. After all, it was an unquestionably moral truth that a father would pass a dukedom down to a son. However, the conclave of elders had thrown out the banner of a righteous cause and called for the dukedom to be passed on to the strongest youth in the family. This was why such a farce had happened. If the Duke of Jinshan were to refuse, then it would undoubtedly cause great harm to Fatty Shwen's reputation. It would be more difficult for Fatty Shwen to successively inherit and control the situation in the future. Therefore, the Duke of Jinshan had wanted to make use of this opportunity to compel his unambitious son. Look, the young Duke has arrived. What young Duke? If he loses the demonstration stage today, then he's no longer the young Duke and at most a noble son. HMPH, what do you mean by that? Are you in cahoots with Xuan Yuan? How dare a mere descendant from a collateral branch covet the vaunted seat of a duke? One indeed had to say. Many camps had formed within Jinshan regarding the issue of the dukedom's succession. At this moment, Fatty Shwen had changed from his usual status of muddy slime that wouldn't let itself be helped over a wall. He walked unhurriedly onto the demonstration stage, with his thin eyes that were buried under fat eyelids staring intently at Xuan Yuan. Xuan Yuan, why don't you look at yourself in a mirror? Someone like you wants to inherit the dukedom. Didn't your mother and father ever tell you not to forget to bring a pillow when you dream? Since Fatty Shwen hung out with Jiang Chen, the foundations of his viper tongue naturally wouldn't pale that much in comparison. Xuan Yuan was someone that the conclave of elders had drummed up. When it came to birth, he naturally couldn't measure up to Fatty Shwen. His internal inferiority complex sensitivities made his face darken when he listened to Fatty Shwen's words. Xuan, as the noble son of the Duke of Jinshan, you have no desire to make progress. The actions of Xuan Yuan are but for the future of my Jin family. Yo, now doesn't that sound pretty? Don't tell me that there are no soaring dragon dogs amongst you. Fatty Shwen's face darkened. What Fatty Shwen, hate most in this life are traitors. If you were only aiming for the dukedom, then I could have pinched my nose and bore it. But if someone wishes to betray the Jin family and throw themselves under the banner of those hotly ambitious fellows, then I, Fatty Shwen, am the first to disagree. Your tongue wags too fiercely. Xuan Yuan stoutly denied. Get the hell off the stage if you're afraid. Afraid? Fatty Shwen laughed with a grimace. What are you to say that I, Fatty Shwen, should be afraid? Fatty Shwen's rotund body abruptly bounced up from the demonstration after his words. His rotund figure was like a fat bird, rising into the air through sheer effort and persistence. Xuan Yuan, eat my fist. A fatty has a fatty's intelligence. When Fatty Shwen bounded into the air, his entire body had curled into a ball of fat. When this ball of fat had risen to the limits of its speed, it suddenly sprang open like a tightly coiled spring. This strong punch accompanied that shocking bouncing speed and descended fiercely towards Xuan Yuan. Nice boxing skills, but you think to harm me with 5 meridians true chi. A sliver of scorn and jealousy flashed through the corners of Xuan Yuan's eyes. He envied Fatty Shwen's boxing skills, because they were the heritage of the Duke of Jinshan's direct line of descent. He possessed none of the rights to train in the skill. The scorn was naturally contempt for Fatty Shwen's level of 5 meridians true chi, subduing 10 with the power of 1. The thing that Xuan Yuan relied on the most in order to stand on this stage was the 6 meridians true chi that could stomp firmly on the fatty. 1 level of training was 1 realm. Xu Yuan coped with shifting events by sticking to one principle. He watched Fatty's punch descend and was ready to maintain a solid and balanced position to confront the tough with toughness. Suddenly, an accident suddenly occurred. Fatty Shwen's bouncing speed suddenly accelerated with no forewarning. The trail beneath his hand suddenly expanded and doubled like the Big Dipper. The punch became even more bloodthirsty and descended with even more frightening speed. Layered trail, 6 meridians true chi. Xu Yuan's pupils abruptly contracted as they shot out endless looks of shock and astonishment. Chapter 54. Just as was previously mentioned, a fatty has a fatty's intelligence. He had purposefully created that hubbub previously, but had shown weakness to his enemy to allow his opponent to think he was 5 meridians true chi. As the boxing aura neared Xu Yuan, Fatty abruptly displayed his hidden ace. This punch concentrated the essence of Fatty Shwen's 6 meridians true chi, concentrated his recent boundless wrath, and concentrated the ambition of a grudge-holding Fatty who wanted to make the ultimate comeback. Xu Yuan almost had no time to react before he hastily thrust out his palm to meet the incoming attack. The moment that Xu Yuan's palm met Fatty's fist, Xu Yuan experienced what was called a disparity. The boxing aura that encompassed 6 levels of spiraling power was like a drill, instantly churning his entire arm into broken scraps of chopped meat. The boxing aura wasn't decreased a single bit, and the punch landed on his chest. Pff. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out like an arrow. Xu Yuan's entire body was like a kite that had lost its string as he was driven off the stage, thrown backwards more than 10 meters as he crashed into a large pillar. When people looked at him again, blood was streaming from the 7 orifices of his head, and a large hole had been opened in his chest. His head was lolling on his shoulder, and it was apparent that he was more than dead. What, this? 6 layers of boxing aura. Xu has broken through. Even the Duke of Jiang Chen hadn't imagined this scene in his wildest dreams, not to mention Xu Yuan's supporters. His son had won, and won so easily. Fatty Shwen stood on the demonstration stage, the fat on his body vibrating from his trembling. My Jin family can descend in the world, but absolutely cannot have traitors. Those who betray the family die. It was the first time that Fatty Shwen had given off the feeling of killing intent. What happened next was a bit more bloody. As the Duke of a territory, the Duke of Jiang Chen's methods were completely displayed. After Fatty Shwen won on the demonstration stage, the Duke of Jiang Chen also revealed the extraordinary parts about him. He ordered several elders to be fully controlled, and displayed the evidence of them flocking to the Duke of Soaring Dragon's banner and betraying the family. Beheaded, house raided. The inner turmoil within the Jiang Chen household was quickly handled in a clean and efficient method. This even elicited admiration from Jiang Chen. This Duke of Jiang Chen, whether in terms of ferocity or cruelty, was much stronger than the likes of his old man Jiang Feng's. Of course, it was understandable why ferocious and cruel ways were employed to settle internal turmoil. With regards to traitors, no family had ever been irresolute when firmness was needed. The anticipated reversal caused no particular ripples in Jiang Chen's heart. Fatty Shwen profusely expressed 1,000 thanks and 10,000 gratitudes, and wanted Jiang Chen to stay as a guest. However, seeing that so many heads had rolled due to the Jiang Chen household settling its inner conflict, it was obviously an inappropriate timing to stay as a guest. Jiang Chen left thereafter. Back at this manor, he received an astounding piece of news: his father Jiang Feng had emerged from training. Except the only ones who knew this secret were temporarily Jiang Ying and Jiang Fu. Jiang Feng had indeed emerged from training and had successfully broken through, smoothly entering 10 meridians true chi, joining the ranks of the true Qi masters. The true meaning of this was that he had entered the ranks of the strength of the premier dukes. Congratulations, father. Jiang Chen was still very happy for his father. Haha, Chenner, why be so polite between father and son? Not to mention, if it wasn't for you, your father would likely have reached my limit at 9 meridians true Qi. Jiang Feng had always been quite easygoing in front of his son. Jiang Chen detailed the happenings of the Jinshan household, and also conveniently went over some particulars of the current situation. Jiang Feng nodded. It's best that the Duke of Jinshan could handle his matters this way. According to your words, the Duke of Soaring Dragon is likely to rebel within the next half-year. Based on my speculations, with his level of patience, it will most likely occur within this half-year. Chenner, on which side would you say our Jiang family should take our place? Jiang Feng actually asked Jiang Chen. We don't need to take a side. Whether it's the royal family or the Duke of Soaring Dragon, they have all already assigned us to the side of the royal family. Jiang Chen had a shadow of a smile. Except, what need does our Jiang family have to need to take a side? Jiang Chen didn't think that the royal family had the qualification to merit an attachment from him, Jiang Chen. He had chosen an opposite side from the Duke of Soaring Dragon purely due to the circumstances of the greater picture, and not because that he had chosen the royal family. He was one of a kind and wasn't someone that any power could drive. The Soaring Dragon Manor, the events that had happened at the Jinshan Manor, quickly made their way into Long Jiaofeng's ears. Worthless, indeed a useless bunch. Long Jiaofeng had heard that after failing to seize power in a coup, those elders in the Jinshan family had all been beheaded by the Duke of Jinshan, and the Xuan Yuan that they had painstakingly cultivated had been instantly killed with one move from the son of the Duke of Jinshan. This isn't right. The son of the Duke of Jinshan is a character as dumb as a pig. As inferior as that Xuan Yuan is, he shouldn't have lost to someone like that. The Duke of Yanmen, Yan Jioj Wang, was the first to feel that something was amiss. Bizarre. These matters in the capital have become more and more bizarre. Another duke shook his head. Haven't you all discovered that the Duke of Jianghan and the Duke of Jinshan all seem to excel at being a wolf in sheep's clothing? The last time it was Jiang Chen, and this time it was the son of the Duke of Jinshan. Wouldn't you say that these people are purposely showing weakness to an enemy? Long Jiaofeng's face darkened. According to my intelligence, this is impossible. The son of the Duke of Jinshan has always been hopelessly stupid and a good for nothing. There can be no error or doubt about that. The same goes for that Jiang Chen. Duke Long, I've been thinking that the situation in the capital has been quite subtly odd ever since the rites of heavenly worship. Many things that don't conform to common sense have happened, and it seems that Jiang Chen's shadow can be found in every matter. I feel that this brat is the source of all misfortune. It's said that the brat Jiang Chen was also present for the matters in the Jinshan household today. Courtmaster Wang from the Pill King Garden became dispirited whenever he spoke of this matter. Right, I feel that something is greatly amiss with the brat Jiang Chen. He was also present when we put on the pill exhibition last time. After all the events that occurred were put together and pondered over, I feel that he had long since conspired with the Hall of Healing, and that they were waiting to stomp on my Pill King Garden. Also, the royal family actually sent quite a few strong practitioners in the advanced realm of true Qi to protect him. When did this brat become so intimate with the royal family? All sorts odd matter having to do with Jiang Chen were all neatly organized. All sorts of questionable points all seemed to revolve around Jiang Chen. Long Jiaofeng was also quite surprised. Can it be that we've underestimated Jiang Chen? Duke Long, this Jiang Chen must be killed. There's no news of the Duke of Jianghan right now. I estimate that it's more than likely he's dead. If Jiang Chen is gotten rid of, then the Jiang Han dukedom would be thoroughly handed over. Jiang Chen must die. Long Jiaofeng nodded. Noble father, Zuer will handle this Jiang Chen. Long Jushhui, standing beside Long Jiaofeng, revealed a cold smile. I once said in the Hall of Healing that he shouldn't even think of successfully passing the hidden dragon trials. This time, let your daughter spill blood on the floor and kill another group of people before entering the sect as a warning to others. If he is able to enter the final stage of martial demonstration, then Zuer, kill him. It will be as easy as stepping on an ant. The Duke of Soaring Dragon was still quite confident in his daughter's potential and talents. However, his words took another turn. In consideration of a long night being fraught with dreams, and that undue delay may bring trouble, we must make additional preparations. As long as there is an opportunity before the hidden dragon trials progresses to the final stage of martial demonstration, we will not let it go. Long San, I am giving this matter over to your care. You must bring back to me that Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen had ruined the Duke of Soaring Dragon's carefully laid plans quite a few times, making the Duke of Soaring Dragon brim with killing intent. Yes, a cold and sinister underling standing next to Long Jiaofeng responded. Killing intent wreathed his body. He was a practitioner of 10 meridians true qi. Within the Jiang Han manor, Jiang Chen was making his final preparations for the hidden dragon trials. At this moment, his level of 7 meridians true qi was very stabilized. He had also successfully located the 8th acupoint. The 2 martial arts techniques, Vast Ocean Current Splitter and Divine Ion's Fist, also improved with each passing day. Each day brought substantial improvement, but Jiang Chen was actually preparing another set of techniques these days. The items he was playing with were the set of 9 throwing daggers created by the layered feather golden crystal. The unique skills of throwing daggers are comparable to the bow and arrow, but are easier to manipulate than bow and arrow and with even higher elusiveness. Compared to the bow and arrow, an attack from throwing daggers was absolutely even more secretive. It was also easier to manipulate. After all, in order to manipulate a bow and arrow, one had to first notch the arrow onto the bow. This process was where the maneuverability of a bow and arrow lost out to that of throwing daggers. Throwing daggers, you knew not whence they came from nor when they would be employed. A dagger in hand would have unerring accuracy. They were like an immortal from the heavens. You knew not whence they came from and where they would go. The advantages of a throwing dagger lay in nimble manipulation in concealed attacks, snuffing out breath with one cold-blooded stroke. These 9 throwing daggers were forged from layered feather golden crystal. This crystal is almost translucent. Aided with some skills when employing them, the daggers will almost melt away into nothingness, thoroughly becoming one with the vacant void. One had to say, these throwing daggers forged out of layered feather golden crystal encompassed an exceeding degree of covertness and duplicity. If deployed in sudden attack, the perception of ordinary practitioners might not even be enough to see the true form of the throwing daggers. Jiang Chen planned to employ these layered feather throwing daggers often, and found a unique throwing dagger skill, Moon Shatter Flying Daggers, after much exhaustive thought. As its name indicated and implied, Moon Shatter Flying Daggers was a powerful force that could pierce the sun and moon and destroy the stars. Of course, with Jiang Chen's current methods, it would be quite a hyperbole to think of piercing the sun and moon, but the Moon Shatter Flying Daggers skill could benefit him like adding wings to a tiger. Practicing this Moon Shatter Flying Daggers will not be the work of a day and night. The remarkable ability of the Moon Shatter Flying Daggers is many times more brilliant that the secret of the 9 laughing oceans. It's a method that nears the level of those at a heavenly level. However, the initial portion of the moon shatter flying daggers is not that difficult or awkward. 4 accompanying abilities had to be practiced in the course of practicing moon shatter flying daggers. God's eye, ear of the zephyr, boulder's heart, psychic's head. Vision needed to be practiced first before practicing throwing daggers. Hearing, mental ability, and the perception of the 7 apertures of the human head all needed to be practiced first. When vision had been trained to an extreme, a pair of eyes could be used to observe all the planes beneath the heavens. One throwing dagger could cause the enemy to have no avenue for escape, whether in the heavens or underground. When hearing had been trained to an extreme, the ears could discern direction from the wind. Even if you attacked from all directions, all would be beheaded wherever the throwing daggers landed. When mental ability had been trained to an extreme, the heart would be as firm as a rock. Even if there were 1,000 or tens of thousands of illusions, one would not be entranced by them. One flying dagger would point straight towards the actual body and behead the enemy. And when the perception of the 7 apertures of the human head were trained to an extreme, the 7 apertures would be opened, and the entire world would be in your perception. There would be no secrets, no door to heaven, nor crack to the underground that an enemy could take refuge in. Of course, who knew how many years it would take to practice the moon shatter flying daggers to an extreme level, and how many years it would take to reach an extreme level in the 4 accompanying abilities. Chapter 55, A Journey of 1,000 Miles, begins with a single step. One had to walk along the path of training, no matter how long it might be. Only by taking a step forward was there hope of assailing the inexhaustible Tao. This moon shatter flying daggers and its accompanying 4 abilities wouldn't be trained in the span of a day and night. However, even if one learned but a crude one out of 10,000th bit, it would be a layer of extreme protection for the current Jiang Chen. Out of the 4 accompanying abilities, psychic's head could be temporarily set aside before a spirit consciousness was developed for the 7 apertures. It would be like trying to catch a fish in a tree for him to train this ability, with no hope of accomplishing anything remarkable. God's eye, ear of the zephyr, and boulder's heart, on the other hand, could all be practiced as of right now. Jiang Chen studied assiduously and immersed himself in the comprehension and training of these 3 abilities. Even if he only barely reached minor accomplishment, it would still be half the effort with double the results when training moon shatter flying daggers. When the manipulation techniques of a unique throwing dagger skill were trained to an utmost, it came down to a contest of vision, hearing, and mental ability. These days, the sparring partners in the Jiang Han manner were all quite busy. In order to train his vision, Jiang Chen had the sparring partners continuously release small bugs, such as mosquitoes and flies, and looked for the single small bug that he had marked previously. According to the flight speed, trajectory, and habits of these flies and mosquitoes, one had to admit this type of training method neared a consummately intense level. In the beginning, Jiang Chen basically failed again and again. Even with his eyes continuously staring, he would still be too busy to attend to all the random dances of the several hundred flies and mosquitoes. However, after persevering for 2 days, Jiang Chen could basically materialize the probability of 1 in 10 based on his vision alone. If based on hearing, the probability of 1 in about 20 would appear. Training his mental ability was the hardest. The probability there was less than 1 in 50. 3 days later, 4 days later, Jiang Chen's improvement was quite apparent. On the 5th day, Jiang Chen could actually reach a success rate of 50% based on vision alone. Hearing had also improved to 30%. There wasn't much improvement in mental ability, But Jiang Chen wasn't depressed. He knew that training mental ability would be the hardest and would need the most amount of patience. Vision and hearing could be ground out with enough time, but mental ability required being calm and dispassionate, enduring persistently without a single trace of an irritable mindset. Just as his vision and hearing had improved greatly, so did Jiang Chen's training of the moon shatter flying daggers begin in an orderly way. With the partnership of strong vision and hearing, Jiang Chen displayed astounding potential and status on the manipulation of throwing daggers. The initial steps of the moon shatter flying daggers were mastered by Jiang Chen with almost no hint of difficulty, and he quickly trained them to the great perfection realm. Looks like strong vision and hearing are indeed the biggest guarantee in training throwing daggers. Coincidentally, strong mental ability will allow the unique skills of throwing daggers that follow one's will. Jiang Chen boasted good eyesight and an exquisite sense of hearing thanks to training his vision and hearing. And although his training in mental ability progressed slowly, it caused his entire bearing to become steady and stately, becoming even more confident and at ease. In the short span of less than half a month, changes that thoroughly remolded himself had appeared on Jiang Chen's body again. As his training progressed ever deeper, he could experience gratifying improvement every day. And with the passage of time, the final examinations of the Hidden Dragon trials finally arrived. On this day, all 108 heirs had arrived in the grand courtyard, in front of the entrance to the Hidden Dragon trials testing site. Jiang Chen was no exception. He had made so many preparations for these Hidden Dragon trials that he naturally wouldn't miss out on such a grand occasion. This could be labeled as the first meaningful challenge that he had met head-on since his reincarnation. The Hidden Dragon trials were the first stage in which Jiang Chen would prove himself on. He didn't want to lose. All the various heirs were casting complicated looks to judge one another, and even engaging in a contest with each other. Everyone wanted to forestall one's opponent with a show of strength on this occasion. No one wanted to be demoralized before things had begun. Therefore, all sorts of gazes met in a tit-for-tat struggle and permeated throughout the scene. Jiang Chen greeted Fatty Shwen and Hu Bing Iwei. Fatty Shwen's 6 meridians true qi were already quite stable. In his own words, it would be at most 2 months before he broke through to 7 meridians true qi. As for Hu Bing Iwei, he was already at 8 meridians true qi. A hubbub arose after he made an entrance in which he didn't exercise restraint in displaying his level of training. After all, 8 meridians true qi was absolutely in existence at the level of the 10 great dukes. If Jiang Chen wanted to assail 8 meridians true qi, his chances of success were absolutely above 90%. But he purposely didn't do so. There was no major difference currently to him between 7 meridians true qi and 8 meridians true qi. They were patently not the only ones who'd been improving. No matter friend nor foe, all the heirs had been making their final sprints before the Hidden Dragon trials. Therefore, everyone's appearance now was more or less accompanied by some improvement. The heir of Yanmin, Yan Yiming, that catastrophic character that Jiang Chen had crushed beneath his feet twice, had somehow gotten a hold of some miraculous pill medicine and had actually recovered from his injuries, with his training attaining an even higher goal and breaking through to 7 meridians true qi. Jiang Chen, you've used sneaky tricks to plot against me multiple times. I, Yan Yiming, will find payment from you during the Hidden Dragon trials. Now that I've entered the advanced realm of true qi, do you think your sneaky tricks will still be effective? Yan Yiming glared at Jiang Chen from afar and privately expressed a great ambition, swearing to ruthlessly torture Jiang Chen. Brother Chen, look over there, the heirs of the 4 great dukes. Tusk, the 4 great dukes get a sweet deal all right. They can have 2 candidates, that is some special privilege. Fatty Shwen's tone held some envy. According to the rules of the Hidden Dragon trials, if a duke was ranked in the top 4, then they could have 2 candidates in the Hidden Dragon trials, with the more optimal score being recorded. This was equivalent to another layer of insurance that allowed the strong to become stronger. The 4 great dukes were respectively the Duke of Soaring Dragon, the Duke of White Tiger, the Duke of Vermilion Bird, and the Duke of Black Tortoise. Jiang Chen threw a faint glance in that direction when he heard those words. The disciples of the 4 great dukes all knew how to put on a display. All right, the heirs to Soaring Dragon in particular acted like they were the main protagonists. The female one was naturally the hot topic of this time's trials, Long Jushue. The male one was Long Jushue's brother, Long Yinye. Long Yinye was, as his name implied, frosty and arrogant, suffused with a wild temperament. His entire being was like a dragon that overturned seas and rivers, full of a wild aura. Although this man's reputation wasn't as renowned as Long Jushue and her Azure Phoenix constitution, he was even more mysterious. It was said that his true level of training wasn't less than that of Long Jushue, and that his capabilities in combat were even more than hers. This was to say that the son and daughter of the Duke of Soaring Dragon were practically double insurance, absolutely ensuring that the champion of the Hidden Dragon trials wouldn't fall into other hands. The first Duke of the Kingdom had their capital and their pride. In contrast, whether it was the heir of White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, or Black Tortoise, all paled a bit in comparison. When the 8 of them walked together, although they all had the characteristics of being a phoenix or dragon amongst men, Long Jushue and Long Yinye gave off the feeling of being head and shoulders above others, like a crane standing amongst chickens, rising above the common herd and allowing others to identify them with one glance. Damn it, what are you so cocky about? Sooner or later, I'm going to beat you down one by one. Fatty Shwen showed naked admiration, jealousy, and hatred. It wasn't that he was narrow-minded, but that these people had never treated him as a human being. This was the mindset of revenge, developing from Fatty Shwen after he'd been looked down upon by these people. Jiang Chen closed his eyes after flicking a glance. He was wholly uninterested in these gestures that pretended to be aloof and lofty. These 4 great dukes had purposely built themselves up to be one above everyone else. This was undoubtedly a demonstration of strength to the other heirs, and a warning to them not to lightly undertake the challenge to their position. This was an instinct to protect one's territory, but Jiang Chen turned up his nose at it. If any of the dukes down below truly had great power, they would never give up the opportunity to challenge the 4 great dukes due to their display. A duke's position was won on the basis of battle, and not through a presentation. Jiang Chen. This time it was the heir to Vermilion Bird, Hong Tiantong, who spoke first. Jiang Chen, I've heard that great happenings have occurred in your Jianghan manor. What are you doing here? Bai Jianyun was enlightened now, and was no longer Long Jushue's striker. Hong Tiantong had naturally and happily accepted this glorious misaisin. Who are you? What does my brother Chen's business have to do with you? Fatty Shwen didn't give a damn whether you were the 4 great dukes or not. In his eyes, if you weren't one of them, then you were a bad guy. Damn, Fatty, didn't your old man ever teach you the manners of nobility? When faced with such a character as Fatty Shwen, Hong Tiantong displayed an instinctive contempt. Jiang Chen raised his brow as a cold glance swept in front of Hong Tiantong. Are you provoking me? Then challenge me. If not, scram. Jiang Chen is it. Standing beside Long Jushue, Long Yinye stared at Jiang Chen with a pair of swift and fierce eyes. That wild killing intent surged without concealment at Jiang Chen. I've heard of you. You seem to have given that worthless Bai Jianyun a lesson. Very good. I hope you don't disappoint me when it comes down to it." Bai Jianyun wasn't standing that far away, and his face convulsed when he heard Long Yinye publicly deride him as worthless, but he controlled his temper at the end. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, had an obviously much more steady and stately demeanor after training his mental ability. His eyelids didn't even jump when faced with such a condescending tone from Long Yinye. "A bunch of flies, clamorous. Nice one. Show us what you've got on the hidden dragon trials. Who the hell do you think you are, flapping your lips here?" Fatty Shwen also had a face full of contempt. Long Yinye's face turned frigid and was about to open his mouth when, in the middle of the courtyard, a beam of astonishing sword aura suddenly descended as if from the heavens. Princess Goyu's lithe figure suddenly appeared when the rainbow sword aura landed on the ground. Rainbow True Chi, 11 Meridians True Chi Master. The scene was in an uproar as the gazes towards Princess Goyu were tinged with more fear and respect. The Eastern Kingdom also had a few True Chi Masters, but these True Chi Masters were mostly 10 Meridians True Chi. Those who trained to 11 Meridians True Chi could be counted on one hand, and Princess Goyu had just joined the ranks of the 11 Meridians True Chi Masters at the age of just over 20. How could this not astonish and astound people? Even Long Yinye's wild eyes darted to and fro on Princess Goyu's body, actually forgetting his conflict with Jiang Chen for a moment. As for Long Jushue, an undetectable hint of killing intent flashed through that beautiful face. The lips of her mouth immediately resumed a faint sliver of a smile as soon as the killing intent had flashed by, as if 11 Meridians True Chi was nothing much to her. Chapter 56. Princess Goyu's entrance made the noisy din of voices completely disappear. After all, every single heir present felt a bit of dread and fear towards the identity of the main organizer of the Hidden Dragon Trials. If you irritated Princess Goyu somehow, and you faced additional obstacles as a result, the loss would outweigh the gain. A distinguished vicenal gathering such as the Hidden Dragon Trials was something that the whole nation participated in. Shortly after the appearance of Princess Goyu, 2 squads of strong practitioners from the Tiandu army sprinted down the avenue and occupied the 2 sides of the avenue, cordoning off the area. This meant that the monarch was arriving. Eastern Lu was in high spirits and his steps were steady and vigorous. His bright eyes looked around with a stern and an awe-inspiring gaze. "May the Emperor live 10,000 years. Long live the Eastern Kingdom." The subjects and courtiers all threw themselves down on their knees one after another, awaiting the arrival of the king. The 108 dukes also all found their areas and took their seats. Eastern Lu occupied the center of the courtyard and spoke with a strong and resonant voice. "Our Eastern Kingdom, with a heritage of 1,000 years, has always emphasized the heritage of martial Tao. In order to conspicuously display our martial Tao and provide impetus to the dukes, we the Eastern Kingdom highly value the vicenal Hidden Dragon Trials. We happened to come upon this distinguished gathering, and we saw heroic bearings and valiant postures from all the nobles, people of exceptional ability in all their majestic variety. We are indeed gratified. Today, the 108 dukes of our court have gathered in a meeting of the wind and clouds. It is said that each age brings forth new geniuses on this noble land, and each will rule their own domain for years to come. We hope that all dukes present will display a new aspect of themselves and expound on the highest level of their abilities, continuing to foster and enhance the traditions of the revered might of our dynasty." Eastern Lu handed the reins back to Princess Goyu after speaking only a few simple words instead of a long-winded speech. After all, Princess Goyu was the main organizer of the Hidden Dragon Trials. "Your Majesty, Yan Jiao Wang has a matter to report." Yan Jiuzhuang of the Yanmen dukedom stepped forward and bowed after Eastern Lu had concluded his remarks. "Oh, what business does Duke Yan have?" Eastern Lu smiled faintly. "Your Majesty, your subject has heard that the Duke of Jianghan has fallen ill with a severe disease, and has even heard that he is possibly not part of this world anymore. The Jianghan territory borders the southern reaches of my territory, and is a military fortress of strategic importance. If the Duke of Jianghan does not reappear for an extended period of time, the thieves and rascals in the southern reaches will take advantage of the opportunity to rise in revolt. Your subject sincerely requests to discuss the jurisdiction of the Jianghan dukedom before the Hidden Dragon trials. The Jianghan territory, the rights to a dukedom." Eastern Lu's expression froze slightly. No one had certain news of Jiang Feng's condition. This Duke of Yanmen had been the first to jump out in an apparent effort to be the trailblazer for the Duke of Soaring Dragon. Eastern Lu's gaze flitted towards the Jianghan dukedom area. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and took a step forward. "Your Majesty, this Duke of Yanmen has no respect for his own seniority to publicly curse my father at such a dignified gathering. As the son, how could I sit idly by and ignore this? Your subject requests that Yan Jiozhe Wang apologize to me." "Apologize?" "Jiang Chen, you're at an age in which you still smell of your mother's milk. Who are you to make I, a vaunted duke of a province, apologize to you?" Yan Jiozhe Wang laughed coldly. "Cursing others without cause or reason is a mouth without virtue. A mouth without virtue is an old dog. Old dog Yan, you're an esteemed noble, yet you'll willingly become the falcons and hounds of others. Condemning you as a dog is an extreme offense to dogs." Jiang Chen's viper-tongued foundations weren't made of pure bluster. "Jiang Chen, you dare publicly insult and deride a territorial duke. This duke will petition to fix on you the egregious crime of slander and insult to a noble. Old dog Yan, just try making a move against my son." Suddenly, a voice rang out like thunder from the area reserved for the Jianghan territory. This man's gait was akin to a dragon's gambol and a tiger's walk. He strode to the front with frosty looks shooting out of his eyes and stared at Yan Jiozhe Wang. "Old dog Yan, where has my son spoken incorrectly? You, Duke of Yanmen, are a duke of the first rank at the end of the day, and have sunk so low as to become cannon fodder for others. What are you, if not the falcons and hounds of others?" Jiang Feng. It was Jiang Feng, the Duke of Jianghan, who had been missing for quite some time. The scene abruptly began bustling with noise and excitement. No one had thought that the Duke of Jianghan would suddenly appear, and even be bursting with the vitality of dragons and the ferocity of tigers. And judging from his wholly unconcealed aura, it was the frightening aura that only a true Qi master boasts of. This Jiang Feng had broken through and become another true Qi master. "Subject Jiang Feng greets your Majesty." After Jiang Feng had condemned Yan Jiozhe Wang, he genuflected towards Eastern Lu in a very natural and poised way. "Jiang Feng, we had heard that you were indisposed, so it turns out those were false rumors." Eastern Lu's heart had also settled slightly upon seeing Jiang Feng appear at a crucial moment. As the king of the nation, he did not wish to see the Jianghan territory change hands under these conditions. Even if it were to change hands, it would still be up to him, Eastern Lu, to decide who would take over ownership. He absolutely would not let the Duke of Soaring Dragon and his henchmen seize ownership with no clear reason whatsoever. Jiang Feng laughed heartily. A few thieves and rascals employed some disgraceful and unpresentable tricks. It's not worth mentioning. Ha ha, Duke Jiang possesses virtue and patriotism, and naturally has the protection of heaven and earth. It seems that we were overly concerned. Eastern Lu was also in exceedingly good spirits. The side of the Duke of Soaring Dragon, however, was exceedingly gloomy. Jiang Feng hadn't died, and had lived with the vitality of dragons and ferocity of tigers to boot. It looked like even his training had broken through. Long Jiaofeng had a belly full of depression. He was becoming more and more dissatisfied with the competency of his underlings. Not a thing had gone smoothly, ever since he had butted heads with the Jiang family father and son. This Jiang Feng had fallen victim to a fatal poison. How could he be bursting with the vitality of dragons and ferocity of tigers? Not only had Jiang Feng not died, but his training had gone up a notch. This way, weren't they asking for ridicule if they sought to seize the Jiang Han territory through devious means? The Duke of Yanmen had a face full of awkwardness, as if someone had landed a hard punch on his nose. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place for the moment, and felt incredibly awkward. Duke of Yanmen, I, Jiang Feng, have one bit of advice for you. When being cannon fodder for someone, first look at Du Ruhai's exit, then think of the straits that have befallen the Pill King Garden. The nobles who were the confidantes of and backing up the Duke of Soaring Dragon were all deeply moved by Jiang Feng's words. Indeed, Du Ruhai had been a trailblazer and pathbreaker for the Duke of Soaring Dragon, but had met his end at the Duke's own hands with his house raided afterwards, and the family property confiscated. Although no one had died in the Pill King Garden, their business was in a sorry state due to the hall of healing like fallen flowers being carried away by the flowing waters as they steadily lost ground. There were even rumors that they had completely sold themselves to the Duke of Soaring Dragon and had lost their right of autonomy. Yan Jiojewang was exceedingly depressed, but his tone remained quite proud. Jiang Feng, don't be pleased with yourself too early. Why shouldn't I be pleased with myself? Jiang Feng laughed quite heartily. In terms of one-on-one combat, you would be unable to beat me. In terms of sons, your son has been thoroughly trounced by my Chenner on 2 occasions. I have no reason not to be pleased with myself in front of you, wouldn't you say so? Yan Jiojewang had nothing to say to that. Jiang Chen was in exceedingly good spirits upon hearing his father's flashy comeback. One had to admit, everyone had their own rules for survival in order to become a duke. With the appearance of Jiang Feng, the small interlude naturally ended with Yan Jiojewang's losing face with a resounding slap. Princess Goyu's phoenix eyes moved slightly as she flicked a meaningful glance towards Jiang Chen. Everyone, I now announce the official commencement of the final competition in this year's Hidden Dragon Trials. The rules remain the same. Please begin applying for the exam mission. This time's exams are still missions divided into 9 levels. The missions of different levels represent each dukedom's rank. There were 108 dukes in the Eastern Kingdom that were divided into 9 levels of ranks. Each rank consists of 12 dukes, and so on and so forth. The Duke of Jianghan was ranked number 14 out of the 108 dukes, and counted as a duke of the 2nd rank. For instance, dukes ranked 1 through 12 were all dukes of the 1st rank, and there were naturally levels within the 1st rank. Levels 1 through 4 were the 4 great dukes of the kingdom, and honored with the title of utmost 1st rank. Levels 5 through 8 were honored with the title primary 1st rank. Levels 9 through 12 were labeled auxiliary 1st rank. When it came to 2nd rank and dukes ranked even lower, there was no title of utmost. Each rank was also divided into 3 levels. With 2nd rank as an example, they were divided into upper 2nd rank, middle 2nd rank, and lower 2nd rank. The Duke of Jianghan was a noble of the upper 2nd rank, and the Hidden Dragon Trials were a contest to determine the rankings of the next generation of nobles. The 108 heirs could apply for a mission of any rank. Of course, Each heir candidate only had 2 application chances. If both times didn't result in a completed mission, that meant one had failed the exam and had to hand over the dukedom. To allow the big and powerful aristocratic families to continuously take their place, many of the heirs would be exceedingly cautious because there were only 2 application chances, and sought to make the best out of these 2 chances. Some heirs may challenge a higher rank mission with the first chance, but if the first challenge failed, then they would exercise extreme prudence when it came to the second application chance. Otherwise, if they failed the second mission as well, that meant handing over the dukedom. Every duke's feelings were exceedingly complicated. When it came to the hidden dragon trials, if potential was high, then the concern was which rank was the most appropriate. If potential was mediocre, then the concern was whether or not maintaining their position was most important. The higher ranks had to worry about challenges from behind. The lower ranks also had to worry about their dukedoms being taken by those aristocratic families, casting covetous eyes like a greedy tiger. The middle-ranked dukes had to debate whether they wished to take a step forward or remain where they were. The hidden dragon trials was a time of decisions indeed, of extremely difficult decisions. Many times, some heirs overestimated their potential and strength, and challenged high-rank missions due to a moment's impulse. The end result was failing twice and the immediate loss of their dukedom. This would cause extreme feelings of frustration, indignation, and regret. Brother Chen, what rank's missions do you intend on challenging? Fatty Shwen crowded in, and it was apparent that the fatty was just a tad bit nervous at the moment. Jiang Chen glanced at his 2 best friends and asked in return, "What have you decided on?" "I've decided to challenge a second-rank mission first." A hint of resolution suffused Hu Bing Iwei's fierce expression. He was of 8 meridians true qi now, and thus had the ability to say so. He even had the right to challenge a first-rank mission. I'll keep my position first and then see," Fatty Shwen said weakly. The Duke of Jinshan was an upper 4th-ranked duke. His ranking was above average. It wouldn't be a bad thing if he could keep this ranking. At least the highest expectations that the Duke of Jinshan had for Fatty Shwen was only to maintain their current ranking. Jiang Chen nodded. "It is right for Xiaoyu to pick the second rank. Brashly assailing the first rank would be too much pressure for you. As for Fatty, maintaining your rank would count as success." Jiang Chen was rather familiar with the rules of the hidden dragon trials. If the number of people who applied for the missions of particular rank exceeded the quota, then rankings would be decided based on the quality of the missions completed, successively being pushed back appropriately. This was to say, if 15 people applied for and completed a mission of the 3rd rank, then the 3 people ranked in the last of these 15 would be pushed back to the 4th rank. And this was the logic that was followed. But the number of 108 dukedoms was eternal and unchanging. Chapter 57. This kind of competition was quite cruel. If neither application was completed, it was equivalent to directly losing one's dukedom. This way, there were sure to be many dukedoms that were vacated. The vacant dukedoms would be filled in by strong aristocratic families. Of course, these filled vacancies would only rank at the bottom. This was to say, the heirs that successfully completed missions would be ranked with priority in the higher ranks. Those who filled in for heirs who had lost their dukedoms could only compete for the vacated lower ranks. Of course, Jiang Chen had no need to consider these rules. Jiang Chen's goal was clear. He was aiming for the championship. To him, obtaining even the first runner-up position on this level of competition meant failing. "Brother Chen, say something. What rank's mission do you intend to apply for?" Fatty wasn't that concerned about his matters, but cared very earnestly about Jiang Chen's decision. Jiang Chen smiled faintly as his gaze naturally flitted towards the 4 great dukes. Following his gaze, Fatty slapped his thick thigh. Damn straight. I knew that our brother Chen either didn't care to make a move, or would shock everyone when he finally made one. Heh, brother Chen, I hope you can drag that chit long Jushway down from her high horse. Fatty Shwen cackled. It'd be best if this chit voluntarily offered her body after she was conquered by brother Chen, and that brother Chen cast her off after he's had her. Ha, that would truly be too perfect. Fatty Shwen's thin rat eyes had almost formed slits in his laughter as he thought of this scene, fully depicting what one is invincible when one is base meant. Following that, the 108 heirs all lined up according to their current dukedom rankings, and prepared to step forward to apply for the missions of this year's Hidden Dragon Trials. There was almost no suspense regarding the rank of the missions that the heirs to the first-rank dukedoms would apply for. Each heir had their own self-dignity and pride. They would absolutely not tolerate their position being replaced by someone else and being thrown out from the rank of first. However, it was an absolutely normal thing for the strong to replace the weak. Strength spoke for everything. The Jiang Han dukedom was ranked 14 out of the 108 dukedoms, so it was soon Jiang Chen's turn. Jiang Chen, what rank's mission would you like to apply for? Princess Goyu asked. First rank. Jiang Chen didn't even bat an eyelid. You have great aspirations, but I must remind you that everyone ahead of you has also applied for missions of the first rank. The competition between you all will be quite fierce. What is the point of rankings without competition? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Very good. According to the rules, each heir must complete 3 missions to pass this particular exam. If a single mission is failed, that will be deemed as failing this application. Understood. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Head over there to draw your first mission. Princess Goyu marked down a symbol for the mission of the first rank on Jiang Chen's application tablet. Jiang Chen, you're applying for a mission of the first rank, correct? Yes, please come over here. All the scrolls here are missions of the first rank. Please choose whichever one you'd like. Jiang Chen nodded, swept his eyes in a circle and picked one at random. They were all missions of the first rank and thus, their difficulty should all be similar. Jiang Chen naturally would not be overly selective. Not to mention, these scrolls were all sealed with no hint at their inner contents. After selecting his mission, Jiang Chen was in no hurry to open it. The organizers of the Hidden Dragon Trials also didn't demand immediate verification of the mission. Candidates only needed to complete the mission and hand it in for verification. Jiang Chen, what kind of mission did you select? An heir next to him asked out of curiosity. Jiang Chen flicked a glance at him, but only smiled faintly and left. It was obvious that the other heir wasn't a friend, and was possibly from the enemy camp, here to elicit some information from him. Although Jiang Chen was unafraid, he was unwilling for additional people to appear and cause trouble for him when he was completing his mission. According to the rules, the 3 missions had to be completed within 3 months. When the exams were over and the 108 nobles were present again, after weeding out and replacing the appropriate ones, the ranking contests would commence according to each rank. This was to say that, when rank were decided, the 12 heirs of the first rank would only be able to challenge others within the first rank to determine the final rankings. The competitions within each rank were for the final rankings. The heirs could leave after selecting their first mission. They only needed to come back when they had completed a mission in the future to select their second mission. Chenner, what kind of mission have you drawn? Jiang Feng asked eagerly upon returning to the manor. Jiang Chen gave the scroll to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng took a look and frowned. This first mission is a bit harder. A serial rapist has appeared in the region of the Red Moon County located within the Tianhu territory, collecting the flowers of beautiful girls. His Qinggong is extraordinary, and he calls himself Lotus Harvester. He specializes in hunting young girls and is exceedingly cruel. Whenever he harvests a young girl, he even kills them and cuts off the two things in front of the victim's chest as a memento. Such a frenzied lunatic exists on this world. Even Jiang Chen was vaguely surprised. Such a villain who had committed his full share of crimes should have been slaughtered long ago. Why was he allowed to thrive until this day and destroy so many lives? The level of this thief's training is said to be between 8 meridians true qi and 9 meridians true qi. He has weathered hundreds of battles because he works alone, and thus his combat ability is incredible. Chenner, your mission is not simple. Jiang Chen was also a bit surprised. None of the missions of the first rank were simple, all right. The first mission was to kill a practitioner in the advanced realm of true qi, who was between 8 and 9 meridians, and this mission had to be completed within a month. According to the exam's rules, the participating heirs had to absolutely keep their identities a secret. They could not mobilize any connections. If they used any connections without authorization, they would immediately be judged as failing the mission if discovered. As a punishment for cheating, their dukedom would be confiscated. A few heirs had held the mentality of getting by on a fluke in past years, but would almost always be found out by the Eastern family clan's mighty intelligence network. They would be called out and lose their dukedoms. Therefore, there were fewer and fewer heirs who held the mentality of getting by on a flukes. With no time to lose, Jiang Chen made a few minor adjustments to his preparations and set out on his way. The Sheng battalion brothers escorted Jiang Chen out of the capital and halted their footsteps. According to the rules, if they escorted him another step, it was very likely that Jiang Chen would be deemed as having cheated. Jiang Chen urged his horse onwards after leaving the capital. He came to a large canyon after galloping 60 km. Jiang Chen urged the horse to give a mighty leap forward, their bodies soaring high up in the air as he allowed the horse to descend into the bottomless abyss as it would. As for Jiang Chen, he made a flip in midair and dashed towards another narrow winding trail. His figure vanished into the boundless and indistinct open country with a few leaps and bounds. After roughly 10 minutes, more than 10 figures abruptly appeared where Jiang Chen had sent his horse jumping off. The person in charge was the soaring dragon warrior who was willing to die for his mission, Long San. Long San's face was covered as his sinister and ruthless eyes patrolled the area. He cursed viciously. This brat Jiang Chen is so damned devious and wretched. His presence scatters apart here. In front of us is the boundless open country, but we don't know where he's gone. Lord San, what should we do? Long San looked at the terrain again. There's only one place to go here. We'll split up into 3 parties here and chase after him separately. Remember, the Duke will award 100,000 gold, bequeath land, and award a rank with 8,000 below him to whoever kills Jiang Chen. Territory and bounty, these were irresistible temptations. Moreover, this mission was merely killing an heir and wasn't too difficult. The groups for the 3 different directions were quickly settled upon, and they started searching according to the 3 different paths. Although it was the first time that Jiang Chen had ever walked out of the capital since arriving in this world, the memories of his past life were enough to help him handle such a situation. There were roughly 500 km between the capital and the Tianhu territory. The ordinary steeds of this world could travel 500 km in a day. A practitioner in the advanced realm of true qi, if dedicating himself to traveling, could also travel 500 km in a day. Of course, no advanced practitioner would waste true qi on traveling. Jiang Chen was no exception. He'd seen from the map that a larger village could be reached by traveling through this narrow, winding path and traversing a few mountain ridges. This village was one of the more renowned livestock farms, for producing steeds in this area. Jiang Chen had arrived at the road to the village after roughly 2 hours. He didn't enter the village, but spent a large sum to purchase a steed that could travel 500 km a day. Jiang Chen didn't linger after swapping out his steed, and he dashed towards the direction of Tianhu territory. To elude observation, Jiang Chen would occasionally choose a few trails off the beaten path. He'd rather take the longer way around, instead of having new complications crop up. Like this, Jiang Chen covered 500 km in 4 full days before he entered the Tianhu territory. Jiang Chen didn't just spend these days traveling. Whenever it was nightfall, Jiang Chen would revisit and study the past cases of that lotus harvester. Jiang Chen had made a few gains after a few days. One thing that Jiang Chen could be sure of was that the area in which the lotus harvester would commit his crimes never exceeded the Tianhu territory. There were 10 counties within the Tianhu region, and the lotus harvester had committed most of his crimes in the Red Moon, Black Forest, and Large Rock counties. There was an occasional incident or two in the other counties, but the frequency wasn't high. Jiang Chen spread out the map of the Tianhu territory for perusal and mused at the map for a while. From the terrain of these 3 counties, their location formed the Chinese character, Chinese letter. Incidentally, the terrain of these 3 counties was more complicated and was advantageous to the lotus harvester's operations. This rapist has extraordinary qinggong, but the distance he can cover should be middling. This is why there are a few cases that involve a long and arduous journey. That is to say, this villain must have a lair within the 3 counties. It is said that the wily hare has 3 holes to its burrow. If I can find one of his lairs, then it will be much easier to capture and kill this villain. Jiang Chen had more or less deduced a few clues. Jiang Chen arrived at the Large Rock County on the 5th day. He had his reasons for choosing the Large Rock County, and not the Red Moon County, which had the higher number of incidents. According to the patterns from the previous cases, the lotus harvester had succeeded twice in the Red Moon County. Black Forest County neighbored Red Moon County, so its guard would be raised higher. There was a mountain between Large Rock and Red Moon. Red Moon was located to the south of the mountain, and Large Rock to the north. The flow of information between the two was blocked due to the mountain. Jiang Chen speculated that it was possible that this lotus harvester would choose to make a move in Large Rock County. Chapter 58. Have you heard? The decennial competitions of the Star Argus Palace will begin in 3 days' times. It seems that both the South Sect and North Sect think that their victory is a foregone conclusion. PSHT. How could that bunch of broads from the North Sect win out over the beasts of the South Sect? They haven't won against the South Sect for the last 60 years. What goes around comes around. It's said that Sectmistress Jade of the North Sect has obtained a few disciples whose potentials are quite good. They're all beautiful to a fault, and there's high hope for the sect triumphing over the South Sect this time. Whether it's the South Sect or the North Sect that wins, it won't be our turn to live in the Star Argus Palace. It's just be a bunch of men changing to a crowd of women. Jiang Chen heard this snippet of conversation from a neighboring table in some tavern. In the days after he'd arrived in the Large Rock country, he'd heard the most information about the North and South sects of the Star Argus Palace. The winner would be able to take up residence in the Star Argus Palace, and the loser would have to depart and find another location to settle down in. Of course, this occurred once every 10 years. If a sect lost, then they merely needed to stage a comeback next time. Jiang Chen drank alone, but his hearing was focused on all sides. His ear of the Zephyr was now at the 3rd level, and his hearing was at least 2 to 3 times stronger than the average practitioner. All sorts of information and messages flowed in at the moment. Star Argus Palace, North Sect, broads, beauties. The useful information was constantly filtered out and listed separately by Jiang Chen. Resting his wine cup, Jiang Chen put down a few silvers and floated out the door. He decided to make a stop at the Star Argus Palace. If the Lotus Harvester was to commit an incident lately, then there was no location more suitable in the entire Tianhu territory than the Star Argus Palace. Beautiful disciples, just this item was of enough interest. The law of rapists was that the higher the level the training of the victim, the better. Therefore, girls who trained were the favorites of rapists, and where else in the large rock province would have more beauties than the Star Argus Palace at this moment, not to mention the fact that they were all practitioners. It would be one big harvest if these girls were plucked. Jiang Chen contemplated things from the perspective of the Lotus Harvester and felt that even if the Lotus Harvester didn't commit an incident, he was sure to come out and pluck something or another. Jiang Chen used a few materials to make a few adjustments and disguise himself after leaving the capital. His current visage appeared as a 30-something wandering gallant. Vagabond gallants and characters like these numbered at least 800 million, if not 1 billion within the Eastern Kingdom. Jiang Chen's disguise was beyond ordinary. It was the type that wouldn't be picked out if thrown into a crowd. The Star Argus Palace's topography was exceedingly ideal. A city called Star City had formed in the 50 km around the Star Argus Palace, and it had been built reliant on the Star Argus Palace. The existence of a sect, even an ordinary sect, would bring pervasive influence to its local surroundings. 2 days later, Jiang Chen arrived at the Star City to discover that not just anyone could spectate the competition between the north and south sects of the Star Argus Palace. There were only 300 audience members allowed. After eliminating the predetermined quota, there were only roughly 100 places left for outsiders. The number of wandering gallants that had surged into the Star City the past couple of days numbered more than 100,000. More than 100,000 competing for roughly 100 spots was the equivalent of 1 out of 1,000. This wasn't just an ordinary level of difficulty. However, Jiang Chen knew that in order to investigate the Lotus Harvester, he would have to obtain an observation spot. If Jiang Chen revealed his status as the heir to a dukedom, he was bound to cause a ruckus within Star City. It wouldn't be a hard thing to obtain an observation spot. However, if he did so, that would be in violation of the rules, and he would be directly thrown out of the competition. Jiang Chen arrived at the Star Argus Palace headquarters, stationed in Star City. There was already a sea of humanity, and it was packed full of people. "I'll pay 30,000 silver who's willing to give me a spot." "PSHT. Pal, did you just awaken from your dream? 100,000 silver won't even buy a spot now. How could you offer a price in the tens of thousands?" "I'm of 5 meridians true chi. Don't I have the right to spectate the battles?" "Apologies, our rules are that unless you have the right to enter only if you're of 6 meridians true chi." "Brother, I have a relationship with Zai Qiang of the South Sect. Make an exception for me." "Who's Zai Qiang? We only recognize relationships with the sectmaster and the elders." "Brother, I'm the boss of 1,000 Horse Hall. Your Star Argus Palace has also done business with me. This observation spot." "Sorry, business is business and relationships are relationships. If you have money, there are still a few spots for sale. 100,000 silver for one." "Gah, I'll buy one." Jiang Chen did an auditory sweep, and comments such as these traveled into his ears. The entire scene was in a chaotic uproar. Everyone was trying their utmost and breaking their heads trying to get an observation spot. When a man is poor, his ambition is not far-reaching. Looks like we're destined to be without luck for observing this decennial competition between the North and South sects. What can we do? The Star Argus Palace is just that cocky. Apparently, the disciples that are participating this time are all disciples of 5 meridians true Qi. Tusk, the strength and influence of a foremost sect in the Tianhu territory. All right. These genius disciples probably wouldn't be inferior even when placed amongst the sons and disciples of the various nobles. They'll probably be on a similar level. Jiang Chen was speechless when he heard those words. 5 meridians true Qi was absolutely the lowest level of existence amongst the heirs. However, this star Argus Palace was just a sect in the Tianhu territory. It was a thing worth having pride and dignity in that they boasted so many disciples of 5 meridians true Qi. Jiang Chen stood in a corner, debating how to get his hands on an observation invitation. He'd purposefully disguised himself as a 3 meridians true Qi independent practitioner with humble strength. He had no desire to reveal his talents and attract the Lotus Harvester's attention. Therefore, he absolutely could not reveal his true strength. After thinking for a while, Jiang Chen hit upon an idea. Brother, my strength in martial Tao is mediocre, but my potential in spirit medicine is quite high. I'm also exceedingly adept in the Tao of alchemy. I can help out if any injuries from the blade result in the process. High potential in spirit medicine. That will only be proven through tests. If you truly have such abilities, then it will be no problem obtaining an invitation. Jiang Chen sat through a spirit medicine test according to the other's instructions. This was practically as simple as eating to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was treated as an honored guest in less than 15 minutes. His spirit medicine caused even the spirit medicine administrator from the Star Argus Palace, who had assumed personal command over the area, to even slightly admit defeat. In this way, an invitation was in hand, and Spirit Medicine Great Master Chen was written on it. Jiang Chen had given himself a shake and become Great Master Chen. Jiang Chen's status immediately increased greatly with the invitation, becoming a distinguished, honored guest. A specially assigned person led him into the headquarters of the Star Argus Palace and arranged a first-class guest room for him. It looks like one must have expertise in one specialty. One wouldn't even be able to enter the door without a particular specialty. Jiang Chen laughed self-deprecatingly and sat cross-legged on the bed. It would obviously not be the thing to do if he started practicing techniques in a powerful and dynamic way, whilst on someone else's territory. Jiang Chen meditated for a while and started circulating vast waves true Qi in his body, strengthening his meridians. After strengthening his meridians, Jiang Chen started training the 3 abilities of God's Eye, Ear of the Zephyr, and Boulder's Heart. As of now, Jiang Chen had trained God's Eye to the peak of the 3rd level, and Ear of the Zephyr to the peak of the 3rd level as well. Progress was still slow in Boulder's Heart, as he had just entered the 2nd level. It's said that these abilities can penetrate the 33 heavens, too. Therefore, there should be 33 levels. I have only but just started from ground zero. Jiang Chen also knew that the earliest stages of training were the easiest. It would unfortunately become more difficult as one progressed. The range in which the God's Eye and Ear of the Zephyr could cover was only a radius of 1,000 meters. Any further would be beyond his power. The mental strength of Psychic's head wasn't able to be defined in quantitative terms, but Jiang Chen could clearly sense that his mental state of being had increased greatly. A mental state of being could only be perceived in the finest of details. It was an instinctive strength, a 6th, 7th sense that exceeded the 5 senses. Jiang Chen woke up early the next morning because the decennial event of the Star Argus Palace was beginning today. As Great Master Chen in the spirit medicine world, he had actually been arranged a 2nd-class seat. This seat was quite ideal and was situated behind only the high and mighty in the 1st row. Jiang Chen used the God's Eye for slight observation and discovered those sitting in front all possessed power that didn't lose out to the north and south sectmaster/mistress of the star Argus Palace. They were mostly all at 7 meridians true chi. Looks like the culture of martial Tao is flourishing in the large rock province. It's a rare sight to have so many 7 meridians true chi practitioners present. Jiang Chen evaluated silently, but was also slightly worried. With so many 7 meridians true chi practitioners holding down the fort, even with the Lotus Harvester's 8 meridians true chi, he probably wouldn't dare to brazenly do something impetuous. Jiang Chen's emotions were quite complicated. He both hoped for the Lotus Harvester to appear, but also didn't wish for female practitioners to be targeted. Just as he was wavering, a group of people walked out from the hallways on the two sides. One side wore all black, they were from the South sect. One side was all female and mostly wore downy yellow clothes, patently the North sect. The South sect sectmaster was called Shen Rong, and roughly 40 years old. Long sideburns along with his thin, lean features gave off a dignified bearing. Everyone called the sectmistress of the North sect as Madame Jade. She was a young, married woman who actually looked only roughly 27 or 28. A pair of tapered almond eyes adorned her face, and she was exceedingly alluring. No one knew if that was her true age, or if she was skilled in making herself look youthful. As a guest, Jiang Chen couldn't very well have no respect and observe the two heads of their sex through the god's eye. But from external appearances, the two were absolutely of the advanced realm of true chi. As for whether it was 7 meridians true chi or 8 meridians, Jiang Chen couldn't gauge it either, without a careful look. Ha ha, junior sister Jade, it's been 10 years but your elegance remains the same as before. Shen Rong chuckled and took the lead in speaking. Save the idle chatter, Shen Rong. In this time's competition, my North sect will absolutely take back control of the star Argus Palace. Madame Jade's delicate brow arched and her jade-like voice sounded. All right then, let our disciples fight decisively. Shen Rong smiled freely and easily. Chapter 59. Both sides agreed to send out 5 disciples to do battle. The side that won 3 times out of 5 would be labeled the victor, and would wrest control of the star Argus Palace for the next 10 years. Jiang Chen was absolutely disinterested in the competition of those that were 5 meridians true chi. Jiang Chen surreptitiously started utilizing his god's eye when everyone's gaze was locked onto the crowd of youths, and he started observing the seated guests. If the Lotus Harvester was going to come, he naturally wouldn't brazenly appear undisguised. He would certainly disguise himself as a guest and take advantage of the situation to profiteer, like robbing an owner when his house was on fire. He had to admit, these guests were all quite entranced. Almost everyone in Jiang Chen's God's Eye range had concentrated their attention on the competition on the field. This was a competition between the most distinguished disciples of the star Argus Palace's new generations. These guests of exceptional ability all made their living in the large rock province. They would naturally pay attention to the condition of the star Argus Palace's next generation. The first 2 battles were quickly concluded. The North and South sect had both won 1 battle. Jiang Chen had also completed a round of observations, but gained nothing. None of these people looked like the Lotus Harvester in disguise. Jiang Chen's mind was not quite at rest, and so he made another thorough round of observations. The results were the same. He couldn't find the slightest flaw in these guests. Is it possible that the Lotus Harvester really didn't come? Or is it that he's disguised himself so well that my god's eye can't see through him? Jiang Chen questioned his own judgment a bit. Due to his training of the boulder's heart, he'd had a faint instinctive feeling that told him something would happen at the star Argus Palace today, and it was very likely something to do with the lotus harvester. That was to say, it was possible that the lotus harvester was already present. Except, there was a full 300 guests spectating the competition. Which one was the lotus harvester? Jiang Chen first observed through using God's eye, then leveraged ear of the zephyr to listen to these people's breathing and heartbeat. In the end, he still gained nothing. Is my feeling incorrect? 4 battles of the competition had been completed as Jiang Chen was musing, and both sides had won twice. At this moment, a 15 to 16-year-old girl walked out from behind Sectmistress Jade of the North Sect. She was wearing a downy yellow light petticoat and had an exquisite and delicately wrought body. She slowly walked onto the stage. I am North Sect disciple Wen Dizitshi. Please grant me your instruction. The girl called Wen Dizitshi had a head full of hair that was akin to a waterfall of black yarn. Her eyes, like lacquer, shone with a purity like that of a mountain spring. The softly spoken sentence was enough to send her entire face blushing to the backs of her ears. I've heard of Master's junior sectmistress Jade of the North Sect obtaining a fine disciple. It must be you, junior sister. I am your foolish brother Lu Bo Yu, and I'll demonstrate a few moves with you. This Lu Bo Yu was slender and tall, and his thin face emanated a sense of suaveness. His eyes were like a second mouth that could also speak. He had a few traces of an elegant bearing within his gestures. What surprised Jiang Chen quite a bit was that both of them were actually 6 meridians true chi. For 2 6 meridians true chi to appear in such a small star Argus palace, no wonder it caused those spectating the competition to also gasp and exclaim softly. Sectmistress Jade's originally confident, charming face darkened suddenly. She had held this disciple, the pride of her joy, in reserve, and concealed her strength in preparation to soar to the heavens with 1 feet. She hadn't thought that the South Sect would also play such a hand. The battle between these 2 trump cards was indeed much more exciting than those from earlier. Although Wen Dizitshi was gentle and refined, and even blushed when she talked, she wasn't the least bit ambiguous and perfunctory when she entered battle conditions. Her advances and retreats were measured, and she attacked and defended. She actually had quite the authoritative air. Except disciple Lu Bo Yu was patently a character that the South Sect had cultivated with emphasis. No matter what Wen Dizitshi did, he could firmly repress Wen Dizitshi, and with his combat attitude of accomplishing a task with ease, he obviously was holding his strength back. Jiang Chen shook his head lightly and privately flicked a glance at the South Sect sectmaster Shen Rong. A sly old fox was the master at machination and maneuver. It looked like the North Sect would still be unable to win for the next 10 years. Just as the thought flashed through Jiang Chen's mind, Lu Bo Yu lightly exhaled forcefully and snatched out softly with his hand, grabbing Wen Dizitshi's trailing sleeve and brought it for a sniff in front of his nose. National beauty and a heavenly fragrance, great commendation, great commendation. Wen Dizitshi was the epitome of awkwardness, as she could neither advance nor retreat in that moment. Her eyes red, tears were already rolling in her eyes. North Sect Madame Jade slammed her hand down on the table and rose, speaking angrily to Shen Rong of the South Sect. Shen Rong, are your disciples just as wicked and philandering as you? Shen Rong laughed heartily and lightly rubbed his sideburns. Junior sister Jade, what's the harm in the young making harmless jokes? Madame Jade was so infuriated that her alluring body trembled slightly, and her pink face was suffused red with anger. She had labored over 10 years of preparations, but was still 1 step short in the end. It was easy to imagine the bout of depression she felt. Lu Bo Yu cupped his hands at Wen Dizitshi. Junior sister Wen, your foolish brother had no other intention and was purely jesting with you. That was all. Tears rolling in her eyes, when Dizichi lightly stomped her foot and ran to Madame Jade, starting to cry out of her aggrievement. "What are you crying for?" Madame Jade was similarly depressed, and she lectured, "Your skills were not as good as others, so just go back and train well. How will you bear responsibility for great matters in the future if you only know to shed tears when you run into anything?" As the victor, Shen Rong didn't take the advantage to add insult to injury. Rather, he walked in front of Madame Jade and cupped his hands. "Junior sister, the stroke of a brush does not create two-star Argus palaces. Although you and I are of the North and South sects, the god of destiny has made fools of people. I have always had a noble ambition during my stewardship of the star Argus Palace, and that is to merge our North and South sect and recover the glorious days of yesteryear, strengthening our star Argus Palace's reputation, allowing our palace to become a first-rate sect in all of the Eastern Kingdom." Pretentious hypocrite. Madame Jade wasn't in a good mood. "Junior sister, your foolish brother was contemplating in the depths of the mountains a while ago and unintentionally discovered a hidden spot of the sect. It may touch upon the heritage of the founder of our Star Argus Palace. Your foolish brother finds it difficult to do so much single-handedly and would like to invite junior sister to return to the mountain and discuss a strategy together." Shen Rong's posture was quite low. Secret spot of the sect, founder of the sect. Madame Jade's refined brows lifted slightly. "Junior sister, you and I are of the same sect and same origin. Why the need to separate yours from mine on such an important matter? If this matter can facilitate the merging of the two sects in the future, wouldn't you and I have rendered a great service to the sect?" Shen Rong's tone was exceedingly sincere. Madame Jade mused in deep contemplation, as she felt a bit of dilemma. If Shen Rong's attitude had been haughty, Madame Jade would have surely left with a flourish of her sleeves. But on the contrary, Shen Rong had humbled himself, and every word he spoke was from the basis of the righteous cause for the sect. This tempted Madame Jade a bit. "Junior sister, there are many people here. Why don't you and I first discuss this in the sect's secret room? I have a few clues that just so happen to need to be discussed with junior sister." Madame Jade hesitated for a bit and finally nodded. "Shen Rong, if you truly have the intention to help the sect merge as one, then I, Madame Jade, am not a heartless person." Shen Rong was overjoyed. "Junior sister's magnanimity is the blessing of our sect. This way, please." He immediately gave orders to Lu Boyu. "Boyu, you look after the assorted honored guests. I have matters to discuss with my junior sister." "Yes." Shen Rong expressed his apologies to the guests and moved to the internal areas of the Star Argus sect along with Madame Jade. Jiang Chen sat in his seat, rather baffled. A competition had ended just like that, but he had gathered no clues at all. Instinct told him that there was definitely something out of the ordinary at this decennial event. Yet he couldn't find any traces of it, no matter how he observed. Just where did it go wrong? The guests were already dispersing in twos and threes. Some intended to leave, while others were preparing to return to their quarters and leave after supping at the Star Argus Palace's banquet. Jiang Chen was helpless and without a strategy at that moment, as he sank into an impasse. Did I really make this trip for nothing? Jiang Chen was unwilling to concede defeat. He felt sure that he had missed some fine details. After training Boulder's heart, he was confident that his intuition was much stronger than that of ordinary folks. At this moment, another disciple walked out from within the inner doors and spoke to the 6 or 7 female disciples left behind, of whom included Wen Dizichi. "Junior sisters, in accordance with the Master's junior's orders, I invite my fellow junior sisters to go and pay our respects to the sect's founding master." Upon hearing that it was their master's orders, and that it had to do with paying respects to the founding master, when Zichi naturally didn't decline and followed the disciple away. Gazing at the messenger disciple, Jiang Chen's emotions bafflingly palpated a bit. Haven't I met this person? Jiang Chen went over the experiences of the past few days in his mind, but couldn't find any memories with regards to this person. But when this disciple had arrived just now, his mental strength had detected a strand of a familiar feeling. Who was that person? Jiang Chen's thoughts flickered, and he walked towards Lu Boyu. Brother Lu. Lu Boyu took in Jiang Chen's appearance as a wandering practitioner and smiled faintly. What instructions does this honored guest have? Brother Lu, the disciple that came by with a message just now, who is he in the Star Argus Palace? Oh, that was one of Master's honorary disciples. I can't remember his name. What do you know him? Jiang Chen shook his head. Just curious. An honorary disciple, obviously someone with no particular reputation, yet he'd given Jiang Chen a familiar feeling. Jiang Chen instinctively followed them outside, but when he chased out after them, there were no traces of those people outside. The most peculiar thing was that the female disciples should have had a particular body scent. But at this moment, a strange smell permeated the air, making it impossible to discern the scent of the female disciples. No, this isn't right. Jiang Chen immediately employed God's eye to the extreme and looked around his surroundings, but still came up empty-handed. It was as if that honorary disciple had vanished into thin air with those female disciples. Jiang Chen found a South Sect disciple and asked him where the temple of the founding master was. When he swiftly hurried there, the locks were hung upon the doors to the temple. There were obviously no rites of worship to the founding master. Indeed, something's wrong with that honorary disciple. Jiang Chen calmed down and went over the entire matter again. Suddenly, the South Sect Sectmaster Shen Rong's sideburns floated in Jiang Chen's mind. Shen Rong, right. I'd actually detected Shen Rong's presence on that messenger disciple just now. Although that person consciously concealed his presence, a few-minute movements and subconscious habits were unable to escape from my God's eye's notice. Is something amiss with this Shen Rong? Jiang Chen hesitated no longer when his thoughts arrived at this point, and he deployed God's eye, ear of the Zephyr, and Boulder's heart to their utmost. Chapter 60. Once he had deployed all three abilities to their utmost, he finally found a tiny sliver of a clue in a clump of shrubbery. This clump of shrubbery was slightly different from the ones in front of it. This shrubbery all vaguely leaned in the same direction. It was obvious that something had passed by here and caused this bit of change. With the God's eye careful discerning ability, Jiang Chen finally found a few footprints in the surrounding grass so faint that they could barely be detected. These footprints were concealed very well. Jiang Chen quested all along the way and followed them to a sea of bamboo. Jiang Chen's body was like an ape's as he swung through the sea of bamboo, continuously hanging onto this clue and not letting go. Finally, after half an hour, Jiang Chen appeared in front of an entrance to a secret underground chamber, deep within the sea of bamboo. Jiang Chen took out one layered feather-throwing dagger and surreptitiously followed the course of the underground chamber. There was actually a world of its own. The further he went into the secret chamber, the entrance was small, but a vast expanse came into view after threading through a long hallway. What Jiang Chen had wholly unanticipated was that this vast expanse was actually an underground palace. The palace wasn't large, but all the furnishings that should have been there were all present. A large jade bed was installed at the end of the palace, but an even more astounding scene was present on the jade bed. Madame Jade was presently naked and had been placed in the center of the jade bed. There wasn't a shred of clothing on her body, and all of her places of importance were on full display. The 6 female disciples of the North Sect were placed on both sides, 3 on each side. The three on the left had also been similarly stripped, with not a scrap left on their bodies. The silk robes of the three girls on the right had been partially unfastened. Although they hadn't been completely unrobed, important places disappeared and reappeared like smoke, including Wen Dizichi. All of them bore expressions of fright and horror as they looked at the person standing at the head of the bed. That person was that honorary disciple who had been the messenger. Jiang Chen did not rush to reveal himself. Separated by such a distance, the honorary disciple hadn't discovered him either. Tusk, it is indeed the greater the risk, the greater the reward. The old and young of the north sect of the Star Argus Palace have all been captured in one net by me. This is excellent indeed. The person's voice carried a few tones of abnormal bewitchingness. A pair of evil eyes swept over the tempting bodies as he emitted a low roar like that of a beast's. These North Sect girls were all martial Tao practitioners, each with lithe and graceful figures. Particularly, Madame Jade, her figure was even more superior compared to those of the female disciples. If these female disciples were mostly budding flowers, then Madame Jade was a blossomed fresh flower full of the amorous feelings of a young married woman. Should I eat the old one first or taste the young one first? The person smiled evilly, but his gaze stopped on Wen Dizichi. This lass is genteel and refined, and blushes even when she speaks. She must have a particularly distinctive flavor when tasted. She's the one. The person bent down as he spoke and began to undo Wen Dizichi's clothes. Wen Dizichi's eyes displayed a desperate, horrified fear as her tears rolled down like beads. Jiang Chen knew that it would be rather unkind if he continued watching like this. Coughing lightly, he walked out from the shadows and said with a trace of a smile, "Brother, you know how to enjoy amorous happenings all right. How could you relish such wonderful things by yourself?" The person was as if struck by lightning, and his body suddenly dashed away, landing in a corner. His hand had already grabbed the hilt of a short sword, as his sinister eyes pierced towards Jiang Chen. "Who are you?" Jiang Chen laughed faintly. "Are you Shen Rong or Shen Rong's honorary disciple?" The person laughed heartily. "Shen Rong, honorary disciple. They're but bodies I use when I hunt and pluck flowers. If you want to find them, you can only go to the netherworld. This is to say that you've already killed the Star Argus Palace's South Sect sectmaster Shen Rong. You were disguised as Shen Rong from the very beginning." Jiang Chen understood everything all at once. Shen Rong and that honorary disciple who had carried the message were actually all the same person, and that was the person standing in front of him. It was more than likely that this person was that lotus harvester. Just who are you? Don't you think that you're asking too many questions? The person's tone was dark and cold as his eyes locked onto Jiang Chen, seeming to want to seal off all avenues of retreat with his gaze alone. "Lotus harvester, you've got some nerve in hunting and plucking flowers in a sect sphere of influence." Jiang Chen snorted coldly. A sliver of surprise flashed through the person's gaze. "You know me? Are you also from those interfering busybodies at the six-panel door, trying to enforce justice on behalf of heaven?" "You're correct." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "Blockhead, fool." A trace of an odd smile suddenly appeared on the lotus harvester's face. "If I haven't met 1,000 people trying to carry out justice on behalf of heaven, I've met at least 800. All these people are now sleeping soundly in the netherworld. You're the next one. You're quite confident." Jiang Chen also smiled. "Why wouldn't I be confident towards someone who's already half dead? Do you know why these women are lying here, without being able to move at all? I didn't seal their acupoints." The lotus harvester smiled leisurely. "What? You mean the smoke from the candles are poisoned?" Jiang Chen's face changed drastically. "At least you're not a complete idiot. You should die, must die, for disturbing my sexual pleasure. Give me your head in apology." The lotus harvester suddenly moved, and his figure dashed forward like a ghost or a goblin. It was said that the lotus harvester's qigong was extraordinary, and his movements indeed lived up to its reputation. The short blade in his hand turned into a flash of cold light as it chopped towards Jiang Chen's neck. Jiang Chen's body wavered and tottered, as if he might fall down at any moment. To the lotus harvester, this looked like the struggles of its prey, and it further stimulated his wildness. "Die!" The lotus harvester waved his blade and stabbed downwards. The anticipated scene did not occur. The short sword didn't land in a chop on the neck. More accurately speaking, the short sword chopped empty air. That wavering and tottering opponent suddenly vanished where he stood. Ah, not good. The lotus harvester's reaction was quick as he abruptly turned his body, sweeping his short sword out in the space behind him. At this moment, a flash of cold light came from an unknown location. It was like it didn't need to follow the rules of space, as it instantaneously shot to his throat. A flying dagger, a perfect angle, a perfect hit. Jiang Chen's layered feather-throwing dagger was as thin as a feather as it melted into the thin air. It cleaved space apart as it flew into the lotus harvester's throat. The lotus harvester clutched his throat in a death grip as his eyes bugged violently like a dead fish's. He stared at Jiang Chen with a face full of incredulity. He had never thought that he would perish in such a place like this. He didn't understand. Why was the other fine after falling victim to the poison in the candle smoke? Why had the other been able to find this place and easily, thoroughly understand his identity? But the lotus harvester would have no chance to find the answers to all these in this lifetime. How would he have known that for a great master of alchemy who had occupied all the various planes such as Jiang Chen in his past life? The poison methods of him, the lotus harvester, was akin to child's play. Jiang Chen walked up and relieved the lotus harvester's body of its head with a light stroke of a blade. He enveloped it in a cloth bag at his waist with a smooth motion and rolled the lotus harvester's head inside. He picked up the lotus harvester's short blade as well and searched out a few other things from the lotus harvester's body. According to the requirements of the mission, the head of the lotus harvester was required for inspection after killing the lotus harvester, and he also needed to obtain some sort of token from the lotus harvester. This short sword was naturally a type of token. Jiang Chen rolled all the random things on the lotus harvester's body into a cloth bag and hung it on his waist in a fluid motion. Walking to the front of the big bed, the 7 females from the North sect were all staring with wide eyes. Their expressions were both awkward and full of the desire to be saved. Jiang Chen had seen countless women in his past life, and naturally wouldn't lose his composure in such a scene with naked bodies lying all around. His gaze sweeping past all the ladies, Jiang Chen shoved a pill into Wen Diziqi's mouth. "Swallow it." Wen Diziqi's limpid eyes blinked. There were still traces of tears hanging on her long eyelashes, but she swallowed the pill obediently. This pill was the antidote to those substances that would numb the nerves. Jiang Chen had fully prepared these basic equipment the last time he'd visited the Hall of Healing. Pills produced by the Hall of Healing would naturally not be an ordinary product. A moment after Wen Diziqi had taken the pill, her hands and feet regained some of their movement. She struggled to sit up, and her hands subconsciously moved to put her clothes on. Except the pill had just taken effect, and she didn't have enough strength in her hands. With a shake of her hands, the robe slipped down and ended up revealing in detail the splendor of spring that was her chest. A pair of jade peaks as adorable as doves fell right into Jiang Chen's view. What a beautiful sight! Jiang Chen's heart also lurched slightly as he turned around and didn't stare continuously instead. Wen Diziqi's elegant face had already blushed to the back of her ears at this time. It was a good thing that Jiang Chen had turned his back, so that she didn't continue to wallow in awkwardness. She hastily wrapped her clothes around herself and said lowly, "It's all right now." Jiang Chen turned around and placed a bottle of pills in front of Wen Diziqi. "Give these to your master and your fellow sisters. You've fallen victim to the Lotus Harvester's schemes. It was great fortune amongst unfortuitous circumstances that you were unsullied." He was the Lotus Harvester. Wen Diziqi's face turned pale with fear when she heard the Lotus Harvester's infamous name. Her heart pounded furiously in her fright. Madame Jade was the first to recover her movement ability after taking the pill. She had been touched by the Lotus Harvester earlier, and the flush of intimacy had yet to fully disperse from her face. There were still traces of lustful desire fading in and out in her charming eyes. "What is the young hero's name? Little girl here thanks you for saving my life." Madame Jade's tone was young and ignorant, in stark contrast to her stern manner as cold as ice and frost earlier. Jiang Chen's thoughts perked. Judging from this tone, he knew that the Lotus Harvester had probably employed some methods on Madame Jade, and her desire had not yet dissipated. He smiled wryly. "I am a nameless nobody. My name is not worth mentioning. Since you are fine now, I shall take my leave." Madame Jade sighed lowly and spoke bitterly. "Young hero, you've seen all there is to see from both young and old from the north sect of the Star Argus Palace. What a philanderer! If you leave just like this, I'm an old woman and thus afraid of nothing. But who will prove the innocence of these girls in the future?" Jiang Chen rubbed his nose. "I think this is a bit of an exaggeration." Madame Jade smiled in a gently and lovely way. "Who was it just now who was enchanted by my chest and the area between my legs just now?" Jiang Chen felt greatly depressed and aggrieved. He admitted that his eyes had stayed on Madame Jade's body for a few seconds just now. That was because her young woman's body was the most special, the most curvaceous. But it hadn't been as exaggerated as she said. Enchanted by her, now what the heck was that? "Madam, although I am young, I know of the strict rules of conduct between men and women. I absolutely will not speak even half a word of what has happened today after I leave. If I violate my words, then may I die from 10,000 arrows piercing my heart." You don't need to swear such a blood oath." When Diziqi's face flushed red again as she hastily spoke up, and then added another sentence. "We all believe you. You're an upright gentleman with strict morals." When Diziqi thought of the awkward scene just now, the scenery of her chest hadn't originally been displayed, but her own hands had failed and allowed a thorough look for the other. When she thought of this scene, when Diziqi felt uncontrollable embarrassment, Jiang Chen nodded his head lightly and took in a deep breath. He knew that it was not advisable to remain in this place for long. If he lingered any longer, and Madame Jade tried seducing him every now and then, he may actually fail to hold his position. After all, a colorful scene littered with naked, jade bodies and exuding fragrances such as this one wasn't one that any male could easily defend against. Seeing that Jiang Chen could resume a clear and bright heart under such a short time frame and walk towards the outside, Madame Jade also privately admired him. How could an ordinary young man have controlled himself under these circumstances? "Young hero, I may not have enough face as an old woman, but can I ask for your honored name on behalf of my pathetic disciple?" Madame Jade was a quick-witted person and knew that Jiang Chen was at least somewhat kindly disposed towards her disciple when Diziqi, given that he had given her the antidote first. Jiang Chen's body halted slightly and he responded faintly, "I am Jiang Chen of the Jianghan territory, here to execute the Lotus Harvester by royal order. Everyone, we shall meet again someday." He disappeared from where he stood with a point of his toe, like a wild goose flying to the unseen world after he had spoken. Chapter 61, Jiang Han Territory, Jiang Chen. Madame Jade murmured, chewing over this name. Suddenly, a beam of startlingly bright light shot out of those alluring eyes. Jiang Han Territory, Jiang Chen. Madame Jade slapped her thigh and sighed. Cheer, you've missed out on quite a bit of fortune that would have been the making of you. Could this Jiang Chen be the young duke of the Jiang Han Territory? Young duke. The girls of the Star Argus Palace had all recovered their movement ability by now, and were in no hurry to put their clothes back on since there wasn't anyone else in the cave. Upon hearing the words, young duke, some of the girls displayed lovesick expressions. Although they were the disciples of a sect, and even the geniuses of a sect, the Star Argus Palace was, after all, just a sect in the Tianhu territory. The Tianhu territory was ranked in the lower half of the 108 dukes of the kingdom, whereas Jiang Han was an upper second-ranked dukedom, garrisoning the southern border of the kingdom. Its position was high and its power hefty. When this position was compared to them, the former was in the heavens and the other was on the ground. They had all personally seen that person's methods just now, not mentioning anything else. Even the lotus harvester, who no one on this earth could seem to beat, was as if a child that had just learned how to walk in front of him. One throwing dagger was enough to end the lotus harvester, who had rampaged through the Tianhu territory. Young duke, really a young duke. A female disciple on the left rubbed her jade shoulders as her tone turned exceedingly lovesick. Damn it, why didn't he look at me a few more times? Honored master, would you say this young duke has heavy tastes? He seems to like looking at you, you old woman. Madame Jade's face darkened. Am I old? He, a bit older than us at least. These disciples were obviously very spoiled, as they showed no respect for their elder Madame Jade. As for Wen Dizhiqi, she had been silent all along and didn't display any particular lovesick appearance. Her easily embarrassed fair face seemed to be deep in thought. Madame Jade cast a glance at Wen Dizhiqi and sighed. Cheer, a joke is a joke, you must be more carefree. Don't sink into it. Some people are destined to be an existence that you and I cannot clamber up to. Wen Dizhiqi's face flushed red again. Honored master, what are you talking about? He and us met by chance, like patches of drifting duckweed. He came chasing the lotus harvester under orders, and only happened to also simultaneously save us. Your disciple only feels gratitude for him saving our lives, nothing else. Is that so? Madame Jade sighed lightly. You, the infatuated one, have always had a personality that would sink into infatuation since you were small. As your master, I am afraid that once something takes root in your heart, you will be unable to extricate yourself from it for the rest of your life. Wen Dizhiqi didn't say another word, but in her mind, a lingering feeling hovered around the image of a dashing and handsome figure. Looks like this young Duke Jiang is participating in the Hidden Dragon trials and has come here to execute one of the missions of the trials. Madame Jade was the master of a sect after all, and still had this bit of knowledge. Hidden Dragon trials. What's that? That is held to determine if all the great dukes in the kingdom can retain their dukedoms. The youths who can participate in the Hidden Dragon trials are all the cream of the crop. Take Cheer, who, at 6 meridians true chi, is a genius that appears only once in 100 years for our sect. It said that she would be at the bottom of the ladder in the Hidden Dragon trials. Madame Jade was also full of awe, as if she beheld a high mountain when she spoke of the Hidden Dragon trials. The love-struck disciple asked, Honored master, what level is this young Duke Jiang? Your master cannot see clearly either, but someone who can kill the lotus harvester should be equal in influence and power. So his training must be at least 8 or 9 meridians. Taking it one step further, he may even be a true chi master. What? True chi master? The lovesick disciple was utterly dumbfounded, saying gloomily, "Honored master, I wish the young Duke Jiang was a frivolous type. That way Aoyang Fei's first time, could at least be given to a future true Qi master." He fair, continued to be lovesick. Even if the young Duke Jiang wished to grace someone with his presence, he would grace the honored master or junior sister Ziki. You were completely naked just now and he didn't even look twice at you. Huh, Kaior, you're just jealous. Although I didn't give my first time to the young Duke Jiang, but Aoyang Fei, can say proudly that the first man to see me naked was an exalted young Duke Jiang, a future true Qi master. But your clothes were still on your body just now, weren't they? Do you feel regret, dejected? Ha ha ha. This Aoyang Fei was indeed a lovesick girl of the first class to actually use this matter to compare, as if having Jiang Chen look at your body was the greatest honor. Madame Jade could only shake her head and smile wryly. She was the one who knew her own disciples the best, except when the disciple named Kaior said that Jiang Chen would grace her. Madame Jade first. Her ears grow hot without any cause, and it felt as if countless numbers of small insects were crawling all over her body, creating a numbing and ticklish sensation. Several sensitive areas on her body also agitated with hot currents, as they all turned as moist as a bog in the span of a moment. A baffling hint of desire flashed through Madame Jade's eyes as she thought of those scenes, and she even had the feeling of extreme expectation. Some terribly embarrassing scenes flashed through her mind, like those of Jiang Chen being as depraved as the lotus harvester, and taking advantage of their perilous state to take both her and her disciples. If she hadn't known of Jiang Chen's identity, Madame Jade would have surely felt humiliated. But now that she knew Jiang Chen's identity, the mindset of worshipping and admiring the strong made her feel that even if she were to service this young genius along with her disciples, it didn't seem to be an entirely outrageous and unacceptable thing. When she thought of the moments of passion, her whole body shook lightly as if it had been electrocuted. Madame Jade shook her head forcefully and threw those ridiculous thoughts to the back of her mind. Jiang Han territory, Jiang Chen. Wen Dizhiqi, on the other hand, was beyond innocent. She repeated this name in her mind many times. She knew that her honored master had been right about her. Some seeds were planted unknowingly and could no longer be cast off once it had taken root and germinated. But why extricate herself from it? Wasn't this a type of happiness, to be able to sink into it? Strands of sweet emotions floated up in Wen Dizhiqi's heart. There was a dream of a young, boyish hero in every young girl's heart, particularly when she met danger. This young, boyish hero would appear in the nick of time and make vigorous efforts to turn back the tide. Wen Dizhiqi also had the same young girl's dream. Therefore, Jiang Chen's dashing back profile when he left was destined to become a brand in Wen Dizhiqi's heart that would forever be difficult to obliterate. After completing the first mission, Jiang Chen pushed on his return to the capital without stopping. Jiang Chen did not relax his guard as he galloped at full speed. The closer he drew to the capital, the more wary he became. He knew that he could employ some methods to shake off his pursuers when he left the capital, but this was the only portion that must be passed upon returning to the capital and couldn't be avoided. It's most likely that an opponent will lay an ambush for me here if he wishes to scheme against me. This was a mountain pass with a dark mass of trees and shrubbery on the sides, an exceedingly easy place to set up an ambush. Jiang Chen highly deployed his ear of the zephyr as he galloped on the horse, partnering it with the mental strength of Boulder's heart. Although he was galloping swiftly on the back of a horse, he could fully take in all the potential dangers around him within 1,000 meters. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's arms pressed down lightly on the saddle as he flipped himself like a hawk. His body, suddenly shooting towards the sky from the saddle. Under habitual urging, the steed actually didn't stop and continued rushing forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 10 sharp arrows shot out from the sides of the mountain pass, and they all landed on the steed, covering almost all possible angles. The horse gave one long scream and fell down with a thud, meeting a violent death then and there. The long whip in Jiang Chen's hand shuddered as this specially made long whip was suddenly flung out. It was about 10 feet long and coiled like a dragon. The whip oscillated and gave rise to layers of true chi ripples, rippling out with Jiang Chen as the center. The oscillating true chi expanded through the long whip and caused strings of sonic booms to sound in thin air. What scoundrels are there? Show yourself. Jiang Chen stood in the middle of the path with the long whip in his hand, with his aura growing steadily by itself. With him as the center, the true chi given rise by the long whip had actually formed currents in a true chi vortex, protecting himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 black-clad killers leapt out from the sides of the road. He's the one, kill him. The 5 black-clad killer were obviously well-trained, as they didn't waste time talking with Jiang Chen. They didn't waste a single word as they locked onto their target and rushed towards him without a care for their lives. Jiang Chen's long whip danced again as it gave rise to circles of true chi, blocking these 5 people and keeping them outside the circle. Don't be afraid, everyone. At most we'll be hit once. The long whip can't kill all of us. These people were indeed exceedingly fierce and brave. They actually ignored the damage brought upon by the long whip, and whilst wielding the weapons in their hand and protecting their vitals, pounced on Jiang Chen with extreme speed. Bang, bang. The long whip simultaneously hit 2 black-clad killers. The 2 were exceedingly fierce and brave, and they actually entwined the long whip around their arms after being hit and thoroughly hampered the whip's movement. Brothers, go, chop him to death with random blows. The 2 hit by the long whip were spewing out blood, but still grimaced in a smile as they waved their companions forward. They absolutely had the posture of pitting their lives against Jiang Chen's. A bunch of crazies. Jiang Chen apparently hadn't anticipated just how foolhardy the others would be. However, Jiang Chen had actually already made his preparations before the 5 had started their attacks. He ignored the 3's attacks. His body moved like lightning to evade the attacks from the 3. The nameless saber in his hand never made it out of its scabbard, instead materializing its cutting edge out of true chi, flashing past the necks of the 2 injured killers. First form of the vast ocean current splitter wave slash. PFFT, PFFT. 2 excellent heads were harvested and repeated by Jiang Chen. In the switch-off between positions, Jiang Chen had executed 2, and the remaining 3 had ended up behind Jiang Chen. Being able to activate the blade's edge without drawing it from the scabbard, this kid is also of the advanced realm of true chi. The other 3 killers were all startled. Kid, you killed my companions, you must die today. Kill him. The 3 killers had already deployed vanishing body forms as they formed a Chinese letter formation, attacking towards Jiang Chen. Huh? Jiang Chen laughed coldly as his body wavered, bounding ahead to the front. He darted on without looking back. Kid, where are you going? Jiang Chen's body abruptly halted as he smiled faintly. Do I need to tell someone who's about to die where I'm going? Someone who's about to die. Kid, do you think with just you? Oh no, I can't bring up my true chi. Poison. The kid had already laid down poison with the first true chi activation of the long whip. Tell me, are you working to the death for the Duke of Soaring Dragon? Jiang Chen said coldly. If you answer straightforwardly, then I will also deal with you straightforwardly. Otherwise, you can wait to see each part of your body rot away and turn putrid, dying in slow agony when the poison activates. Chapter 62. These three men were all trained warriors who were willing to die for their mission from the soaring dragon manor. They were ordinarily wholly unafraid of dying, but there was a sense of terror in Jiang Chen's smile that made them shiver all over, yet not from cold. Jiang Chen, why ask if you know everything? Deal with us straightforwardly. Kill us. You want to die, it's not that easy. Tell me, how many are there in your operation this time, and who's in charge? Jiang Chen had no doubt that all of this had something to do with the Duke of Soaring Dragon. Except what was most important was how many people the Duke of Soaring Dragon had sent out. You won't be able to escape anyways, so what's the harm in telling you? The person leading the operation to kill you this time is a true Qi master. Jiang Chen, although you got rid of us, you're destined to die. True Qi master. Jiang Chen hadn't thought that he would occupy such weight in the Duke of Soaring Dragon's heart for him to send a true Qi master. But the more the Duke of Soaring Dragon was thus, the more it incited Jiang Chen's pride. So what if he's a true Qi master? As strong as a true Qi master was, it wasn't as if he, Jiang Chen, was completely without advantage. The God's Eye and the other two abilities he had gave him many advantages that true Qi masters did not boast of, not to mention many of the numerous preparations he had made before hadn't even been employed yet. When these preparations and personal advantages were combined, Jiang Chen was confident that he could also contend with a true Qi master. If he employed them well, it wasn't impossible for him to kill a true Qi master. After coaxing out the information, Jiang Chen naturally didn't leave the three of them alive. After executing them one by one, he selected a death warrior that was built vaguely like him. Jiang Chen began disguising himself at the scene. His powers of disguise were not empty bluster. Very quickly, Jiang Chen had made himself mostly like this person with a shake of his body. He then conveniently took possession of the person's black-colored clothing and facial mask. After completing his great transformation, an idea grew in Jiang Chen's heart. He disposed of the 4 corpses and cleaned up the area, continuing on his way. This can't be the only ambush, but I don't know if the true Qi master will be waiting for me up front. I must catch him unawares if I'm to take on a true Qi master. However, if it was his purposeful intent against someone else's unformed planning, and he was able to catch the other by surprise, then he would have a 60 to 70% surety of this working. After all, the technique Moon Shatter Flying Daggers, accompanied by the 9 unpredictable layered feather throwing daggers, was most adept at catching an opponent by surprise, and in obtaining the upper hand by catching someone unawares. After walking roughly 15 to 25 kilometers, he had drawn even closer to the capital. The official road would start after this bit of mountain pass, and if the others wanted to start something, they would have to think twice before engaging him on the official road. Therefore, this last obstacle would be sure to appear before he circled around this mountain ridge. Indeed, as he closed within 1,000 meters of the mountain ridge, Jiang Chen's boulder's heart detected a hint of an opposing sensation. This kind of pressure was concealed quite well, almost to the point of being undetectable. If Jiang Chen hadn't trained in boulder's heart, he would have never discovered this with purely the instinct of a martial Tao practitioner alone. Even a true Qi master would have been hard-pressed to notice, not to mention his mere 7 meridians true Qi. However, the ability of boulder's heart trained one's mental strength, making Jiang Chen's instinct abnormally sensitive and much stronger than many true Qi masters. Forget it if it's a face-to-face conflict. I'm out in the open whereas the other is concealed. There's no chance of winning. I can only take a risk and make a gamble. I only hope that the other has sent just 1 true Qi master. If there are 2 true Qi masters, then I can only make my getaway and escape to the depths of the mountain. Jiang Chen had settled on a plan and didn't drag his feet, sprinting towards the front. When he'd reached about 300 meters from the ambush site, a few figures shot out with whooshing sounds from the shadows, halting him in his path. "Old G number 5, why are you alone?" The person speaking had a tone that cut like the edge of a blade. His eyes seemed to be that of a keen edge which could penetrate metal and stone, as it raked over Jiang Chen's body. "My lord, I have intelligence of that Jiang Chen." "What intelligence?" The leader was the Duke of Soaring Dragon's confidante, Long San, and the main organizer of the operation to kill Jiang Chen. "We've discovered something along the way." Jiang Chen respectfully handed over with both hands a package he'd long since prepared. The leader was obviously quite circumspect, as he unwrapped the package with a flick of his longsword. At this moment, Jiang Chen's body suddenly moved and his hand tremored, a current of true qi flinging the package directly at the leader. At the same time, his left hand moved with a powerful, continuous motion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The layered feather-throwing daggers transformed into 5 beams of cold light and shot towards the 5 on the side. With the properties of the layered feather-throwing daggers and the mysteries of moon-shatter-flying daggers, attacking at such a close distance added wings to the tiger that was the throwing daggers. Apart from one person who was slightly further away and flinched instinctively when he saw the flash of cold light, the other 4 didn't have any reaction at all. When they felt a cold draft on their necks, their throats had already been pierced. The one who evaded this calamity hadn't dodged all of it. The leathered feather-throwing dagger shot into his left shoulder. Of course, Jiang Chen had merely incidentally attacked these 5. His main target was still locked on the leader's body. The second the package had shook itself open, he had used true qi to agitate the streams of smoke inside to spread out in the span of a moment. The leader Long San had witnessed many large happenings before. When he saw the smoke percolating through the air, he knew something was amiss with this smoke, and hastily covered his nose, slight emotion flickering in his eyes. His body rapidly backed up until he was 100 steps away. He then took a look at his 5 underlings. 4 were already down and 1 was injured. You're Jiang Chen." Long San roared lowly, his eyes like those of a violent beast shooting out thick killing intent. "You've guessed correctly." Jiang Chen stared faintly at Long San. "I saw you in the Soaring Dragon manor." "Huh, so what? Your Jiang family is setting yourself against the Duke of Soaring Dragon. That's bringing destruction down upon yourself." Long San didn't conceal his identity in the slightest. "Bringing destruction down upon myself?" Jiang Chen laughed contemptuously. "Do you think that you, someone who's about to die, has the right to say such things to me?" "What do you mean?" Long San's gaze grew nervous. "You must surely think that you evaded the poisonous smoke because you covered your nose." The edges of Jiang Chen's lips moved slightly as they revealed some hints of mockery. "However, my poison is all-pervasive. You covered your nose, but did you cover your ears? Even if you could cover your ears, could you cover every single pore? Unless you were prepared well in advance, and prepared a defense of true qi within your body, defending yourself while the poison invaded and used the true qi to force it out." Jiang Chen's tone was diffident and remote. Whether it was a true qi master or an ordinary practitioner, anyone who allowed Jiang Chen within 10 meters of themselves was equivalent to laying half their life in Jiang Chen's hands. Long San's pupils contracted rapidly as they shot out the violent, brutal light of a wild beast. Jiang Chen, however, was in no hurry to walk up to him. Rather, he stayed 100 meters away from Long San, walking in circles. Out of Long San's 5 underlings now, 4 were dead and 1 was injured. A peculiar poison had invaded Long San's body. Jiang Chen would naturally not attack brashly. He had all the time in the world to dawdle. However, Long Sen didn't have the luxury of wasting time. The more time he wasted, the more the poison would seep through his body. He continually fished out various antidotes from himself, but they were all useless to a fault. Jiang Chen, are you a death warrior under the command of me, Long Sen, or not? Have you lost your will to fight after your shoulder was hurt? Long Sen knew that continuing to waste time like this was not the thing to do. His only point of reliance now was on this injured underlying. An injured shoulder was not a fatal injury. That Jiang Chen kept circling not too far and not too close. When he heard Long San's admonishment, he roared lowly, "Lord San, I will return to pass on this information and bring reinforcements to avenge you." When he'd finished, this Jiang Chen actually sprang off the balls of his feet and leapt towards the depths of the trees and shrubbery, making a clean getaway. Jiang Chen laughed softly. "Why don't you stay?" Two layered feather-throwing daggers, one taking the left and the other taking the right, sealing off Jiang Chen's escape. PFFT. Moon-shatter flying daggers could scatter the sun, moon, and the stars. Although this Jiang Chen was of 8 meridians true Qi, his will had been seized from him, and he was fleeing in abject panic. He was a walking target in Jiang Chen's eyes. Add to that Jiang Chen's God's eye scanning the surroundings. He could make exceedingly accurate judgments about Jiang Chen's escape path and his next move. Therefore, there was absolutely no chance of missing the mark this time. Long Sen's face was ashen as he muttered, cursing, "Coward, coward, to think that I, Long Sen, would raise such a coward as a death warrior." After half a day, some wandering practitioners riding a horse carriage stopped in front of the door to the Soaring Dragon Manor. "Who are you to dare loiter in front of the manor of the Duke of Soaring Dragon?" The manor's guards immediately appeared and sought to banish these wandering practitioners. One of the middle-aged practitioners smiled apologetically. "Don't be mad, sir, don't be mad. We haven't come to act wildly on this trip. We're purely helping a fellow deliver someone here, fulfilling the spirit of helping each other while in the outside world." Deliver someone? Deliver who? The manor guard's tone was quite unfriendly. "The man who entrusts us to deliver this man said this man's name is Long Sen. He said this is a strong practitioner in your Soaring Dragon Manor, and that he was poisoned in the course of executing a mission outside. This is most urgent for us to bring him back. He said to ask the strongest poison master within the manor to take a look. We are also trying our best to do what someone else asked us to do. Lord San." The manor guard was dumbfounded when he heard Long Sen's vaulted name. "Where is he?" "In the carriage. Please take a look, Sir Guard, and see if he's someone in your manor. If not, then we were the ones played for a fool." The manor guard jerked at the curtain on the carriage and took a look inside. His expression changed drastically upon seeing the person inside as he hollered, "All of you, wait here. I'll go in and make a report." A group of those notable people with power in the Soaring Dragon Manor soon surged out. Although Long San was merely a hired thug for the Duke of Soaring Dragon, he was one of the strongest 5 people within the Duke of Soaring Dragon's manor. Although he was just a leader of the guards, he had committed many covert actions for the Duke of Soaring Dragon, and thus the Duke of Soaring Dragon relied heavily on him. And now this Long Sen had been poisoned and sent back by some wandering practitioners, his status unknown. How could this not bewilder and shock the entire Soaring Dragon dukedom? Long Sen was a true Qi master. The number of people who could harm him in the Eastern Kingdom could basically be counted on one hand. Chapter 63. Within the manor, even the Duke of Soaring Dragon himself was startled and bothered. The spiritual alchemists in the manor all came forward one by one, including the senior executives of Pill King Garden who had newly given themselves up, to go upstairs and discern Long San's condition. As for the one whom the Duke of Soaring Dragon relied most heavily on, Courtmaster Wang was also similarly at a loss of what to do. "Your lordship, this is not simple. The poison has seeped in through the pores and can be labeled as a tyrant amongst poisons. It's my view." "Eh? What's this?" Courtmaster Wang was thinking of ways to excuse his incompetence when he suddenly discovered that there was a small strip of cloth inside the front of Long San's garment. There were even 4 words on it: "Fight poison with poison." Script as tiny as the heads of flies could also be seen on the back of the cloth. "Let the strongest poison master in the manor try this poison." The Duke of Soaring Dragon was about to reach towards the strip of cloth when Courtmaster Wang hastily stopped him. "Your lordship, don't touch it. I'm afraid that there's poison." The entire manor was akin to birds being startled by the merest twang of a bow string. Upon hearing Courtmaster Wang's words, the Duke of Soaring Dragon also retracted his hand and stared at the cloth with a scary expression. "Your lordship, you sent this Long San to kill Jiang Chen, and this piece of cloth seemed to insinuate at something. Can it be that this Long San has fallen into Jiang Chen's hands?" Courtmaster Wang felt quite a measure of dread when it came to Jiang Chen. Impossible. How old is that Jiang Chen? In terms of training, at the very most, he can only be at the advanced realm of true qi. How could he have injured Long San to this degree? Long Jiaofeng shook his head. "However, it says fight poison with poison here. This plainly means that he won't suffer losses for more than 1 night. Must be revenge for the poison that Jiang Feng fell victim to." "No." Long Jiaofeng still shook his head. "I thoroughly investigated the inner secrets of the Jiang family. Whether it's Jiang Feng or Jiang Chen, both of them don't have such strength. Long San is a true qi master, and not an ordinary one at that. I suspect that someone is secretly helping the Jiang family. Furthermore, it's very possible that it's someone from the Eastern family clan." The Jiang family and Eastern royal family clan were walking very closely together now. It was not an impossible thing to say that the royal family had sent strong practitioners to secretly aid him. It wouldn't conform with logic at all if it was Jiang Chen himself who had the ability to harm Long San. "Old Wang, you've blathered on for so long. Do you have the ability to cure Long San of his poison or not?" The Duke of Soaring Dragon truly did value Long San highly. "Your subordinate is merely adept at spirit medicines, and truly doesn't have much right to speak when it comes to using poisons. We can now only wait for Master Violet to emerge from training to even have a ray of hope." Courtmaster Wang knew more than anyone as he spoke that there was no way Long San would survive long enough for Master Violet to emerge from training. Not to mention, the poison was already close to attacking the heart. Even if Master Violet lent a hand, Long San may not even be saved. Besides, although Master Violet was quite adept in using poisons, he may still not be able to penetrate the mysteries of this poison in a short time and resolve it in a timely manner. The lamp of Long San was obviously expiring as it had run out of oil. "Jiang family." A frightening light sparkled in Long Jiaofeng's eyes. "Your lordship, what should we do about those wandering practitioners who sent Lord Sen back?" a corps guard captain of the manor asked. "I don't want to hear wild rumors outside." Long Jiaofeng said faintly. "Understood." The guard captain nodded, comprehending Long Jiaofeng's meaning. The Duke apparently didn't wish for details of Long San's matter to be spread widely. What kind of men could keep secrets the best? Dead men, of course. After returning to the capital, Jiang Chen dressed up a bit and then returned to the Jiang Han Manor. This back-and-forth trip had taken precisely half a month. The first mission had been completed to perfection. However, Jiang Chen was in no rush to report the completion of his task. Rather, he first explained to his father, Jiang Feng, the matter regarding Long San. "Long San." Jiang Feng's eyes shot out looks beyond belief after listening. "Chenner, you're saying that you used poison to cripple Long San." "To be more accurate," he should be dead. Jiang Chen was an alchemy master of all planes beneath the heavens in his past life. An unorthodox branch such as employing poison was a piece of cake. He naturally had calculated precisely. When he had sent Long San back, he would absolutely not allow the possibility that the others would be able to save him. Jiang Chen wasn't a particularly grudge-carrying person, but he also wasn't someone at the mercy of others. Today, Long San was merely the first step in his counterattack, for what the soaring dragon dukedom had done to his father last time. This could at most only be counted as interest. He would be sure to present even more of the principle in the future. He had purposefully put the words onto the small strip of cloth in order to take a jab at the soaring dragon dukedom. As for those wandering practitioners, Jiang Chen would naturally not send innocent people to their deaths. Those fellows had all fooled around together on the outskirts of the capital. They appeared to be wandering practitioners on the surface, but had in actuality raided homes and plundered houses covertly, committing acts of murder for personal gains. To put it frankly, they were a bunch of robbers and bandits. Jiang Chen had sent them to the Soaring Dragon Manor because he was betting that the Soaring Dragon Manor would kill anyone who might become an eyewitness against them. Chenner, Long Jiaofeng, is a fierce and ambitious person who will seek revenge for the smallest of grievances. Long San is one of his confidantes that he relies most heavily on. Long San's strength can also absolutely be ranked in the top 5 of the Soaring Dragon Dukedom. If this man dies, then the Duke of Soaring Dragon will inevitably visit an even more ferocious vengeance upon you. Jiang Feng's tone was prudent. He already wasn't using conventional vision to measure up this son. One cannot be without a cautious heart. Jiang Chen nodded. However, we cannot halt in hesitation merely because they wish to take revenge. Right. I will train for a few days first and fight to break through 8 meridians true qi this time, thereby taking another step forward towards increasing my strength. In the training of martial Tao, one would sometimes face bottlenecks if he relied solely on training behind closed doors. Traveling in the outside world and toughening up from experience would often lead to new inspiration and understanding, priming the pivotal turning point for a breakthrough. This time's travels in the outside world for executing the mission had also resulted in a greater step of improvement for Jiang Chen, both in terms of mentality and experience. The knowledge and experiences that he had encountered during his travels had all been distilled down to their essence for him to absorb, providing great benefits, becoming the catalyst for his martial Tao breakthrough. Jiang Chen successfully broke through 3 days later. After breaking through, Jiang Chen had the capabilities of 8 meridians true qi. He could clearly feel that his strength had risen yet another level again. After entering the advanced realm of true qi, the difference between increasing each meridian true qi and improving each personal level would become more and more apparent. One would be able to feel the distance increasing with each additional step taken upwards. Along with Jiang Chen breaking through to 8 meridians true qi, he also indistinctly comprehended many of the mysteries of the techniques that he was training in by drawing parallels from inference. Of course, Jiang Chen had still only trained up to the 2nd form of vast ocean current splitter. It would take some time of contemplation and a critical turning point for him to train to the 3rd form. As for divine Ion's fist, Jiang Chen had still halted on the 3rd level of reincarnation, in the 3rd cycle of blooming and wilting, but he had a better comprehension of the true meaning of this boxing technique. If these comprehensions and advancements were used in actual battle, they would greatly enhance his personal battle capabilities. That day when Jiang Chen was on the path of returning to the capital and met the first wave of ambushes, Jiang Chen hadn't even unsheathed his nameless saber when he'd chopped off the other's head. This was the true meaning of the martial Tao contained within, and also the astounding mysteries of the vast ocean current splitter. And now that he possessed 8 meridians true qi, Jiang Chen was confident that even if he confronted Long Sen face to face now, he would absolutely not be afraid of the other. Whether it was vast ocean current splitter or employing divine ion's fist, either would be enough to directly contend with Long San, someone at the true Qi master level of training. The benefits brought to Jiang Chen from breaking through to 8 meridians were quite apparent. God's eye and ear of the Zephyr both smoothly broke through to the 4th level, as the boulder's heart that had previously progressed at a slow level also showed signs of loosening up in the 2nd level, allowing for a greater likelihood of advancing to the 3rd level. Jiang Chen would absolutely not become lax about these 3 abilities. Not only were these 3 abilities highly useful in actual combat, but they were also prerequisites for the training of moon shatter flying daggers. Jiang Chen had basically fully grasped the initial steps of moon shatter flying daggers by now. However, the strength of moon shatter flying daggers lay in the mysteries of those unpredictable and constantly changing moves, and Jiang Chen had currently only practiced some foundational movements. As of now, he didn't even possess the qualifications to begin practicing and comprehending the profound meaning of those truly strong moves. In order to practice the first move of moon shatter flying daggers, he would have to train God's eye and ear of the Zephyr to the 7th level. Boulder's heart would also have to be at least the 4th level. The most profound ability, Psychic's head, would have to be trained to the 2nd level. The current Jiang Chen was still a long shot away with his 4 abilities. Particularly the Psychic's head, he hadn't even started that yet. When he reviewed his personal strength, Jiang Chen felt a sense of urgency. It looks like in order to receive the qualification to train in the mysteries of the moves of moon shatter flying daggers, I must first practice these 4 accompanying abilities to a satisfactory level. Although Jiang Chen felt a certain urgent need, he would also not do something utterly beyond him, like forcing a duck onto a perch. On the road of martial Tao training, going about things steadily and surely was the only proper way forward. The next day, Jiang Chen went to the testing site for the hidden dragon trials to turn in his first mission. Jiang Chen, mission of the 1st rank, to kill the rapist lotus harvester in the Tianhu territory. An organizer for the hidden dragon trials started to verify his mission. According to verification, this head is indeed that of the violent and wicked lotus harvester. This short sword and these personal effects are all authentication tokens that are up to standard. The organizer nodded and proclaimed, "Jiang Chen, first mission of the 1st rank complete." Following this organizer's proclamation, Jiang Chen's first mission was thus completed. Jiang Chen, according to the rules, you still need to complete 2 more missions of the 1st rank to be able to enter the 1st rank. The remaining 2 missions are both fixed. These were old rules and Jiang Chen didn't have too much to stress about. He conveniently picked up the scroll for the 2nd mission and prepared to leave. Jiang Chen, a moment. Jiang Chen didn't even need to turn his head to know that Princess Goyu had arrived. In actuality, his ear of the Zephyr had already captured Princess Goyu's unique breathing when he had first set foot into the hidden dragon trials testing site. In the entire testing site, this was the only unique breathing that belonged to a true Qi master of 11 meridians true Qi. "Your Highness, what instructions do you have? Come with me." Princess Goyu acted with a bit more reservation in front of others. After he'd followed Princess Goyu into a private secret room, a ray of astounding splendor shot out from her phoenix eyes. "Jiang Chen, I've heard that something's happened to Long San. Is that so? What does that have to do with me? Who's Long San?" Jiang Chen riposted with 3 questions in a row and had a face of complete disinterest. "AI, Princess Goyu was a bit disappointed. She had really wanted Jiang Chen to thump his chest and admit to this matter. Chapter 64. Upon seeing that Jiang Chen was non-committal, Princess Goyu didn't overly compel him. She also knew that he could be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. She herself had suffered many losses in front of him before. In this regard, Jiang Chen, the amount of time you've taken to complete the mission of the first rank counts amongst the faster candidates. You've spent only 20 or so days. Up until now, only the 2 candidates from the Soaring Dragon Dukedom have completed their first mission, and that was just 2 days ago. This was to say, Jiang Chen was the third to hand in his first mission amongst the group vying for first rank. Ha ha ha. Initial success doesn't mean one will succeed in the future. Only one who succeeds in the end has the true ability. It doesn't mean much to allow them to be first. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Jiang Chen was indifferent to the question of who came first. If he hadn't shut his doors for training at home for a few days and broken through to 8 meridians true qi, stabilizing his martial Tao foundations, he could have actually reported in 3 days ago. These rankings of who was early or late actually had no significant impact on the greater picture. In the end, the final rankings were determined by the martial arts demonstration. Gao Yu didn't say much upon seeing Jiang Chen's indifferent attitude. She knew very well that beneath that seemingly completely unconcerned exterior, his heart had more magnanimity than anyone else's. Gazing at the figure that had already left, Princess Goyu suddenly obtained courage from some unknown place. Jiang Chen, our agreement from earlier still stands. Jiang Chen's body halted briefly as he laughed involuntarily, thinking, this lass is stubborn all right. If Zheyuo, that little girl, knew that her idiotic aunt had already promised her to Jiang Chen without obtaining her approval, I wonder if the girl would be at a loss of whether to laugh or cry. The second mission was more complicated in comparison to the first mission, but it looked to be a bit more interesting. Mission of the first rank. Recruit 8 personal guards. Mission requirements. Each personal guard had to be at 6 meridians true qi or higher, with the potential to continue ascending. Age requirements. No lower boundary but may not exceed 20 years old. Identity requirements. Member of the personal guard must be a practitioner from the Eastern Kingdom, with no other nationality. Mission criteria. An inspection will be conducted when the mission is over, and personal guards must pass the final martial arts exam. Jiang Chen found this mission rather innovative. At least this wasn't a mission that could be completed through brute force and acting rashly. Due to the peculiarities of this mission, candidates weren't barred from revealing their identity. This was to say, candidates were strictly barred from revealing their identity, mobilizing family and personal connections in other missions. However, this mission was quite unique in that it was a mission open the public. One had to reveal their identity and use their network and connections. Otherwise, with the pride and motives of a practitioner, who would be willing to be a personal follower of an unknown somebody. Chenner, this mission isn't a simple one. Of course, if you want to assail the position of a first-rank duke, you must have this kind of personal guard. Every duke needed to have a batch of death warriors who were willing to offer their lives up for him. And this lot of death warriors was basically the equivalent of the core layer of power beside the duke in future days. The duke's power would continuously expand from this core. As for the age requirement of not exceeding 20 years, that was only par for the course. Any person with 6 meridians true qi over 20 years old wouldn't have much potential. And as for the identity requirement, that was even easier to understand. Identity verification was nothing but to guarantee that spies from another country wouldn't permeate the people who were by the side of the dukes. This mission wasn't as simple as merely recruiting 8 personal guards. At the conclusion of the mission, These 8 personal guards would have to go through a strength examination, and specific tests at that. If they didn't pass these tests, this mission would count as a fail. Chenner, our Jiang family has managed the Jiang Han dukedom for hundreds of years. We have quite a bit of local prestige. I have strong relationships with some local powers, and they support and endorse me a great deal. Although your mother passed away early, there are also some fine young disciples on her mother's side. Make a trip back to the Jiang Han territory, and I can help you fill 4 or 5 places. It was as Jiang Feng said. His mastery over the Jiang Han territory was quite well. In the few hundred years of the Jiang family ruling over the Jiang Han territory, they had long since forged the local territory into a solid sheet of iron support. Jiang Feng had great prestige in ordinary times to begin with, no matter which local power engaged in a conflict. They were sure to ask the Duke of Jiang Han to make a ruling. Jiang Feng conducted himself in an upright manner and was honorable and impartial. His judgments oftentimes compelled not just mere obedience, but submission with good grace. Therefore, although Jiang Feng was greatly suppressed by the Duke of Soaring Dragon in the capital, he was a greatly beloved leading personage in the Jiang Han territory with high prestige. If the next Duke of Jiang Han was recruiting for his personal guard, there would undoubtedly be innumerable volunteers answering the call. After all, coming under the Duke of Jiang Han's banner meant forming a relationship with an absolute power, and was the equivalent of taking a step into layer of the core power in the Eastern Kingdom. This was a completely separate matter from being an absolute local power. The exceeding power and influence of a duke of the nation was not something that a local power could imagine. The time allotted for completing each mission was 1 month. Jiang Chen had saved 10 days out of his first mission. That meant he had 40 days during this second mission. There seemed to be quite the sufficient time, yet that might also not be the case. Looks like you and I need to make a trip back to the southern frontier. Jiang Feng had also left the Jiang Han territory for quite a while, and he felt rather nostalgic about his home. Father, the situation in the capital is quite complicated. A slight move in one part may affect the situation as a whole. Why don't you stay in the capital? Your son can make the trip back. Jiang Feng was startled briefly, then thought of something immediately after. He smiled. Chenner, you wish to go back alone. I will go back alone. Jiang Chen nodded very firmly. All right, I have always respected your wishes as your father. Then you shall go back alone and make use of this opportunity to test your control of the greater picture. Jiang Feng chuckled. A true Duke of Jiang Han was very different from being a young duke. The Duke of Jiang Han was very illustrious in his territory, but that didn't mean that the young duke would similarly receive the same treatment, particularly as the previous Jiang Chen was a rather useless dandy. His reputation of having neither learning nor art was renowned, not only in the capital, but also quite famously in the Jiang Han territory. Therefore, for Jiang Chen, there would be a certain degree of inherent difficulty for him to achieve certain deeds and successfully recruit 8 personal guards in the Jiang Han territory without his father coming forward on his behalf. Chenner, I've decided to hold a private banquet tonight and invite some dukes we have friendly relations with, in the hopes that they will advertise a bit for us and cast a wide net when recruiting talent. It would actually be quite difficult to suddenly find 8 promising youths with 6 meridians true qi in a mere Jiang Han territory. It wouldn't be difficult to merely find 8 youths with martial Dao potential, but to recruit personal followers, strength and potential weren't the only questions to be asked. One had to also consider temperament, willingness, and competency, amidst a host of other questions. Putting all of these factors into consideration made for a more difficult search. Asking a few dukes that they were more friendly with to spread the word in their territories would actually be an ideal channel. Jiang Chen didn't object. After all, the more venues the better now. As for what type of person they recruited, and whether or not they were dependable, that would still be up to him. That night, the Duke of Jiang held a banquet and invited 7 or 8 dukes with whom their friendships were quite solid and firm. It was a common thing for dukes to visit frequently with each other and to have harmonious dispositions, even when they knew that the relationship between the Duke of Soaring Dragon and the Duke of Jiang wasn't good. It still hadn't affected the relationship between these dukes and Jiang Feng. After all, there was a large number of conflicts between the dukes. It wasn't as if the Duke of Soaring Dragon would be able to shut out the heavens with one hand. Not to mention that the situation regarding the Jiang family was lost in the mist and clouds, and many didn't understand it. The always good-for-naught Jiang Chen had suddenly shot to the skies with one amazing feat, and had continued to commit many astonishing acts. Many even suspected that the Jiang father and son had long since harbored ambitions, and had concealed their strength in order to not attract attention. They were actually aiming for the position of the 4 great dukes. Jiang Chen's selection of a first-rank mission, this time, had corroborated the speculations of many sides. Therefore, when the Duke of Jiang summoned them, even those with a previous lack of relations wouldn't openly deny Jiang Feng face, not to mention those who did have a pre-existing relationship with him before. When the banquet was over, the news of Jiang Chen recruiting for his personal guard also began to spread. One had to say, the speed in which news traveled in the capital was a lot faster than Jiang Chen could imagine. The resulting cascading reaction also came with a swift speed. Important figures began to call upon Jiang Chen early the next morning. The first one to arrive was Cao Baishu. "Honored master, your disciple has 2 nephews within his family clan. They are twin brothers and have always trained within the family, with an occasional bit of guidance from me, with the aid of my spirit medicine. They have also trained to 6 meridians true qi at the age of 17 this year. It would be a waste of the prime of their lives if they stayed where they were. Beishi has heard that honored master was recruiting for his personal guard, therefore." Jiang Chen understood Cao Baishu was recommending candidates to him. "Twin brothers, this is actually quite nice. It's rare for you to have such thoughts, Beishi. I will leave 2 spots for your 2 nephews. Write them a letter and tell them to convene with me at the Jiang territory." Cao Baishu was overjoyed upon hearing these words. Although he called them nephews from the family clan, Cao Baishu actually had an ambiguous relationship with their mother. He had committed his share of ridiculous acts when he was young. Cao Baishu's relationship with these 2 nephews was that of an uncle and his nephews, but in actuality, Cao Baishu viewed them as his sons. He had the desire to help these 2 nephews advance in life, but unfortunately, these 2 fellows had not the slightest interest in spirit medicine business. They only wanted to train well and flock to a royal or noble banner in the future, rising head and shoulders above the others. Jiang Chen's mind was at ease when it came to the people that Cao Baishu had recommended. At least there wouldn't be any problem whatsoever in terms of loyalty. After Cao Baishu had left, Princess Goyu came again. Even she had come to recommend someone to Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, I come to recommend someone with my personal guarantee. He is the eldest grandson of my first martial Dao teacher. His family is in an abject financial situation now, but he is an honest, sincere, and tolerant individual." Princess Goyu also came straight to the point. Chapter 65. The capital, Qingyang Lane. The morning sunshine spilled into a yard, as a youth wearing coarse hemp with sweat pouring down his face trained a set of blade techniques. The yard was exceedingly roomy, as the red lacquered main door, strong and tall walls, with its spacious layout overall, All spoke of the great fortune and prosperity that had once graced this yard. Except much of the red lacquer had been chipped away from the main door under the erosion of time, appearing rather in mottled disorder. The strong and tall walls also showed some tattered gaps, and seemed to be unable to withstand the wind and rain from the outside. The spacious internal layout appeared empty and deserted as well, with no trace of any decent furniture to be found. No matter how illustrious and wealthy this house had once been, the owner who lived here now had absolutely come down in the world. This was verified by every detail, except the youth in the yard didn't seem to want to accept this harsh reality. He trained in an exceedingly desperate fashion, with the emotions of his family once again prospering, inspiring him. He had practiced this set of blade techniques whenever he heard the roosters crow every day for no less than 8 years. He had no other choice. He seemed to wish to regain the lost splendor and find the illustrious eminence of this house through the blade in his hand once again. The red lacquered doors were banged open. A crowd of nefarious servants like a pack of tigers and wolves barged in, gathered around a youth around 20 years old. "Guo Jin, you're keeping your poise all right. You're still in the mood to practice. Today is the final deadline. Are you giving up this house and its surrounding yard or not?" The youth's smile was sinister and ruthless, and his tone was that of complete confidence in that the practicing youth was at the former's mercy. The youth Guo Jin stopped and rested his blade on his shoulders, saying coldly, "You, with the Zhuo surname, this house and its yards have been passed down from my forefather and his forefathers, and is the honor and glory of my Guo family. We can discuss anything else, but you should forever drop the idea of having me sell my ancestral home." "Not willing." The Zhuo surnamed youth smiled threateningly. "Then let's tally up our accounts clearly. You came to my financing house last year to borrow 10,000 silver. It's been 1 full year by now. Combining both principal and interest, you need to return 15,000 silver. Either you immediately pay up, or I'll immediately make a statement to the local authorities to impound your house. Don't blame me for not telling you that the local authorities will swallow you whole, without leaving not much behind. I, Zhou Tan, am willing to pay 80,000 silver to you right now. If we go to the local authorities, if there's even 10,000 or 8,000 silver left to you, it'll be because you were lucky enough that the auspicious sign of green smoke rising from your Guo ancestral graves appeared." This Zhou Tan was the young boss of the biggest firm for exchanging and transferring money in the capital, and he had methods for both legitimate and shady ways. He had taken a fancy to this house, and had no doubts in his mind that he could handle this friendless and helpless youth whose family fortunes had declined, whether through the local authorities or through other methods. Young man Guo Jin only shook his head. "Zhou Tan, kill me if you want, but I will never betray my ancestors or give up this house." "Betray your ancestors?" Zhou Tan laughed a rather meaningful laugh. "You think too much. You're a youth who simply doesn't know any better. How could you still have the face to mention your ancestors with your infamous father, that army deserter? If it was me, I would have left the capital long ago and found a remote backwater location to hide in." Deserter. It was as if that word was like lightning, causing the youth Guo Jin's body to slightly convulse all over. His originally somewhat restrained eyes shot out killing intent like that of wild beasts gone mad. "Zhou Tan, just try saying what you said again." The hand clasping the blade's hilt trembled lightly as Guo Jin's eyes filmed over with red, as if ready to leap forward and fight to his death at any second. His father was a taboo subject that could not be touched in Guo Jin's heart. To speak of this matter or not, this reputation already exists in the capital. Even if you forbid me from saying it, can you stop all the wagging mouths in the capital? "Zhou Tan, obviously didn't take much notice of Guo Jin's ferocity. However, he was here to scheme and seize the house, and didn't wish to fight until one of them died. Bullshit. This is all bullshit. I've said that my father wasn't an army deserter. He isn't a deserter. I'll fight whoever says he's a deserter. Zhou Tan, just try saying that one more time. The veins on his neck bulged out as the youth roared, his black face flushing scarlet, apparently angry to the utmost. Zhou Tan's face darkened. Guo Jin, I have no interest in your father's affairs. I'm here today to give you a final ultimatum. Either transfer the house to me, or I'll go through the local authorities to impound your house. You only have these two choices. Don't think you can fool me by putting up a death-defying front. That little bit of fortune and glory your ancestors had is long gone by now. And even if it was still present, so what? I, Zhou Tan, am giving your Guo family face and taking a fancy to your house. If it was another one and you were begging me to accept your house, I might not even be willing to. Kids, get ready. If that kid Guo is insensible like a block of wood, then throw him and the old one out with random blows from your staves. Don't hold back, feed them to the dogs if they die. It was apparent that Zhou Tan was pretty much out of patience. The crew of nefarious servants were all rubbing their fists and wiping their palms upon hearing their master's order. They started hovering closer with malicious intentions. Guo Jin gave a great wave of his blade and raged. Whoever dares come forth dies first. Zhou Tan said coldly, Kid Guo, looks like you refuse to give up until all hope is gone. Rush him, it's on me if you beat him to death. Papa. At this moment, a round of ear-piercing applause suddenly sounded from outside the great door. That was followed up with someone laughing as they clicked their tongue. Daring to enter someone's home and kill them in broad daylight. Are we still in the Eastern Kingdom's territory? This scene was outside of Zhou Tan's expectations. He hadn't thought that there was anyone who dared to poke their nose in his Zhu family's business in the Qingyang Lane. Was there someone who felt that they had lived too long? Who are you? This is a debt dispute between my Zhu financing house and the debtor. What business is it to you? It was obvious that Zhou Tan was accustomed to running wild in the capital. It originally was none of my business, but now I'm making it my business. A youth with a confident, unhurried smile and clear eyes strode in leisurely with 4 underlings. This person was naturally the young duke from the Jianghan dukedom, Jiang Chen. Whoosh! The band of nefarious Zhu servants immediately formed a circle and surrounded Jiang Chen and his Sheng retinue. Jiang Chen ignored the gleaming of the blades and shadows of their swords. Instead, he remained calm and composed while handling pressing matters, and flicked a glance at Zhou Tan. How much does he owe you? Zhou Tan laughed coldly. What does it matter to you? It's not an issue of money now, but that he used this house as collateral and has defaulted on his loan. I'm here to take this house. Sir, no matter your background, I advise you to not meddle in this business. Some businesses you're unable to meddle in. Some people you're unable to suffer the consequences of provoking them. Oh, Jiang Chen smiled. Judging from your tone, you seem to be quite a character. Huh. My Zhu financing house numbers amongst the elites in the entire kingdom. Who are you? Who is your father? Is he an official or in business? Jiang Chen completely ignored Zhou Tan's existence and instead turned his head to ask Guo Jin, Your surname is Guo. Guo Jin was also surprised to see someone flagrantly interfere. Seeing that this person seemed to have quite the intention of protecting him, he nodded honestly. Your grandfather is Guo Shun, tutor Guo. Yes. Guo Jin's chest puffed out upon hearing his grandfather's name, and a trace of pride flowed through his eyes. There were still people of great ability who numbered amongst the Guo ancestors, and they had once enjoyed riches and honor. All right, how much money do you owe the Zhu financing house? Jiang Chen asked again. I'd originally borrowed 10,000 silver to cure my mother's illness. Interest compounded, and now, combining the principal and interest, it amounts to 15,000 silver. Guo Jin was also a bit downcast when he spoke of the debt that was as heavy as a mountain. 15,000 silver. Jiang Chen nodded and said to Sheng Wan by his side, Sheng Wan, count out 15,000 silver to them. In the time that the four brothers from the Sheng battalion had followed Jiang Chen, they had witnessed all sorts of miracles and amazing feats from Jiang Chen. Their relationship with Jiang Chen now had been built up to that of a deeper superior and subordinate relationship, no longer the mere original relationship of completing a mission. Notes for 15,000 silvers were counted out, and Sheng Wan directly handed it to Zhou Tan. Count them up. The young master of my house is repaying the money for him. Don't come here in the future seeking to make a fuss. Sheng Wan hailed from the army and naturally had a threatening presence. His step forward caused Zhou Tan's heart to tighten. He stared at Jiang Chen, the thought occurring to him more and more that this youth seeming to have quite a background. However, Zhou Tan had never been afraid of anyone since he was small. He didn't accept the notes, but rather smiled queerly. I seem to have said quite clearly just now that he's defaulted on a loan. I want the house now and not silver. Default. Do you have evidence? Jiang Chen didn't erupt in anger. An underling brought out the certificate of indebtedness with a wave of Zhou Tan's hand. Of course, this certificate was riddled with various traps and had Guo Jin's signature and personal mark. Jiang Chen twisted his hand smoothly and directly shredded this certificate. Now do you have more? Zhou Tan had been completely caught off guard by this motion. He hadn't thought that this youth who had an uncommon air about him would suddenly be deliberately dishonest and destroy the evidence. It had always been him, Zhou Tan, committing dog-eat-dog acts. To think someone would do the same to him today. You're courting death. Zhou Tan's temper flared completely in that moment. Jiang Chen walked into the yard without turning his head, saying noncommittally, Sheng Wan, take the notes and people and throw them out together. The four brothers from the Sheng battalion were all of the advanced realm of true qi and strong men who had long trod the battlefields. They naturally captured these villainous servants easily. A few rises up and down, and they'd thrown the master and his servants outside the great door, throwing the notes for 15,000 silver after them. My house's young duke is a man of reason. Take the silver if you still want to create a ruckus. Think over it again. Young Guo's heart was filled with all sorts of emotions as he watched the Sheng battalion brothers beat the Zhu servants into a hideous state of disorder, as if they were wolves or tigers. On one hand, he was very grateful that this group of people had offered timely assistance, like offering fuel in snowy weather. Their demeanor was uncommon, and caused the malicious-looking Zhu group to be completely unable to act wildly in front of these people. On the other hand, he was anxious and fearful as he didn't know what motives this group of people from an unknown origin had. As he looked at the figure of Jiang Chen walking in, a strand of unusual emotion rose in his heart. They're both young men, but this is true noble bearing. These are the methods of the truly strong. I, Guo Jin, must be like him and become heads and shoulders above others, causing these powerful local despots to take the long way around when they see me. Jiang Chen felt that the surroundings were familiar even though it was his first time visiting. As he walked into the inner courtyard of the Guo house, he saw that the tablets honoring the past succession of Guo ancestors were sitting in front of the hall. Upon seeing this situation, Jiang Chen walked up and lit a stick of incense, piously paying his respects. When he stuck the incense into the incense burner, he happened to see some dust on the burner. Jiang Chen waved his sleeve and swept away at the burner. Such a simple ceremonial gesture Just a few very ordinary movements were enough to cause Guo Jin's heart to burn up with boiling heat, as a glut of emotion choked his throat, giving him the feeling of being moved to tears. Chapter 66. No matter the other's purpose in coming, and no matter what intentions the other had, these few motions served to win the greatest amount of goodwill from Guo Jin. This also caused Guo Jin's lines of defense to slightly crumble a bit. Who would have thought that only slightly more than a decade after Guo Shun, tutor Guo, had gone to travel the heavens, the Guo family would wither and fall? It is surely true that the god of destiny makes fools of people, and that heaven's way is unjust. Jiang Chen sighed lightly when Guo Jin heard these words. His shoulders trembled in defeat as uncontrollable tears trickled out of his black eyes. "Sir, Guo Jin, let's cut to the chase. I'm the young Duke of Jianghan, Jiang Chen." "Jiang Chen, you're the Jiang Chen that farted during the rites of heavenly worship." Guo Jin started and immediately scratched his head in awkwardness. "I was wrong. Perhaps I should have said the Jiang Chen who swore at the various influential officials and nobles at the Soaring Dragon Manor." "Ha ha." Jiang Chen laughed heartily. "Whether good or bad, you've named them all. That's right, I'm that Jiang Chen." Upon knowing the other's identity, Guo Jin's heart softened as more of his defenses were dispelled. However, he didn't know what to say in the heat of that moment. When he saw Jiang Chen burn incense to pay his respects to the Guo ancestors, Guo Jin spoke haltingly. "Young Duke Jiang, the entire capital and the kingdom as well says that my father is a deserter. Why do you pay your respects to him? A wise man does not believe in rumors. Either ulterior motives are hidden in some things, or the mind is slow-witted. Your father returned from a bloody battle and brought back important intelligence, rendering outstanding service. I've heard this a long time ago from Princess Goyu. This is also the reason why I've come to find you today." Guo Jin had never heard such an assessment from others before. He was first astounded upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, then immediately broke out into bitter sobs, throwing himself upon his father's memorial tablet. "Father, did you hear that? Young Duke Jiang spoke out boldly to uphold justice, and says that you are a meritorious subject of the kingdom, acknowledging your efforts. Can your spirit in heaven hear these words?" When his words stopped, tears were already roiling in Guo Jin's eyes as he was choked with sobs and unable to speak. It was apparent that comments such as "deserter" and "shame of the kingdom" had caused Guo Jin to shoulder many burdens that didn't belong to him since he was little. He toiled and trained, yet ran into a wall no matter where he went. Wherever he went, others would immediately respond when they heard of his family background. "You're the son of that shame of the kingdom." Guo Jin lived through his childhood and youth with this ignoble infamy on his shoulders. The censure and contempt of the common people caused him to become more and more isolated, more and more depressed. Apart from a mother whom he mutually depended upon, the blade in his hand was almost the only thing left in his life. And yet the contempt and scorn of the common people didn't lead him to belittle himself. He refused to give in. He was going to prove to the world, using the blade in his hand, that his Guo family was absolutely not the shame of the kingdom. Only, until now, Guo Jin had never been able to find a chance to free himself from misery. Not a single noble family of power was willing to give him a chance to prove himself. Jiang Chen was deeply affected by Guo Jin's dejection, as if he had experienced it himself. To be treated unjustly by others, belittled by others, oppressed by others, it was truly not an easy thing to live through such treatment since he was little. He lightly patted Guo Jin's shoulder. "To make a long story short, my Jiang family is competing for the position of Duke of the first rank this time. I've drawn the mission of recruiting personal guards in the Hidden Dragon trials. You've settled on me." Guo Jin's fierce body trembled slightly as he lifted his head, sending out looks of disbelief. In all these years, he had suffered from everyone's eye rolls and ran into walls everywhere he went, offering his services to others in vain. He had thought that only his blade would accompany him in this life, and had prepared to become a first-class independent practitioner wandering the outside world. However, destiny was truly amazing. Someone had unexpectedly extended him an olive branch when he was at the lowest point in his life. I choose you not only for you, but also for the loyalty of your Guo family clan. Guo Jin became choked up and found it hard to speak when he heard those words. Even though he knew that Jiang Chen might be speaking these words to buy popularity, he was still so touched in the moment that he almost became a blubbering mess. It was said that a kind word is remembered for a long time, and Jiang Chen's words of loyalty of the Guo family clan happened to touch precisely the weakest, most delicate part of Guo Jin's heart. It was also the area that most needed warmth. Young Duke, based on those words alone, I, Guo Jin, am willing to pledge my life to follow you eternally, in life and in death. Guo Jin was not good at heroic utterances, but an exceedingly resolute voice in the depths of his heart told him that he should do so, that he must do so. Jiang Chen never stinted on his people. He immediately ordered for Guo Jin's mother to move to the Jiang Han Manor, and asked the alchemists from the Hall of Healing to personally look after her. At the same time, he had Guo Jin lock the main doors of his house and have the neighbors pass on a message to the Zhu family. If that Zhu family wishes to create a disturbance, then do so at my Jiang Han Manor. If he feels that it's still not satisfying enough to make trouble there, then he can go to the palace courtyard and make a fuss at Princess Goyu's. Jiang Chen left these words behind before he departed. Since Princess Goyu had recommended this Guo Jin, then Jiang Chen naturally didn't mind borrowing some effort from Princess Goyu. In any case, the royal family owed this much to the Guo family. Guo Jin's father had originally been the personal follower of Princess Goyu's older brother, Eastern Jun. At that time, Eastern Jun was the exalted crown prince. Eastern Jun wished to accomplish a military feat during a skirmish with an enemy kingdom once, but fell victim to an enemy ambush. Only Guo Jin's father emerged from the bloody battle and sent a piece of important intelligence back to the capital, dying from exhaustion afterwards. The current king, Eastern Lu, was only made heir apparent due to the crown prince accidentally falling in battle. When Eastern Lu was made the crown prince instead, there was even a rumor within the kingdom that the death of the prior crown prince Eastern Jun was very likely because someone had traitorous relations with a foreign country, betraying the former crown prince. When Eastern Lu was initially made crown prince, his foundations were shaky, and thus he was cautious and prudent. In order to cast off suspicious circumstances, he even ignored the Guo family who had sent back important intelligence on pain of death. He didn't even publicize what had gone on behind the scenes. As time went on, the rumors of Guo Jin's father being a deserter started circulating. On account of the love and kindness from her respected martial Tao teacher, Guo Shun, Princess Goyu had appealed several times for Eastern Lu to redress Guo Jin's father's grievances and rehabilitate his honor. Eastern Lu was not swayed by her speeches. From his perspective, inaction was better than taking action. Eastern Lu was also unwilling to go to battle and reopen matters of many years ago for a family like the Guo family that had withered and fallen. The pity was that in doing so, Guo Jin was the one who suffered. Princess Goyu harbored great remorse and regret in her heart, but couldn't openly help the Guo family due to Eastern Lu. She could only covertly pay attention to Guo Jin. She had traveled often for training the past few years, and neglected to pay attention as time went on. In this manner, Guo Jin's room for survival became even narrower, and thus he had fallen into his present-day circumstances. Princess Goyu was ashamed and uneasy, but couldn't take action. She could only entrust the matter to Jiang Chen and recommend Guo Jin to him, making amends for her previous faults through good service. Except Guo Jin had no way of knowing the twists and turns of this matter. One had to give it to him. Guo Jin was indeed a different sort when it came to training. Although he had the martial arts techniques and methods of his family's heritage, his potential was astounding. With the Guo family's current economic level, Guo Jin had absolutely no spirit medicine complementing his training. There were, of course, no pills available for him to take either. However, he had made it to 6 meridians true qi based purely on his own great willpower. One had to know, even many of those noble sons and disciples, with the favor of tens of thousands focused on them alone, couldn't make it to 6 meridians true qi. Although it's quite cruel to say so, but one has to admit that sometimes one's birth can truly decide one's destiny. Jiang Chen felt even more keenly the truth of this harsh reality through Guo Jin. High potential and great willpower was as insubstantial as the reflection of a flower in a mirror or the moon in the water. If one didn't boast of an illustrious birth or the ways to become head and shoulders above others. Out of the 8 spots for personal guards, the first one had gone to Guo Jin. Add to that the 2 nephews that Chao Baisher recommended. He had already filled 3 slots. The remaining 5 would most likely necessitate a trip back to the Jianghan territory. The mission was pressed for time, and Jiang Chen wasn't the sort to drag his heels. After taking in Guo Jin and explaining the situation to him, they set out for the southern frontier in the afternoon of that day with a crew of underlings. After the experience of being ambushed by the soaring dragon manor last time, this time both the royal family and the Jianghan household placed abnormal emphasis on this trip and sent out all sorts of hidden guards along the way to scout out the path. Under such arrangements, the soaring dragon manor had nowhere to insert even a needle if they had the desire to make a few moves. They couldn't do anything unless they wanted fall out with the Eastern family clan at this very moment. Spurring on their horses, Jiang Chen's crew successfully reached the southern frontier after 3 days. The southern region was drastically different from the capital. It permeated with the thick atmosphere of the southern border. Unique overtones colored the region, whether in terms of atmosphere, human sensibilities, or geographical style. Many memories of the southern border were preserved in his past self's memories. At least he had a clear grasp of the relations of the Jiang family clan. The family welcome entourage outside the River Wave City was rather sparse, with not that many people. Indeed, the treatment of returning a young duke is different to that of the return of the real duke. A trace of a contemplative smile leaked out on Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen also knew that no one could be blamed for this. The previous Jiang Chen had committed fabulously absurd sins when he was in the Jianghan territory, and the ridiculous things he had done once he'd traveled to the capital had all made their way back home. The extraordinary things he'd done recently, rather, hadn't had time to travel back home. Therefore, it was quite normal to receive the cold treatment on his return. Third uncle, Xiaoyu. Jiang Chen warmly greeted the first 2 people in the front as he hopped off his horse. In the entire Jiang family clan, they were probably the extreme minority who could tolerate the previous Jiang Chen's fantastically silly existence. The middle-aged man Jiang Tong was Jiang Chen's third uncle. His personality was honest, sincere, and contained. He scrupulously abided by his duty, and was the younger brother that Jiang Feng relied most heavily on. The slim and fragile youth next to him was Jiang Tong's son, Jiang Yu. "Chenner, you've been at the capital for the last 2-3 years. You've grown quite a lot." Jiang Tong patted Jiang Chen's shoulder as a feeling of happiness exuded from his eyes. "Brother, you're back." Jiang Yu was younger than Jiang Chen by a year or two, and they'd been close since little. Although they were cousins, he'd always called Jiang Chen brother. Jiang Chen smiled. "I've returned with a mission this time. Let's speak of it when we get back." Although a small amount of people had come, and it was apparent that the others in the family had deliberately not come in order to put on airs, Jiang Chen did not become angry over this. Jiang Tong was a bit surprised upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. Seems like Chenner has grown more mature in his years at the capital. If it was the previous Jiang Chen, upon seeing that his family members weren't giving him face, he most likely would be cursing furiously by now. In fact, it was Jiang Chen's personal steward, Jiang Zheng, whose face darkened upon seeing this scene. He seemed ready to erupt a few times, but finally controlled himself in the end. River Wave City was the largest and most prosperous city in the Jianghan territory, and also the core location of the Jianghan dukedom. The Jiang family's control over the Jianghan territory radiated throughout the territory, with the River Wave City as the core. Compared to the capital, the prosperity level of River Wave City lacked a bit in comparison, but as the largest city in the southern frontier, it had its own unique geographic flavor. Jiang Chen traveled slowly and gently on the back of his horse, viewing the flowers along the way, laughing and chattering with the Jiang Tong father and son duo. However, he didn't say a single word regarding the mission. They returned to the Jianghan Manor after a short while, but who would have thought that the Jianghan Manor doors would be bustling with noise and excitement at this moment? Chapter 67. Don't try this with me. Jiang Tong wasn't out earlier and wasn't out later, but he's out when I come. A voice like a bronze gong rang out loudly. Jiang Chen and the others heard the hue and cry before they had even drawn near. "Chief Jing, he really has gone out. Apparently the young duke is coming back," and the third lord went to the outskirts of River Wave City to greet him. One could tell that the servants of the Duke Manor were still quite polite when they dealt with people. "Young Duke, huh, that ridiculous dandy Jiang Chen." That voice like a bronze gong carried quite a few traces of disdain. "I don't give a damn where Jiang Tong's gone. I'm going to wait here." The man surnamed Jing had an extremely dominant tone. Jiang Chen's brow creased when he was still far away. Now that he was training in the ear of the Zephyr, his hearing was stronger than even Jiang Tong's, and could naturally hear the conversation from afar with crystal clarity. "The chief surnamed Jing. Can he be Jing Man from the Redbud One tribe?" Jiang Chen knew from his past self's memories that there were 10 large tribes under the jurisdiction of the Jianghan territory. The Redbud tribe was one of the strongest tribes, and numbered amongst the foremost out of the 10 large tribes in Jianghan. Therefore, this Jing Man had always been more domineering. Apart from the Duke of Jianghan, Jiang Feng, who was able to cow this person, everyone else in the entire Jianghan territory had to somewhat accede to his wishes. One only had to hear his wild and arrogant tone today, and listen to him directly saying Jiang Tong's name, to know that this person was quite domineering. Jiang Tong smiled wryly and shook his head slightly. "Chenner, only your father is able to reign in Jing Man. Go directly into the manor later. I'll take care of him." One could tell that Jiang Tong had a measure of dread when it came to this Jing Man. A few thorns in one side would pop up in every territory. Jiang Chen understood this rather well. He also didn't really mind coarse language and an overbearing demeanor. But if this Jing Man went overboard with his domineering attitude, Jiang Chen would absolutely not sit by idly and remain indifferent. No one wanted such a recalcitrant thorn under their rule, one that would stir up trouble at any time. "Let's head over." Jiang Chen's tone was diffident as he took the lead in riding his horse over. The third lord is back. The servants in the manor immediately saw Jiang Tong and his son when the horse entourage appeared. Except Jiang Tong and his son were clustered around another youth. This youth had the strong arms of an ape and the flexible waist of a wolf. A familiar yet strange sense of dignified prestige emanated from his eyes. Jiang Tong shouted out, "Pay your respects to the young duke." Young duke. After 3 years, the changes that had occurred in Jiang Chen had resulted in him casting off his old self and being reborn anew. Apart from his features still somewhat resembling those in former times, he was drastically different in all other areas compared to when he'd left the Jiang Han territory 3 years ago, whether it was in terms of presence or of body. Greetings to the young duke. The servants in the Jiang Han manor had undergone strict training and immediately fell to their knees to pay their respects. As for Jing Man and his group, they all looked to their leader, Jing Man, and didn't bother kneeling in respect. Jing Man placed his hands on his waist and looked askance at Jiang Chen. His motions were quite rude and ungracious, and he flicked a glance at Jiang Chen, sizing him up from head to toe. Young Duke, excuse me, I, Jing Man, only greet the Duke of Jiang Han. Forgive me for not kneeling without seeing the Duke of Jiang Han in person. Jing Man's people also smiled superciliously behind Jing Man as they took their measure of Jiang Chen. Not only did their expressions lack the proper respect requisite upon seeing the young Duke, but some of them even lifted their eyebrows and winked as signals to each other. Jing Man is it? Although Jiang Chen was slightly enraged inside, he didn't wish to have a public falling out where they stood. I am the young Duke of the Jiang Han territory, whether you pay your respects or not. I only ask you, for what matter have you brought people to cause a hubbub at the manor doors? Where is your decorum and propriety? Jing Man laughed heartily. For what matter? Then you need to ask Jiang Tong. Jiang Tong's expression was a bit awkward. Jing Man, let's talk privately about personal matters. The young duke has just returned today, let's not disturb him. What disturbance? It's even better that he's come back. He can be a witness. Jing Man leered with his big mouth. No matter what, let's go inside to talk. Stop throwing away the face of nobility by standing here and making a public outcry. Jiang Chen's face darkened as he took the lead in entering the manor. Jiang Tong was slightly surprised to see Jiang Chen's uncommon bearing and followed him inside. Jing Man chuckled, but brazenly had no respect for anything as he followed them inside. Jiang Chen cast his gaze upon Jing Tong after entering the manor. Tea had been served, and everyone had taken their seats. Third uncle, what's going on, you tell me. AI Chief Jing, we have more than decades in our relationship, and you accepted the betrothal gift 10 years ago. Must you really commit such an act as tearing up the marriage contract? Not to mention, Jing Man waved his hand, stop right there. I was not going to bring the children into this, but since you've mentioned them, then let's be frank and put our cards on the table. It isn't that I'm going back on my word. It's truly that the child is unwilling. You also don't wish for the two to not get along and cause such utter confusion that everyone goes crazy after the two get married. Betrothal gift, marriage contract, child is unwilling. Jiang Chen quickly grasped the heart of the matter. Indeed, this Jing Man was here to rip up the marriage contract. Chief Jing, speak frankly, are you dissatisfied with the betrothal gift? Do you think it's too little? This can all be discussed. In what regard would my Jiang family be unworthy of your beloved daughter? Jiang Tong restrained his fury and didn't adopt a hard tone as he tried to redeem something from the situation. I've heard these words many times, and I'm not here to listen to your blather this time. I've brought back the betrothal gifts. You can take an inventory of them. Jing Man obviously didn't want to continue this conversation. He was here to return the betrothal gifts and to void the marriage contract. With a wave of his hand, Jing Man's servants immediately brought up 6 large trunks. The betrothal gifts are here. Not a single one of them is missing. Take an inventory, Jiang Tong. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to my tribe. Jing Man ignored the young Duke Jiang Chen through this entire matter. Jiang Tong's face flushed vaguely red. Jing Man's arrogant attitude had obviously deeply wounded the placid middle-aged man. The hand in his sleeve curled tightly and formed a fist. His voice trembled a bit as it rasped out, "Chief Jing, you can break the betrothal, but you cannot do so in such an obscure manner. Tell me why. In what manner has my Jiang family wronged your Redbud tribe?" Jing Man smiled faintly. "Whether or not the Jiang family has wronged my Redbud tribe is not the point. First, you, Jiang Tong, are not the Duke of Jiang Han. Your son will never become the Duke of Jiang Han. Secondly, I've already said the child is unwilling. Kayer, they're unwilling to cancel the marriage contract. Why don't you say a few words?" A 13 or 14-year-old young girl was behind Jing Man. She wore the jewelry of her tribe and wore her hair in a bun, with 3 peacock feathers stuck in her bun. The young girl's features were brightly colored and beautiful, with a natural, gentle, and lovely air. She also possessed a sense of shrewdness that did not conform with her age. "Jiang Yu, Kayer believes that you would not seriously agree to a ridiculous marriage that the older generation agreed to when they were all drunk." Jing Tsai's brows moved faintly as a natural sense of gentleness and loveliness permeated her crisp voice. Jiang Yu was younger than Jiang Chen by a year, but he wasn't muddled when it came to important matters. Although a bit bashful, he responded, "I can pretend it wasn't true, but the manner in which you're approaching this matter completely brushes off the face of my Jiang family. Have you ever thought of where my Jiang family's face would be if you do this in such a manner?" "Face?" Jing Tsai laughed lightly. "Face is earned and not given to you. Jiang Yu, since you've brought it up, I ask you only one question. My training now is at 7 meridians true Qi, and has a chance to break through to 8 meridians true Qi in a year. How many meridians of true Qi are you now?" This was the point. 7 meridians true Qi was indeed a very extraordinary level of existence for a disciple born from a tribe. After all, even amongst the heirs in the hidden dragon trials, not that many possessed such training. Not to mention Jing Tsai was younger than Jiang Chen and his peers by 1 or 2 years. "You're only 5 meridians true Qi. Do you know what a difference of 2 meridians true Qi means between peers? In addition, just as my father said, your father isn't the Duke of Jiang Han, and you'll never be the Duke of Jiang Han." Jiang Yu's mouth was agape and tongue-tied. He said haltingly, "Although I won't be the Duke of Jiang Han in the future, the Duke of Jiang Han is still my brother." He regretted his words as soon as he said them. Why did he explain such things to this snobbish girl? Heh, your brother. Jing Tsai flicked a glance at Jiang Chen with a few traces of scorn. "Jiang Yu, don't be naive. Do you think with your cousin's paltry bit of ability that he's usually displayed, that he can hold onto this dukedom in front of opponents that are like wolves and tigers?" Jiang Chen laughed. This Jing family had revealed their dagger after unrolling the map of their plans, and had voiced the true reality. In terms of potential, Jiang Yu was far below Jing Tsai. In terms of status and position, the Jiang family could very well lose their dukedom. Jing Yu wasn't a direct descendant of the Jiang family. What future would he have then? In such a way, the meaning for the Jing family reneging on the marriage contract was clear as daylight. A teacup was suddenly flung viciously to the floor. Someone finally couldn't bear it anymore on the Jiang family side, and had lost their temper. Except the person losing his temper was neither Jiang Chen nor Jiang Tong and his son, but the personal steward behind Jiang Chen, Jiang Zheng. He had seen so many various aspects of society in the capital, and even the influential powers in the capital were obedient, submissive, and obsequious to the young duke. But now that they'd returned to their own land in the Jiang territory, they were faced with such ridiculousness. This was the Jiang family's territory to begin with. The Jiang family kept their word, and everyone was reverent and deferential in front of the Jiang family. This Jing family was too unbridled. Thus, Jiang Zheng was infuriated. Jing man, you father and daughter are putting on show, but have you figured out some things yet? This is the Jiang manor, and this is the territory of the Duke of Jiang. Jiang Zheng was filled with righteous indignation. Jing man laughed coldly. Your master hasn't spoken. What is a dog of a servant like you making a fuss for? I'm a servant all right, but you seem to have forgotten that you're also a servant in the Jiang manor. We're all servants of the Jiang family, in the entire Jiang territory. You do not pay your respects when you see the young duke. Do you even understand the difference between master and servant? You tear up the marriage contract. Do you even understand the concept of the honor of nobility? Your daughter does not respect the young duke, do you even comprehend the notion of due regard for precedence? You disrespect your master, tear up the marriage contract, and speak irreverently. Who gave you this courage? Where did you get this nerve from? Jiang Zheng's tongue was like a spear, and his lips like daggers, as he fired off a string of questions, getting out of hand as he started. Jing man's mouth was agape, and he was tongue-tied, at a loss for what to say during this moment. Chapter 68. In terms of bearing and strategy, it was inconvenient for Jiang Chen to speak up. Jiang Zheng, on the other hand, said everything on his mind in one go. Jiang Tong and his son nodded repeatedly as he spoke, agreeing fully. As for Jiang Chen, he smiled faintly and stood up, walking up to Jiang Yu. Xiaoyu, your brother only asks you one question. Do you have any feelings for this woman? Jiang Yu's handsome face blushed. Brother, I've only seen her once or twice a year since we were young. I've never had any deep conversations with her, and don't have any sort of feelings for her. And I don't really like pushy and bossy women. They're not virtuous. All right. Jiang Chen smiled. 1,000 taels of gold won't purchase love. Since you don't like her, then I'll make the decision for you today. This marriage contract is pronounced dissolved starting from this moment henceforth. Chenner. Jiang Tong stood up. Jiang Chen waved his hands. Third uncle, I'm the young duke. When my father isn't here, I make the decisions in the Jiang household. Jiang Tong's throat moved vaguely as he wished to say something, but he finally heaved a sigh of dejection and sat down again. His arm trembled slightly, the depths of his anger apparent. But what else could he do apart from this? Jing Man laughed heartily and stood up proudly, his tone carrying notes of scorn. Young Duke, haha. They say that a tiger father doesn't beget a dog son. The young Duke has increased my knowledge today. The connotation behind this wasn't a compliment for Jiang Chen, but rather jeering at Jiang Chen for having cold feet. If Jiang Feng were the one here, how could he have given way here? Jiang Chen smiled lightly and did not avoid looking at Jing Man in the slightest. I increased your knowledge so easily. Looks like Chief Jing truly lacks knowledge and experience. Oh, how do you say? Jing Man's face darkened. The marriage contract is dissolved all right, but this matter isn't over yet. Jiang Chen's face darkened as his tone abruptly grew frosty. You are of a tribe, yet tear up a marriage contract and challenge the authority of the Duke's manor. This is one crime. As a subordinate, you didn't greet the young Duke when you saw him. This is another crime. Raging and roaring at the Duke's manor, with no respect for your superiors. This is a third crime. Combined punishment for 3 offenses. Take them. The four brothers from the Sheng battalion immediately leapt upon Jing Man like wolves and tigers. As soon as Jiang Chen had finished speaking, Jiang Tong started and then quickly woke up to reality. He also immediately gave an order. Jiang family premier guard, seal off the manor. Do not let a single person who has come today leave. Jing Man had also been overconfident, or it might be better said that he had acted recklessly with no scruples at all. Although he had brought a pack of personal guards with him this time, in terms of absolute strength, there was still a large gap between his guards and the premier guard of the Duke's manor. He had dared come because Jiang Tong had always been weak and feeble, and would never move to arms. It was even more impossible that he would dare draw swords against him, a big tribe chieftain. However, he had never reckoned that Jiang Chen, this devil incarnate, would return to the manor at this time. He hadn't thought even more so that this Jiang Chen would take action, when he had been smiling merrily and staying calm and collected. The worst thing was that the Sheng battalion, four brothers, were all experts from the capital. Sheng 1 and Sheng 2 were even of 9 meridians true qi. They were even able to contend against Jing Man evenly in a one-on-one battle. The four of them combined their efforts to force Jing Man into an extremely passive situation. Jiang Chen's new follower, Guo Jin, was also the epitome of agility and bravery. His blade thoroughly preoccupied Jing Sire. Although he was only 6 meridians true qi, he was actually able to beat Jing Sire to the point at which she didn't know what to do with her hands and feet when he went all out. Jiang Tong also entered the fray afterwards. Jiang Tong was also of 9 meridians true qi. There were no doubts about the conclusion of the battle once he joined the battle. Jing Man and all his followers were taken within the span of an hour. Jiang Chen, even your old man doesn't have the guts to do anything to me. You dare plot against me. The Redbud tribe will feud with you until the end of time now that you've done this to me. Jing Man was truly angry. He had run amok through the Jianghan territory all his life. Apart from giving way in front of Jiang Feng, he had never been the one to suffer losses. He had been restrained by others today and even tied up. This was an extreme disgrace to him. Third uncle, convene all the members of the family clan together. I want to call for a clan meeting. Jiang Chen flicked a glance at Jing Man. Put these people secretly behind bars. Sheng 1, make them take these pills so that they are not too noisy. Jiang Tong called together the family clan members in the name of the Duke. No one dared to slight him then. They hadn't gone to meet Jiang Chen because Jiang Chen was a good-for-nothing. He was a useless person with not much to his name in their eyes. This is why they had dared act so wildly. Although Jiang Tong had a weak and passive personality, he was the person that Jiang Feng had personally entrusted to be acting duke. None of the Jiang family clan members dared be disobedient when he employed the power of the duke. After all, Jiang Tong's level of training made him first after Jiang Feng, not to mention his identity. All of the members of the Jiang family clan numbered between 1 to 200 people at the end of the day. However, the main hall of the Duke's manor was spacious enough. It was still quite expansive even when 1 to 200 people stood within it. Jiang Tong and his son stood to the right of Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen's followers stood to his left. Greetings to the young Duke. Why did no one notify us that the young Duke had come back? Indeed, I happened to be away 2 days ago and didn't receive the news. It was my fault in failing to meet the guest. These clan members were all quite shrewd. They hadn't gone to greet Jiang Chen because they wished to covertly play a petty trick in trivial matters. However, no one dared act atrociously when they actually saw Jiang Chen in person. Jiang Chen swept his gaze over those assembled and nodded slightly. Jiang Zheng, you speak. Ever since following Jiang Chen, Jiang Zheng's entire presence and composure had thoroughly changed after the matter at the Hall of Healing. He now paid utter servile obeisance to Jiang Chen. "Everyone, I'd first like to report one matter. Jing Man and his daughter from the Redbud tribe were causing an uproar in the Duke's manor just now. They had no respect for their superiors and disrespected the young Duke. They've already been captured by the young Duke and are being held secretly." He delivered a heavyweight of a news as soon as he opened his mouth. "What? Jing Man's been captured and locked behind bars? We just saw Jing Man behaving atrociously at the manor doors." Jing Man, captured. The Jiang family clan members were all shocked and baffled when they heard this news. They thought it was incredible. Jing Man had been captured. The most important thing was they heard overtones of another implication. Jing Man had caused an uproar at the Duke's manor and had no respect for his superiors. He disrespected the young Duke. These crimes all made the fine hairs on their bodies stand up when they heard of them. One had to know that as members of the Jiang family clan, none of them had gone to greet the young Duke. This could also be counted as huge disrespect to the young Duke. When their thoughts traveled down this trail, these people all started becoming a bit nervous, no matter what their status or position. If Jiang Chen wished to make a big issue of this, they would all likely be hard-pressed to escape this calamity. Jiang Zheng smiled faintly. "As members of the Jiang family clan, we are all of the same origin. Blood is thicker than water. And when the Jiang family runs into a problem, we are either united as one or are cautious in order to save our own skin. The young Duke would like to make use of this opportunity to witness your character." Jiang Zheng's words also gave them a way out. The clever ones immediately realized the error of their ways. A clan elder more than 50 years old smiled. "My Jiang family has always been united as one under the leadership of this Duke. This Jing Man has often come to the manor to behave wildly. Capturing him is the right thing to do. We endorse this wholeheartedly." Right. Jing Man, the chief of a tribe, dared to affront the authority of the Duke's manor. He should be captured. The young Duke is wise and brilliant. He is the Duke's son, all right. We support the young Duke. They were all quick on the uptake. Upon seeing that Jiang Chen had removed even a thorn such as Jing Man, they knew that it would be as easy as blowing away a speck of dust if he wanted to deal with family members. Judging from Jiang Chen's current state, if this devil incarnate grew confused and charged them with crimes as well, then things would be grave indeed. Hence, they all hastened to declare their support, firstly for self-insurance, and secondly as members of the Jiang family clan. They truly had no reason to defend Jing Man. The Jiang family members also severely despised Jing Man's arrogant attitude. Jiang Tong had no methods to deal with Jing Man, and so they'd naturally been unable to say anything. Now that Jing Man had been captured by Jiang Chen, they firstly felt great satisfaction as they'd vented a breath of ill feelings. They also felt confused as well. How had Jiang Chen gained such daring and resolution in the 2-3 years that he'd been away? Except seeing his personal guards behind him who looked around with the fierce gaze of fiends. The hearts of these clan members pounded like drums, and they didn't dare say much. Jiang Chen had no desire to strut around in front of his clan members, and said with a diffident tone, "Third uncle, pass on an order from the Duke's manor, and convene all the tribes within the territory. Tell them to come to River Wave City to attend a tribal convention. I have an important matter to announce. Failure to come within 3 days will be viewed as treason." The various tribes naturally didn't dare give the cold shoulder once the Duke's order was given. They all traveled to River Wave City at the fastest speed possible. That night, Jiang Chen summoned the seniors who possessed more prominent positions and reputations, and treated them to a banquet within the manor. If it hadn't been for the issue with Jing Man, these elders might not have all shown up for Jiang Chen's banquet. However, the former days were not the ones of today, and they all felt that something was bizarre regarding this matter, after seeing the young Duke Jiang Chen today. With that said, the 6 elders all arrived promptly. These people were all highly experienced and very shrewd. When they met each other at the doors of the manor, they all looked at each other and smiled, a bit awkward and a bit unable to fathom the current situation. Elder Zai, what does this Jiang Chen have up his sleeve? I cannot see it clearly. I too cannot fathom it. Have you all discovered that Jiang Chen seems to have changed greatly in the 3 years that he's been out of sight? An elder with graying hair spoke. He was the elder with the longest record of service in the Jiang family clan, and everyone called him Elder Zai. I've heard that this Jiang Chen has been ridiculous beyond belief in the capital. Rumors say that he couldn't even pass the foundational exams. If this kid is allowed to continue to fool around like this, how is my Jiang family to keep the dukedom? It doesn't seem like it, really doesn't seem like it. Elder Zai shook his head. When I look at Jiang Chen, I don't see someone who can't pass the foundational exams. Heh, what's the use in saying so much? Let's go inside and see what he has to say. A relatively younger elder floated by and took the lead in walking into the manor. The banquet was exceedingly sumptuous. Jiang Chen sat at the main seat, with Jiang Tong on his left. Everyone took their seats according to the record of service. Jiang Zheng was proactive as he poured wine for them in that order. Gathered elders, Jiang Chen, would not like to mention previous matters. I will speak of only one matter today. I am competing for the Duke of First Rank in this time's Hidden Dragon trials, and I've come back to execute the second mission of the First Rank this time. I need everyone's help in this matter. If the elders are willing to help, please drink their cup of wine. Jiang Chen lifted his cup, the aura of one superior arising spontaneously. What Duke of the First Rank? Mission of the First Rank? This news stunned even Jiang Tong. His arm shook, so surprised that he almost spilled his wine. Chapter 69. These elders couldn't help but lean forward slightly, wishing to hear more clearly. Their reactions were all extraordinarily in unison, as they all thought they'd heard incorrectly. One had to know that a genius who was overflowing with talent such as Jiang Feng, his grasp over the Jiang Han territory so strong, had only won a position of Duke of Second Rank. Out of all 108 dukes in the kingdom, being ranked at 14 seemed to be the limit of the Jiang family. These elders all had to admit that Jiang Feng's role couldn't be overlooked in the Jiang family's current-day development. It wouldn't be hyperbole to say that he had achieved the greatest accomplishment for the Jiang family to date. Their highest expectations for Jiang Chen during this time's Hidden Dragon trials were merely to retain their current standing, even if their ranking descended a few places. It would be nice if they didn't lose the title of Duke of the Second Rank. However, based on Jiang Chen's usual performance, they all knew that this was all pure folly. The bigger question was whether or not he'd be able to keep the Jiang family's dukedom, not to mention the position of Duke of Second Rank. After all, his usual reputation was simply too poor. However, the affairs of the world are thus inconstant. Just when they had deemed that Jiang Chen wouldn't do when they had long since given up in their hearts, Jiang Chen suddenly announced that he was competing for Duke of the First Rank, and he had even returned this time to execute the second mission of the First Rank. What did this entail? This meant that Jiang Chen had already completed a mission of the First Rank. A mission of the First Rank corresponded to the position of Duke of the First Rank. Being able to complete missions of the First Rank, no matter if one could only complete one, how could the person in question be a mediocre person of the masses? The Hidden Dragon trials were no game, and the rules were harsh. Every single mission of the First Rank was strictly partitioned. It was impossible for anyone to be opportunistic or gain an advantage by trickery. To think that Jiang Chen had already completed a mission of the first rank. There was no need for boasts, no need for theatrics. Jiang Chen merely raised his cup, spoke a few words, and gave transparently delineated particulars of all matters. If this crowd of old geezers lacked even this bit of comprehension, then it wasn't a matter of them debating whether or not to support Jiang Chen, but rather Jiang Chen contemplating whether or not they were worthy of him. Duke of first rank, Duke of first rank. Jiang Tong turned over these words again and again in his mouth. Suddenly, a gleam of surprised light shot out from his unfocused gaze. Chenner, you mean that you've already completed the first mission? Yes, and this second mission rather needs some connections. I will need to impose on the networks and face of the various seniors in the clan. Jiang Chen was neither prideful nor impatient, and there was a complete lack of a desire to flaunt himself in his tone. There truly was nothing for him to make a display about in such a small matter. Jiang Zheng, on the other hand, couldn't help but speak up when he poured one. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Our house's young duke is the man of the hour in the capital. Those from the palace are common visitors, and even spiritual medicine heavyweights such as the Hall of Healing need to curry favor with our young duke. There were no outsiders here, so Jiang Zheng couldn't contain himself and had to say a few words. He truly couldn't hold it in anymore. He had been ignored and passed over by others ever since he had started following Jiang Chen. Now that he'd finally found the chance to hold his head up high, where else could he make a display if he didn't put on a show within the family? Those from the palace were common visitors. Even the Hall of Healing curried favor with the young duke. How could this be? Those elders were all surprised beyond expression, not to mention Jiang Tong. They all inhaled sharply, extremely uneasy in their seats. Jiang Chen, however, smiled faintly. There's no need to always speak of these small things, Jiang Zheng. Assembled elders, I have need of your efforts at the tribal convention tomorrow. Elder Zai had the longest record of service and the fastest reactions. He hastily smiled and said, "It seems our Jiang family has produced a genius such as the young duke, and us old geezers probably would have never known if Jiang Zheng hadn't said anything. Ha ha, the ancestors and forefathers of the Jiang family in the heavens above have bestowed upon us such a genius as the young duke. Our Jiang family is sure to attain our goals with further efforts. I'm going to use these old bones in my body to strive mightily for some results. I'm sure to attend the tribal convention tomorrow with these old bones. Go, we'll naturally go. Our Jiang family has always been united as one in our control over the Jiang Han territory. Otherwise, these tribes will really think that our Jiang family is one to ride roughshod over. Indeed, we can't allow a thorn such as Jing Man to appear within the tribes again." The elders all expressed their stances, and each one was more cooperative than the last. They were all experienced, and could naturally tell that the changes that had occurred in Jiang Chen weren't false. Besides, Jiang Chen would never lie about the hidden dragon trials. Some elders couldn't help but think, could it be that this Jiang Chen has been a foppish dandy since young just as a disguise to deceive the outside world, and that his sights were set for the Duke of First Rank all along? Almost all the elders had the same thoughts as their gazes upon Jiang Chen changed. They no longer capitalized on their seniority, but instead held a few more traces of respect and modesty. In this way, everyone made merry to their heart's content, and returned home with satisfaction from this banquet. At the end of the day, the elders of the clan were delighted to see and hear of Jiang Chen's strength. A strong heir with mighty strength would support the family, and even bring it to higher prosperity. Elder Zai had partaken of a bit wine because he was happy, so he returned home slightly tipsy. "Grandfather, I'm going to go shopping with Zai Okian tomorrow. I won't be going to the tribal convention." "Father, I'm going to purchase some spirit medicine tomorrow. I also don't want to go to the convention. Grandaddy, tomorrow Elder Zai slammed a heavy palm onto the table as his long mustache bristled from his anger. He had originally been in fine fettle, but so many people had popped out of the woodwork to request time off as soon as he'd sat down. Every single one of them wished to shirk their duties, obviously not paying attention to tomorrow's convention at all. How could he not be enraged at this? Who is it that's not going? I'll break the damned legs of whoever doesn't go. Elder Zai was truly enraged and poked his finger angrily at a middle-aged man. Jiang Chen, you're my son. Just try saying again that you won't go. Purchase spirit medicine. Don't think this old man doesn't know that you have a mistress in the Qinghua Alley, and that you rush there to fool around every day. And you, Jiang He, you're my direct grandson. Do you have any prospects for a future ahead of you? Spending your days tied to that chit of a girl at such a young age. Do you have any aspirations at all? And you, Liu, you're my daughter's son. If you have no loyalty to the Jiang family at all, then what are you doing here? The elderly lord frothed at the mouth and glared with rage, pouring out such a torrent of abuse that the recipients didn't even know where to look. Father, Elder Zai's son Jiang Chen felt that he had lost quite a bit of face. Save your blather, all of you must go tomorrow, and resolve all those inconsequential matters starting from tomorrow. As a disciple and son of the Jiang family, and as clan relatives, what use are you if you can't resolve the difficulties and anxieties of the family? Elder Zai spoke with an awe-inspiring sense of self-righteousness. This actually caused those present to be at a complete loss. They were this undisciplined and scattered usually, and they'd never seen the elderly lord object. What was wrong with him today? Why had his tone changed after a bout of drinking wine? Had he been brainwashed by that Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen asked timidly, Father, it's not like you don't know that our Jiang family will be unable to retain the dukedom. Even if you say this much, you will be hard-pressed to stop this trend. Didn't you say that you'd long since let it go? Bullshit. When did I ever say those words? Elder Zai denied vehemently. All of you remember this well. Not only will our Jiang family retain our dukedom, but we may even take another step forward and ascend in the ranks, to that of a dukedom of the first rank. Elder Zai's tone was also vaguely agitated when he spoke of this. Duke of the first rank was completely apart from those of the other ranks. A duke of the first rank had the power to enfeoff others. The sons of the family could then be granted land and flourish. The wealth and prosperity then would be absolutely different from the current situation. Father, have you grown confused from the wine? Jiang Chen couldn't hold his laughter in. Elder Zai flung a huge slap across his face and rapidly stood up. You bumbling idiot who hasn't learned your lesson. I'm reminding for you for the last time that you must go to the convention tomorrow. And you must display full courtesy and utmost deference. I won't be able to save you if you offend the young duke. And all of you, where's your sense of propriety? Looking down on the young duke, thinking he's good for nothing. Bullshit. That's him being a wolf in sheep's skin, concealing his strength and numbing the opponent. The young duke is attempting the rank of first this time, and he's already completed the first mission. He's already killed the once infamous rapist, the Lotus Harvester. What? Jiang Chen was flabbergasted, his hand covering his face without a trace of temper. He had killed the rapist, the Lotus Harvester. Although the Tianhu territory was quite far from here, information flowed between various territories. There were quite a few rumors in the Jianghan territory regarding the infamous name of the Lotus Harvester. It was said that this Lotus Harvester possessed training between 8 and 9 meridians, and that he was adept in using sinister poison. His qinggong was excellent, and his being wily. He was an extraordinarily difficult person to handle. The young duke had killed this rapist, and had taken not even a month from receiving his mission to do so. All of you crawl back to your places and think carefully. If you no longer wish to be here, then get out of this family as early as possible. If you still want to be here, then look sharp and serve the young duke well." Elder Zai huffily threw down these words and left. Similar scenes were repeating continuously in the various homes of the elders. All of those negative, sluggish fellows who wanted to layabouts were thoroughly rebuked by the elders without exception. Some were even subjected to a beating, like Jiang Chen. The next morning, titanic changes had occurred in the entire atmosphere of the Jiang family. A family clan that had been like scattered sands was suddenly tied together with an invisible rope. Those who usually slept in, and those who usually slipped out early to fool around, all unusually showed up in the core areas of the Jiang Han manor. All of them were alert and ready for action, dressed up finely. Some of them with more clever minds hastened to step forward and greet Jiang Zheng with a smile when he walked out. "Jiang Zheng, has the young duke risen yet?" "Risen. The young duke gets up at midnight every day to start training, and you ask if he's risen yet. Oh, my mistake, my mistake. Apologies, my apologies." Jiang Chen walked out from inside at this moment and smiled. "Everyone's nearly here. The tribe should also be nearly here by now." 1. A daughter's son isn't considered a direct grandson in Chinese culture, because the daughter has married into another family and her children bear another surname. Chapter 70. There were 10 major tribes within the entirety of the Jiang Han territory, and there were many more smaller tribes beneath each of the major tribes. Each of these tribes was controlled by a family clan. The Redbud tribe, for instance, was controlled by the Jing family. The Yinglan tribe, for instance, was controlled by the tribe of Jiang Chen's mother, the Lan family. Of course, each tribe would have many subordinate family clans apart from the core family clan. They would thus jointly form the ruling power. Therefore, several hundred family clans had gathered in the main square of River Wave City today. Every single family clan was represented by at least 20 or 30 people. The gathering was truly great in strength and impetus. Jiang Feng wasn't in the Jiang Han territory, so Jiang Tong was the acting duke. However, he naturally wouldn't steal his nephew's thunder today. Jiang Tong clearly knew that his nephew Jiang Chen was the star of today's show. "Everyone, we have called you here today in the name of the Duke, because we have a joyous event of cosmic proportions to announce to everyone." A faint smile creased Jiang Tong's face as his gaze swept in a circle, sweeping past the face of every tribe's chief. "Ha ha! The Third Lord has even mobilized the name of the Duke to summon us here. This joyous event must be very important." "Indeed, Third Lord, don't keep us guessing. Out with it so everyone can share in the joy." Jiang Tong smiled. "All right, then I won't keep you in suspense. Everyone knows that the Duke and his son have gone to the capital to participate in the Hidden Dragon trials. The young Duke has suddenly returned this time for none other than to come back and recruit for his personal guard. Once this guard is formed, it will form the basis of core power of the Jiang Han dukedom in the future." The young Duke was recruiting for his personal guard. That seemed nice, but none of the tribal family clans were tempted. All of them lowered their eyes, not wishing to exchange gazes with Jiang Tong, deathly afraid of Jiang Tong taking a fancy to them. If any other young duke was recruiting for his personal guard, the powers under his rule would have vied for the chance to sign up. However, this young duke had always been a good for nothing. If any of their sons or disciples associated with him, it was more than likely that they would end up facing disaster in the future. Everyone was jittery in the Jiang Han territory now. 9 out of 10 people all felt that Jiang Chen would be unable to retain his dukedom. Therefore, how could they possibly be excited about the young duke recruiting for his personal guard? They couldn't avoid it like the plague fast enough. Their reactions were within Jiang Tong's expectations. The requirements for these personal guards are also high. Not everyone can sign up. First, personal training must be at 6 meridians true qi. In addition, your age cannot be greater than 20, and it would be preferable if the mind is both intelligent and smart. The people beneath the stage all snickered inwardly as Jiang Tong listed out a long list of requirements. You should be thanking the heavens and earth if anyone signs up when the young duke of your Jiang family is recruiting for his personal guard. And you've even got a list of requirements to boot. There was naturally no response from anyone for a while. It was so silent that even a pin drop on the ground could be heard. These are the requirements. Who would like to sign up? Jiang Tong asked in a clear voice. After Jiang Tong asked this question, whenever he swept his gaze in their direction, everyone ducked their heads or looked in another direction, afraid to meet his eyes and be called upon. The atmosphere of the scene was beyond bizarre in the span of a moment. Jiang Tong's clan members all had grave expressions. They wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. They knew that Jiang Tong was doing this on purpose, wanting to test the influence of these tribes. Jiang Tong circulated his gaze 3 times, and still no one responded. Jiang Tong sighed and was about to say something when suddenly, an enigmatic voice rang out from outside the square. "I would like to sign up." Another voice also sounded. "I would also like to sign up." 2 male youths who looked to be strong as a bear in the hips and with a back as supple as a tiger's walked out with large strides towards Jiang Chen. One of them wore a large axe on his back, and the other wore a brass rod. "Young Duke Jiang, I am Kaio Shan. This is mine brother Kaio Chuan. The Kaio third hallmaster of the Hall of Healing is mine uncle. He introduced usins to come here." Kaio Shan, Kaio Chuan, those twin brothers had arrived. Jiang Chen chuckled. "You have also arrived. This is Guo Jin, the direct grandson of royal tutor Guo Shun. His training is at 6 meridians true qi. You will be fellow comrades in the future, and should be close to each other." The nephews of the third hallmaster of the Hall of Healing, the direct grandson of royal tutor Guo Shun. These identities immediately became sensitive information in the ears of those tribal chiefs. Something's not right. The Hall of Healing has such a renowned reputation, and its hallmasters also have awe-inspiring reputations. How would one let his nephews fool around with the son of a duke? The direct grandson of a royal tutor was an existence that could be connected all the way to the royal family. Why would he be hanging around Jiang Chen? Some of the more sensitive tribal chiefs seemed to have vaguely caught onto a few hints of something. Guo Jin was a bit infuriated and walked out after he greeted the Kaio brothers. He swept his gaze over the crowd and said coldly, "My surname is Guo. I was born in the capital and grew up in the capital. I've seen quite a few royal and noble sons. I find it rather odd, though, now that I've arrived in the Jianghan territory. The followers of other princes and noble sons all fawn over and curry their master's favor. They are extremely deferential and subservient, but all of your attitudes are as if being too close with your master is a type of disgrace." Guo Jin smiled coldly. "However, according to my knowledge, those who can compete with our young duke in the Eastern Kingdom are as rare as the feathers of a phoenix and the horns of a unicorn. Even the heirs of the Duke of Soaring Dragon have quite a bit of dread when it comes to our young duke. I wonder what sort of mighty existence is worthy of your servile obeisance." Guo Jin came from the capital, and his words naturally carried some weight. "My grandfather was a tutor at the royal court. The king and princess have all once benefited from my grandfather's tutelage. These 4 big brother from the Sheng battalion are the elites of the Tiandu army, and are the personal guards that the princess herself picked for the young duke. I'm rather curious. Even the elites of the Tiandu army are willing to acknowledge their allegiance to the young duke. Can it be that in your eyes, the young duke is still unworthy for you to declare yourselves for him? Guo Jin's voice rang out clearly, thundering through the gathering like resonant bell, causing the blood of these tribal clans to thrum loudly. No one dared suspect that Guo Jin was speaking falsely at such a gathering. Besides, the aura of the four brothers from the Sheng battalion were right there. They were a presence that the duke himself, Jiang Feng, may not have even been able to suppress. But at this moment, these four people were obediently standing beside Jiang Chen, awaiting his orders without the slightest hint of non-acceptance or rebellion. Is this to say that us two brothers have made it here in time for a good show? Now this is hilarious. Even my uncle, at his level of existence, has committed himself irredeemably to the young duke. Do all of you think you're more awesome than a hallmaster of the Hall of Healing? Kaio Shan also spoke up. Heh heh. Jiang Tong stepped out chuckling at this time. Everyone, forgive me for not speaking clearly just now. The young duke is actually competing for the position of duke, of first rank at this time's Hidden Dragon trials. He's returned this time to execute the second mission and recruit 8 personal guards. Duke of the first rank, mission of the first rank, and this was the second one. The gathering was in an uproar when the news percolated through the crowd. Which of those present wasn't a wily old fox? How could they not understand such sensitive connotations? Damn it, damn it. I misjudged and missed the prime opportunity to express my loyalty. That damned Jiang Tong, why didn't he say this earlier? He's making us look bad on purpose. All the tribal chieftains were privately depressed. They didn't blame themselves for their attitude of keeping discreetly out of harm, but rather blamed Jiang Tong for not being clear with his words. Everyone, the young duke is recruiting for 8 personal guards this time, and 3 of the slots have been filled. There are 5 left. If you fulfill the requirements, then hand in a sign-up form. Jiang Tong announced loudly. In the span of that moment, all of the tribes started discussing amongst themselves if it was a direct son of the tribal chieftain. They may not be willing to be a personal guard, even to a duke of the first rank. Therefore, it was still a good thing if they could fight for a spot for their non-direct descendants. Around 20 applications were quickly handed in. One had to say, a territory still had many young talents. There were quite a few youths under 20 years old, with 6 meridians true chi. This didn't even include the direct heirs of the tribal chieftains. Third uncle, help me go through the names on the list. Although potential is important, personality is even more so. My Jiang family doesn't need the allegiance of those cowards who would get cold feet at critical times. Recruiting 8 personal guards was still just a small interlude to Jiang Chen at the end of the day. His ambitions did not halt here. Executing this mission was just going with the flow and the bigger picture. He merely didn't wish to lose to anyone on the Hidden Dragon trials. With the aid of the Jiang family clan elders, Jiang Tong quickly decided upon 3 names. These 3 were ones that they all felt were more dependable. They were all powers that were absolutely on the Jiang family's side, whether in terms of birth or reputation. These 3 people were also not within the core center of power in their families. This would give them the impetus to make great efforts in forging ahead. Chenner, the name has been erased from this application. There's something fishy about this. Jiang Tong frowned. From the traces that were erased, this application should be the one for your cousin, Zhu Tong, also the son of your mother's younger sister. Zhu Tong. Jiang Chen had very few memories of this person in his past self's memories. He seemed to faintly recall a vague, thin figure. In his impressions, this person was someone on the sidelines who his grandmother didn't love, and his father didn't care for. Has anyone signed up from my mother's side of the family? Jiang Chen was curious. Yes, Lan Yizhu, the son of your oldest uncle. However, his training is only at 5 meridians true qi and hasn't met the requirements at all. He's messing around and we aren't considering him. Then what about Zhu Tong? Jiang Chen asked. Zhu Tong is of 6 meridians true qi, but seems to be quite dismissed in your mother's side of the family. It looks like someone has tampered with his application. What are their reputations? Lan Yizhu is the second son of the chief of the Yinglan tribe. His personality is a bit proud and ungovernable. As for Zhu Tong, he's always been a character on the sidelines and has been bullied by Lan Yizhu since young. He's the type that holds his tongue but has a lofty and unyielding character. Then it's Zhu Tong. Jiang Chen settled on the 7th spot. If he recruited a proud and ungovernable character like Lan Yizhu, it would only be providing an unstable factor for the team. Jiang Chen didn't wish to create such unnecessary trouble for himself. It didn't matter if he was of 5 meridians true qi. Jiang Chen had ways for him to break through, but issues with personality, that was out of the question. A bad apple would ruin the bunch. I'm sorry I'm late, can we still sign up? Just as Jiang Chen decided on the 7th spot, a weak and gentle voice sounded from the side. It seemed a bit familiar. Jiang Chen tilted his head to the side, also slightly startled. A young girl pushed through the crowd. She was wearing a downy yellow robe, had fair, translucent skin and beautiful features. Because she had been traveling in a hurry, her face was red from exertion. She eeped when her gaze met Jiang Chen's as her charming face blushed even redder. You! Jiang Chen was astonished and baffled. This girl was the disciple of the Star Argus Palace, North Sect in the Tianhu territory, Wen Dizhi. She was also one of the young girls that Jiang Chen had rescued from the Lotus Harvester not long ago in the Tianhu territory. Jiang Chen involuntarily thought of the scene in the cave when he saw her. Wen Dizhi was weak and lacked strength as her clothes accidentally dropped down, allowing Jiang Chen to gaze fully upon the 2 orbs in front of her chest. Chapter 71. When Wen Dizhi saw that Jiang Chen had recognized her, she felt both shy in her heart and a kind of sweet joy, screwing up a courage that she had gotten from somewhere. This young girl who liked to blush gathered up her pluck and spoke lowly in the voice of a mosquito. I heard that you were recruiting for your personal guard, so I hurried over to see if I could help you. Princess Goyu had leveraged the power of the royal family to announce this news far and wide throughout all the territories. Jiang Chen hadn't thought that Wen Dizhi would set out on this long trek from far, far away. Judging from her body covered in dust from the road, she must have started on her way as soon as she heard the news. Jiang Chen blanked momentarily and asked, "Has your honored master agreed for you to come?" When her honored master was mentioned, Wen Dizhi's body trembled slightly. Her right hand lightly twisted the bottom of her shirt, her fingers twisting around each other, and appearing as if she was quite conflicted. Jiang Chen smiled involuntarily. It looked like Wen Dizhi had snuck out behind her honored master's back. Wen Dizhi hastily spoke upon seeing Jiang Chen's smile. Honored master wouldn't stop me even if she knew. She dotes on me the most. Jiang Chen nodded. Ah well, I happen to be short one person here. If Miss Ziki doesn't feel that it's beneath you, then you can fill in this spot. Really? Wen Dizhi was overjoyed upon hearing these words. She had been worried all along that she would be too late, worried that all the spots would be taken and there would be no place for her. Who would have thought that she would make it just in time for the last spot? Jiang Tong smiled upon seeing the gentle and refined Wen Dizhi. "Chenner, do you know this young lady?" We were acquainted with each other that day when I was executing my mission in the Tianhu territory. We've met several times now. Her identity and personality are pretty dependable. All right, since this is the case, we have successfully decided on all 8 spots. Jiang Tong also heaved a sigh of relief. He hadn't been satisfied with any of the applications for the last spot. It was naturally for the best that someone Jiang Chen approved of could fill the spot. Chenner, they say that an acquaintance may not sow discord amongst intimate friends. You would rather recruit an outsider than have the son of your uncle. Where is the logic in this? Have I, your aunt, offended you somehow? Just as Jiang Chen was speaking, a luxuriously dressed, heavily made-up woman swiftly dashed to the front of Jiang Chen and started complaining to him. Jiang Chen recognized this woman from his past self's memories. She should be his aunt, and the birth mother of that land Yizhu. Aunt, uncle is a vaunted chief. Younger cousin Yizhu will be able to make a name for himself in ways other than being in my personal guard. Why not give the opportunity to those who need it more? Jiang Chen had to nicely persuade her, as he had no desire to be entangled with a shrew. So what if he's a big chief? That can only be passed onto one son. Then the second son's fortune and prosperity will be out in the cold. If he hangs around you, it will be the work of only a word from you to bestow a tribe onto your cousin Yizhu to rule over when you're a duke in the future. Chenner, let me tell you something. Your uncle spent quite a bit of effort into looking after your mother before she married. Now that your mother isn't here, seeing your aunt is the same as seeing your mother. Although Yizhu is your cousin in name, what's the difference between that and your younger brother by blood? You can't disregard his matters. Can you bear to? Aunt, younger cousin Yizhu is only of 5 meridians true chi. I'm powerless to take action. Even though I have a mind to help him accomplish his aims, I won't be able to satisfactorily complete my mission. If you love this nephew, aunt, then surely you won't let me suffer defeat in the hidden dragon trials. If I'm defeated, then how will uncle hang onto his position as a big chief? The woman was momentarily dumbfounded upon hearing that her man may not even keep his position as a big chieftain. Jiang Chen smiled and took this opportunity to leave. Jiang Tong pronounced the short list of candidates at the scene. Guo Jin from the capital, the direct grandson of royal tutor Guo Shun, Kaio Shan, Kaio Chuan, nephews of the third hallmaster of the Hall of Healing. Wen Dizhi from the Star Argus Palace of the Tianhu territory, old acquaintances with the young Duke Jiang Chen. Zhu Tong, Yinglan tribe of the Jiang Han territory, maternal cousin of the young Duke. Qi Mu, summer tribe of the Jiang Han territory, 6 meridians true chi. Shen Yifan, Jade Dragon tribe of the Jiang Han territory, 6 meridians true chi. Bai Yun, Iron Mountain tribe of the Jiang Han territory, 6 meridians true chi. The recruiting meeting was over when Jiang Tong concluded his announcement. Many of the families whose sons hadn't been selected were all secretly dejected. They had had a prime opportunity but missed it. Will the chiefs of the 10 big tribes please adjourn to the Duke's manor for a banquet? The families of the other smaller tribes are discharged. Travel back to your areas with no loitering. Jiang Tong pronounced afterwards. The convergence of all these powers on Riverwave City was also a latent danger for the city. Since the mission was concluded, they naturally had to disperse. Apart from Jing Man, the chiefs of the 10 large tribes were all present. They naturally wouldn't give up the chance to repair relations when they heard that the Duke's manor was even fating them with a banquet. Except the 9 chiefs were all curious as to why the chief of the Redbud tribe, Jing Man, was nowhere to be seen when even the name of the Duke had been brought out. This Jing Man was normally imperiously domineering, but had he dared openly defy the Duke's name this time? This was really out of line. One had to know that if a tribe defied the orders of the Duke, then they would be punished. The tribal chiefs brought these doubts with them to the banquet. Apart from the young Duke Jiang Chen, all the Jiang family elders, including Jiang Tong, were present. Everyone, this time's banquet is first to reward you for always rushing about on Jiang Han territory business, and secondly, to announce a matter of great importance to everyone. Jiang Chen personally raised his glass as he one by one met the eyes of all the chiefs with a cool gaze, showing a relaxed confidence of superiority flowing through his eyes. All of the chiefs felt a cold shiver travel down their backs when they were swept by Jiang Chen's gaze. They felt a vague hint of something big about to happen. Jing Man has had no respect for his superiors and has come to the Duke's manor on multiple occasions to behave wildly. He has even gone so far as to publicly challenge the Duke's authority this time. He has been captured on my orders and is being held secretly. What? Jing Man held secretly. This news also caused the faces of the chiefs, rulers of their own locality, to change drastically. This was Jing Man. In the entire Jianghan territory, Jing Man was the cream of the crop when it came to being domineering. Apart from Jiang Feng being able to suppress this person, even the other chiefs had to display a certain weakness in front of him. Even Jiang Feng, the Duke of Jianghan, had to think twice before taking action against Jing Man. But the young Duke had taken Jing Man without the slightest change in his voice or composure. Well done. This Jing Man has always been domineering without boundaries, and his reputation is exceedingly poor amongst all the great tribes. The first to speak up was naturally the chief of the Yinglan tribe, Jiang Chen's uncle Lan Tianji. Right, it isn't the first time that Jing Man has gone to the Duke's manor to behave atrociously and make a scene. He is receiving his just deserts in being punished. Something was bound to happen sooner or later if he wasn't taken care of. The young Duke is brilliant and wise. However, the influence of the Jing family of the Redbud tribe is widespread and far-reaching. Since Jing Man has been captured, the Jing family and local powers are likely to cause trouble. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. This is why I've summoned you here. The Jing family has been able to be a tyrant for so long partly because they are truly a powerful local power, and partly because they do quite a bit of business. In addition, the land with the spirit vein in our Jianghan territory runs through their tribal lands. The big chiefs all nodded and looked at Jiang Chen with fresh eyes. How was this the young Duke that they knew? How was this the original, useless, good-for-nothing? This was absolutely a wolf in sheep's clothing, and a noble son who played the games of politics extremely well. They finally believed in this moment that Jiang Chen had absolutely been play-acting in order to confuse others before. This child most likely had had his sights set on Duke of the first rank since he was young. They had misjudged him. Everyone admitted that in their hearts now. They had truly misjudged the young Duke Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen watched the performances of these people out of the corner of his eye, but said in an unhurried and not too slow fashion, "I have no interest in words expressing your loyalty. I say only this time. Each tribe must send out 50,000 men and horses. The Duke's manor will send out an army of 100,000 strong. We will ambush the Redbud tribe as swiftly as a peal of thunder, leaving one with no time to cover their ears. We must make a clean sweep of all of Jing Man's remaining confederates." Plucking up evil from the roots was common sense. The chiefs weren't unduly surprised. After the remaining confederates of the Jing family are exterminated, I will send Elder Zai to personally oversee the Redbud tribe region. I will also take out 20% of the profits from the land with the spirit vein and split it equally amongst the 9 tribes. If his earlier words could be labeled as coercion, then the 20% profits would be temptation. Coercion and promise of gain, both the carrot and stick were present. How could the great chiefs hold out against this? Chief Lan Tianji of the Yinglan tribe was the first to stand up. I, Yinglan tribe, will protect and support the Jiang family unto the death. We are willing to fight those traitors to the death. We are willing to join our forces with the Duke's manor and exterminate the traitors. The 10 large tribes in the Jiang Han territory had competed amongst themselves, with the Redbud tribe lorded over everyone. This had been the situation for many years, and Jing Man was extremely domineering to boot. Under these circumstances, these people would likely add insult to injury by dropping stones down a well even without coercion and temptation, not to mention when there was gain to be had. Jiang Tong looked at Jiang Chen with a meaningful glance, secretly astonished. This young duke didn't do things by half measures all right. His boldness of vision was astounding. He had given out 20% profit just like that, tying the dukedom together with the tribes via profit. How would the tribal chiefs not work together with care and energy? This was far more useful than any form of threats. Everyone, our Jiang Han dukedom has worked together with the Pill King Garden before. Our cooperation partner is now the Hall of Healing. This is also to say that our profits with the Hall of Healing will be double those of when we worked with the Pill King Garden. What looks like 20% to you is actually 40% in terms of original profits. Under the circumstances, Jiang Chen didn't mind revealing a bit of core intelligence to them. The Hall of Healing. This wasn't the first time that these people had heard the name of the Hall of Healing today. The Hall of Healing was the benchmark of the spirit medicine world in the Eastern Kingdom. How could they not be aware of the biggest heavyweight in the spirit medicine world? Heh, you probably don't know. The Hall of Healing relies on our young duke for many things. Also, another thing that you may not know is that the royal princess Eastern Juruo's illness was yet to be resolved after seeing many famous doctors. But the symptoms lessened when the medicine took effect after our young duke made a move. One had to say, Jiang Zheng was a very useful steward. Whenever his master needed it, he would voice the thoughts that his master was not at liberty to say. He would employ such a method at just the right time and say it. What did these words mean? This meant that the young duke's backer was the royal family themselves, and the Hall of Healing. All the chiefs present were dumbfounded and astounded when they heard these words. They looked at each other, at a loss of what to do. Jiang Chen, however, smiled. Come, drink. Jiang Zheng always likes to task his lips and tongue over some small matters. Everyone can listen to these matters of the royal princess, but let it stay in your heart. Don't spread this around. Yes, who dares to brashly spread information regarding the royal family's secrets? Each one of them mumbled yes, as they raised their glasses, but had no appetite for food. How could they still be in the mood to taste the niceties of the exquisite wine? Their minds were filled with the young Duke Jiang Chen's marvelous changes, and all sorts of news that broke through the limits of their expectations. They didn't know what sort of approach they should be taking towards this young duke, but one thing was for certain, and that was that the young Duke Jiang Chen would outdo his father Jiang Feng. Chapter 72. Without their leader Jing Man. Although the remaining confederates of the Redbud tribe raised a loud hue and cry, many of the internal powers that the Jing family had originally suppressed all turned their coats in the face of a large army pressing on the border. They worked in collusion with the army, one from within and the other from the outside. The army took over the Redbud tribe region with almost no slaughter at all. The remaining confederates of the Jing family were all rounded up and locked behind bars. At the same time, a predetermined power from the Jiang family clan took up residence within the Redbud region. Jiang Chen had made a simple agreement which had to be observed by all the elders of the family clan, and had stuck the son of his third uncle, Jiang Yu, into the Redbud region. Jiang Chen exhorted the clan elders to treat Jiang Yu as a crucial center and cultivate him. Although jealous, these people all knew that Jiang Yu was the one most intimate with Jiang Chen within the Jiang family clan. Jiang Chen was Jiang Feng's only child and son. This meant that Jiang Chen had no other blood brothers or sisters. In this way, since they had been close since childhood, Jiang Yu undoubtedly became like Jiang Chen's blood brother, just as if Jiang Tong was the same as the Duke of Jiang Han. Upon seeing Jiang Chen employ lightning-fast methods to cow the various chiefs into submission and quell the Redbud tribe rebellion, Jiang Chen's young followers were all privately overjoyed. To have such methods and be able to take on such burdens at this tender age, they all felt that they had done the right thing in following this young duke. Jiang Chen's newly recruited 8 guards were demonstrating their knowledge of martial Tao within the training fields of the Jiang Han manor. Since they were comrades now, none of them wanted to admit to being inferior. All wanted to demonstrate their strength in front of their comrades, to avoid being underestimated by others. Jiang Chen merely observed and didn't make any evaluations. After the demonstrations had run through once, he already had a few thoughts in mind. From today onwards, the 8 of you will eat at the same table now. I won't ask too much of you, but only want to remind you of one point. You can retain your own personalities and your own thoughts. However, from this moment on, you're all in the same boat and thus are all in this together. You are comrades in the battlefield, which means you are a partner in which one of the others can entrust their back to. If anyone can't do it, then say so now. There's still time to back out. Jiang Chen's tone was severely grave. What was a personal guard? At the heart of the matter, it meant to be death warrior, a type of existence that was willing to die at any time for their master. Personal guards were often the ones that a master trusted the most, and were entrusted the greatest amount of matters to. Personal guards were the most intimate battle companions to each other. They were a mutual interdependence and would live and die together. No one backed out. Resolute determination was written on their faces. Good, this is also why I've chosen you. I only hope that none of you will disappoint me. And I, Jiang Chen, will absolutely not let you down. Jiang Chen was confident and at ease as he swept his gaze over the 8 faces. In order to prove that your decision was correct, I've decided to give you a welcome gift in this moment. A gift at the first meeting. Shan scratched his ears and cheeks, smiling honestly. Mine uncle says that the young duke is too deep to be fathomable. Looks like uncle he didn't lie to us. Guo Jin was indifferent to the idea of a greeting gift. When he saw Jiang Chen burn incense and pay his respects to his ancestors, he had sworn an oath to himself that he would follow this master until death. As for the others, Wen Diziqi's personality was easygoing, without greed for anything in particular. Although traces of expectation flowed in the eyes of others, they didn't lose their composure. Jiang Chen nodded. You must remember that when you accept my gift, it will be as if your body is now imprinted with my brand. You must not reveal this gift to anyone without my permission, even to those you are closest to. Otherwise, I will personally end you. These people felt quite perplexed by the increased gravity of Jiang Chen's tone. It was only a greeting gift. Was it really that serious? But seeing that the young duke was acting with such due care and solemnness, their hearts tightened as they vaguely guessed that this greeting gift was no ordinary gift. Don't think wild thoughts. The weight of this gift is absolutely beyond your speculation. Even in the entirety of the Eastern Kingdom, no one else would be able to give another gift such as this. What? Everyone was visibly moved. No one else could afford to give such a gift in the Eastern Kingdom. Can it be that even the royal family would be unable to give such a gift? Just what was this? Shan was quite impatient and could scarcely wait. His eyes stared unblinkingly at Jiang Chen, full of ardent fervor. All of you are currently of 6 meridians true qi right now, but I can help you break through to 7 meridians true qi within 10 days. What? Break through to 7 meridians true qi within 10 days? Kaio Shan was the first to cry out, "Young Duke, don't bluff us'ns. I have been stuck on 6 meridians true chi for around half a year." Even the gentle and refined Wen Dizichi shot out looks of incredulity from her eyes. Guo Jin, on the other hand, had heard many rumors regarding Jiang Chen previously because he was from the capital. He was rather a believer. Since the young duke has spoken, how could there be falsehood? 6 meridians true chi. All of you here have spent either 2 or 3 months to half a year to a full year after reaching 6 meridians true chi. There is no other reason for your inability to break through other than being unable to sense the 7th acupoint. Because there is a bank between the intermediate realm of true chi and the advanced realm of true chi. This moat needs to be explored, to be perceived in due time. Have you stopped at 6 meridians true chi because you cannot perceive the 7th acupoint? That is truly the case. Kaio Shan complained. The 7th acupoint is fleeting and intransient, and indeed hard to sense. Guo Jin also nodded. Wen Dizichi didn't say anything, but her expression, as if deep in thought already, verified the accuracy of this statement. The others all nodded as well. I have a set of methods that can teach you how to locate the acupoints. You will no longer have to fret over being unable to locate the acupoints when training in the realm of true chi in the future. You will be able to easily locate the acupoints with this method, allowing you to achieve double the results with half the effort on your path of training. The 8 guards were noticeably moved after these words were said. Easily locate acupoints. Was this true? One had to know that the most difficult thing when training in the realm of true chi wasn't clearing the meridians, but locating the acupoints. If the acupoints couldn't be located, then there was no way of clearing the meridians. How could a breakthrough be achieved then? It could be said that the most amount of time in training martial Tao was spent on perceiving the acupoints. If the process of locating the acupoints could be skipped, how could this only be doubling the results with half the effort? This would be saving tons of effort compared to others. The method of true acupoint resonance was without a doubt a revolutionary secret method for the entire Eastern Kingdom. However, it was only a lowly sort of existence in Jiang Chen's memory banks. Jiang Chen was the epitome of cautiousness, not because of how valuable true acupoint resonance might be, but because if word of this matter got out, many hidden troubles would lurk in the background. Jiang Chen had previously passed on the true acupoint resonance method to his father and his 2 best friends. These 8 personal guards were the 3rd set of people worthy of receiving this inheritance. I will be passing on this method to you. If any of you secretly pass it on and word of this travels out, the others will rise together and attack the person in a group, and I, Jiang Chen, will not go easy on this person. Jiang Chen once again issued a warning. The young duke treats us so kindly and generously. How could we dare to fail and let him down? Qi Mu from the Summer tribe of the Jianghan territory was the first to step forward and make a pledge. The others all stepped forward and swore an oath afterwards. Perk your ears up and listen carefully. I will only verbally pass on this inheritance and won't give you any books to record this down in. How much you can comprehend and remember will be up to you. I will only say this 3 times, only 3 times. The faces of the 8 personal guards all became quite grave. 3 times, but they needed to receive the method with their strong memories and comprehension abilities. Just as he said, Jiang Chen went over the method 3 times. What Jiang Chen hadn't expected was that the first person who seemed to think of something and sit down cross-legged where he stood to contemplate theory was Zhu Tong, that thin, young man buried in oblivion. Afterwards, Guo Jin and Wen Dizichi also seemed to be deep in thought as they sat down cross-legged. Brothers Kaio Shan and Kaio Chuan, Qi Mu, Shen Yifan, and Bai Yun all sat down cross-legged as well, meditating on the theory and using the newly learnt method to perceive the seventh acupoint. There truly was a difference in potential when it came to martial Tao training. Zhu Tong was the first to contemplate and the first to see results. Zhu Tong's eyes opened after an hour, with various sorts of incredulous looks shooting out of his eyes. His gaze at Jiang Chen was suffused with endless gratitude and admiration. Elder cousin Jiang Chen and I have never interacted much since we were young. To think that cousin Jiang Chen would rather offend aunt and uncle to choose me instead of Lan Yizhu. What do I, Zhu Tong, have? My parents died early, and I was bullied by Lan Yizhu since I was young. Compared to Lan Yizhu, I have nothing, and yet elder cousin still chose me, trust me, and bestowed upon me this great change in fortune. If in this life I, Zhu Tong, don't follow elder cousin to accomplish something grand, then how could I face my parents in the other world? How would I be worthy of elder cousin's generous treatment of me? Although Zhu Tong appeared cold and aloof, he was only cold on the outside and actually warm on the inside. He would remember steadfastly the drops of kindness from others. Jiang Chen had practically helped him be reborn by choosing him and changing his fortunes. How could Zhu Tong not understand the concept of gratitude? Lan Yizhu's training wasn't enough, not up to standard. These were all pretexts that elder cousin had used to fob off his aunt. Elder cousin was so capable. Would he worry about not being able to raise Lan Yizhu's training to 6 meridians true qi? What did this mean? This meant that in elder cousin's heart, the position of him, Zhu Tong, was greater than Lan Yizhu's. A gentleman is ready to die for his bosom friends. Zhu Tong's blood was thrumming ardently at this moment, as he was filled with gratitude and adoration towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen flicked a glance at Zhu Tong, knowing that Zhu Tong had already located the 7th acupoint and was merely waiting for the prime opportunity to break through. He smiled faintly and nodded at Zhu Tong, indicating for him not to speak anymore, lest he affect other people's comprehension. A single glance made Zhu Tong feel as if he was bathed by the spring wind, and his heart surged with emotions. After not too much longer, the others also successfully located the 7th acupoint. Wonderful, awesome, haha, to think that it would really work. Kaio Shan capered in his extreme delight. Haha, I finally have the chance to assail 7 meridians true qi. Although the others didn't lose their composure like Kaio Shan, happiness was written all over their faces, and their looks towards Jiang Chen changed as well. If it was said that they had the respect and loyalty of a subordinate to the young duke before, then they absolutely worshipped Jiang Chen like paying homage to deities or Buddha now. They were well too aware of what this method meant. Such a method in defiance of nature was likely the only one of its kind in the surrounding 16 kingdoms, not to mention the Jiang Han territory or Eastern Kingdom. Chapter 73. Jiang Chen made a motion. No matter what method you use, you must break through to 7 meridians true qi within 10 days. Jiang Chen had given a non-negotiable order and created a bit of urgency amongst the 8 personal guards. Only 5 or 6 days had passed from when Jiang Chen had selected his second mission until now. He still had quite a bit of time left. After some calculations, he had decided to set a reasonable time frame of 10 days. It gave a slight sense of urgency, but wasn't too hasty. It would be a time limit that would be just enough to stimulate their potential. Jiang Chen planned on using these 10 days well. First, the changes in the Redbud region of the Jiang Han territory needed some time to be fully digested. Second, Jiang Chen also didn't want to let this time idly slip by. He wanted to undergo a solid bout of training in the Jiang Han territory. Time was money, and every minute, every second after he'd reincarnated was beyond precious to him. In the next 10 days, Jiang Chen consistently and persistently held on to an extremely regulated schedule every day. However, he would always take some time out of each day to handle some matters of the territory and to review some intelligence sent back from the Redbud region. He had created this mess and must clean up after it, lest it affect the greater picture and shake the Jiang family's political foundations. This was one thing that Jiang Chen didn't wish to see. It was a good thing that the Jing family's tyrannical domineering performance in ordinary times had caused them to lose the hearts of many people. After exterminating the Jing family, the reactions from various parts of the Jianghan territory were actually quite calm, with no backlash whatsoever. Xiaoyu, I hope you can make use of this opportunity to become more mature. Jiang Chen held this expectation deep within his heart. He knew better than anyone that if the Jianghan territory was to continue to reside within the Jiang family's control in the future, then Jiang Yu must become the future Duke of Jianghan. He, Jiang Chen, possessed far-reaching ambitions. It was impossible for him to give up pursuing martial Dao for a mere dukedom. 10 days' time passed by peacefully. Time indeed passes quickly. 10 days have flown by so calmly and speedily. Although I have yet to break through to 9 meridians true Qi, I already possess the qualifications to assail that level. I wonder how the 8 of them have done. Indeed, none of the 8 had let him down. They had all ascended after 10 days of hard work. Zhu Tong had been the first to break through on the 4th day. When Di Ziqi and Guo Jin had spent 6 days. The Kaio brothers had broken through on the 7th day. The remaining 3 had all broken through on the 8th and 9th days. Very good, you haven't disappointed me. Jiang Chen nodded. My mission is not only to recruit 8 personal guards, but also to pass a test. This test will surely be pertained to martial Dao. All of you now possess 7 meridians true Qi, and thus, logically speaking, should have no problems handling the test. However, in the case of any unexpected developments, I will pass on to you a set of martial arts techniques according to each of your characteristics. I will also pass on one set of offensive and defensive techniques, so that when you face enemies, you won't have to fight separately and will instead be able to demonstrate an astonishing group fighting competency. Jiang Chen had spent quite a bit of time and effort thinking about how to arrange these 8 personal guards during this time. Of course, Jiang Chen wouldn't be overly radical at this stage and pass on to them some nature-edifying methods. The techniques that he had chosen were all according to each person's unique characteristics. He'd chosen ones that would register as amongst the elite in the Eastern Kingdom repertoire of methods, but none that would exceed the Eastern Kingdom's range of acceptance. Although they were his personal guards, Jiang Chen still didn't wish to spoil their growth through excessive enthusiasm. Firstly, because one couldn't reach towards the sky with merely one step of martial Dao training, and secondly, that it was actually a form of protection in not passing on to them any nature-defying methods. Of course, Jiang Chen had many more choices to choose from when it came to battle formations. Jiang Chen had chosen a deeper method to combine 8 people as one. This set of 8 trigram assimilation formation, 1, is a battle formation that can be used to both attack and defend. When faced with an enemy, its changes are numerous. Its iterations are even harder to predict when attacking and defending. If you are able to comprehend 60 or 70% with your current abilities, even a few true Qi masters will be unable to break your formation. When the opponents are your peers, you will be able to handle even 100 with ease. A few true Qi masters, 8 against 100 peers. Kaio Shan's large eyes blinked, astounded again. Kaio Shan stopped being so wound up and overreactive as a result. The young duke must have his reasons for saying so. The 8 personal guards had thoroughly become familiar with Jiang Chen's strength and mysteriousness after the matter of locating the acupoints. I was shocked. Being able to battle against several true Qi masters is enough to make anyone's blood boil. That's under the conditions of you being able to comprehend 60 to 70%. If you can comprehend 80%, then it wouldn't be an impossible thing to kill a true Qi master. If you comprehend 90%, killing a true Qi master will be as simple as killing a dog. Jiang Chen was actually being a bit conservative when he spoke like this. Then what if we comprehend 100%? Kaio Shen asked haltingly. 100%. Jiang Chen smiled. Let's put it this way. If the 8 of you are able to comprehend 100%, then you would be invincible within the realm of the Eastern Kingdom, apart from the Spirit Tao practitioners. If you are able to ascend to the realm of true Qi masters in the future, even those who have just set foot into Spirit Tao will have to keep their distance from you. Spirit Tao practitioners keeping their distance from usins. Kaio Shan's tongue was about to tie itself into knots as a fervent light shone in his eyes. He itched to immediately start practicing this formation and find a Spirit Tao practitioner to test and corroborate this. Kaio Shan, you're barely retaining your composure again. The young duke is saying that all of us need to join the ranks of the true Qi masters and fully comprehend this formation before we have the qualifications to battle Spirit Tao practitioners. Guo Jin dumped a timely bucket of cold water on him. True Qi masters, we will surely be able to advance. But I've yet to see one of those legendary Spirit Tao practitioners. Mine uncle's position is so high, and he's hung around the capital for so many years, he doesn't seem to have ever seen a Spirit Tao practitioner either. No wonder Kaio Shan was so excited. For a common, ordinary kingdom, the existence of a Spirit Tao practitioner was basically on the same level as divine myths living on only in legends. Although there were rumors that the Eastern Kingdom did have Spirit Tao practitioners, not that many in the entire Eastern Kingdom had ever enriched their knowledge by actually seeing what one of the Spirit Tao practitioners looked like. Therefore, in the hearts of all the youths pursuing martial Tao in the kingdom, the existence of Spirit Tao practitioners were that of legends, as if symbolic totems. To try and think about it, how great a temptation would it be to battle a Spirit Tao practitioner under these circumstances? How honorable would it be? No wonder Kaio Shan utterly lost his composure. A Spirit Tao practitioner was an absolutely divine existence to those ordinary practitioners. Formation training is not the matter of one day and night. The pressing matter for all of you at the moment is training your true Qi and martial arts techniques. Guo Jin, focus on the Tao of the blade. Kaio brothers, one of you take the axe, the other familiarize himself with brass rods. Both are heavy weapons that can fully display your strength. Wen Di Zichi Qi Mu and Bai Yun, you all use swords, but the Tao of the sword is broad and profound. Each of you will walk your own different path. Shen Yifen, you take the spear. It's domineering and direct, a tough and fierce path. Zhu Tong, you're different from them as your technique does not fall into a set pattern. Zhu Tong's expression became downcast. Although he was the younger cousin of the young duke, he had been bereft of parents since young and lived in the house of the family from his mother's side. He had been bullied by his older cousin since young and sought survival in the cracks. It had already been quite difficult for him to train his true Qi to 6 meridians. As for martial arts techniques, the land family of the Yinglan tribe had never given any thought of preparing any for him. It could even be said that the land family, either by design or by accident, even oppressed Zhu Tong. They didn't want Zhu Tong to become too prominent and outshine the sons of the land family. After all, Zhu Tong was also a relative of the duke's family. What if his potential was too strong, resulting in preferment from the duke's manor? Wouldn't it turn into the land family being suppressed in the future? Because of these reasons, Zhu Tong had had an exceedingly difficult existence in the Lan family. Therefore, his martial arts techniques were quite simplistic and crude. Zhu Tong, what do you like? Or rather, what weapons are you most disposed towards? I like concealed weapons, particularly the bow and arrow. Bow and arrow. Jiang Chen's thoughts moved. There was indeed a lack of someone skilled at surprise attacks amongst these 8. Zhu Tong's potential was the highest. It would be a nice choice if he concentrated on the way of surprise attacks. All right, when we return to the capital, I will purchase a fine bow for you at the first opportunity. You will begin practicing the bow and arrow from this day forth. Bai Yun, I've heard that you like to research poisons. You can also spend more effort and thought in this regard. You are my personal guards, and thus should be widely practiced in all sorts of ways. Additional skills are never considered an increased burden on the body. The more skills you have and the more practiced you are, the better you will be able to retain your lives in the future. The 8 of them all nodded their heads as they felt the young duke made quite a bit of sense. On the path of martial Tao, the more skills and talents one had meant an additional layer of guarantee. After all, the world of martial Tao was filled with strange and treacherous currents. Many times, it wasn't the strongest one who was the last person left standing. Just as Jiang Chen was training his 8 personal guards, Jiang Tong came to visit and was in an extreme hurry. Third uncle, what matter has caused you to be in such a rush? Chenner, an urgent message has just come from the Redbud region with 3 feathers stuck to it. This represents urgent intelligence of the highest grade. What intelligence? The letter didn't say, just that a bizarre matter has occurred in the Redbud region and requests that the young duke must hasten over to take charge of the situation. Could this letter be a deceit? Jiang Chen asked. No deceit. The letter contains my Jiang family's secret code, and the handwriting is also Zia Oyu's handwriting. Something large had happened, but the letter didn't offer an explanation. Mutiny from his troops. That shouldn't be the case. The remaining Confederates of the Redbud region had been fully exterminated. The other tribes temporarily couldn't find an excuse to rebel. Besides, if the other tribes rebelled, it wouldn't be the Redbud region sending urgent intelligence back. Invasion from a strong enemy. It didn't seem like it. If a strong enemy invaded, there would be no need for secrecy in the letter. Since this is the case, I will set out immediately. We should be able to make it there before noon on the backs of fast horses. Jiang Chen wasn't an irresolute and hesitant person. He immediately summoned his troops and prepared fast horses, setting out on his way. Jiang Chen was unafraid of any conspiracy developing in the Jianghan territory. Judging from the letter, it must be that some bizarre development had occurred in the Redbud region, and it was a change that must be kept secret. Otherwise, Jiang Yu could absolutely speak clearly in the letter. Galloping quickly on the backs of horses, they sped along the way. Jiang Chen and his retinue entered the Redbud region before noon. Brother, you're here. It was as if Jiang Yu had seen a savior when he saw Jiang Chen, and he welcomed Jiang Chen into the secret room. Zia Oyu, what is going on? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. Brother, bizarre happenings, the strangest thing. I've already given orders to seal this news. Even the elders of the family clan, apart from Elder Zai, are being kept in the dark right now. I dare not announce it. Oh, Jiang Chen's interest was piqued upon seeing Jiang Yu so solemn. Chapter 74. Ripened instantaneously. Well, it can't be said that it was instantaneous. There was originally still half a year left in the spirit medicine's maturing cycle. There was at least a month left until they ripened. But these spirit medicines suddenly ripened yesterday, and they were full of spirit energy. In terms of quality, they were actually a grade higher than the spirit medicines that had matured before. This was indeed an odd happening. Although the cultivation of spirit medicines was more particular than that of ordinary crops, It was impossible for a miracle such as ripening overnight to occur. However, such a bizarre occurrence had indeed happened. Take me to it. Jiang Chen was unable to make much of a judgment without actually seeing things for himself. Jiang Yu hadn't spoken a single false word. When Jiang Chen saw that batch of spirit medicine, he saw that they had indeed matured and exuded a thick sense of spirit energy. They were indeed a grade higher in quality than those that had matured before. Jiang Chen once again creased his brow, but something didn't add up in this matter, no matter how much he thought about it. Even with his plentiful knowledge of spirit medicine from his past life, he didn't have the answer, nor did he know how to respond. A same batch of spirit medicine was planted roughly 1 kilometer away from this patch, but it was still a patch of green shoots and was at least 2 months away from ripening. But the spirit medicines on the two sides were of the same breed and planted at the same time. Even the methods and process in which they'd been raised were the same. Collect a few samples of soil for me. I'll test the soil. Jiang Chen was a connoisseur of spirit medicines, and the first problem he thought of was that of the soil changing. But after testing the soil collected from various corners, they discovered that there was not much difference in the soil. It was practically the same. Is someone playing a malicious trick and applying spirit fertilizer to this patch? Jiang Chen thought of this point, but then immediately discarded this possibility. There was a natural rhythm to cultivating spirit medicine. Spirit fertilizer could help the spirit medicine grow better and shorten the cycle of growth, but it wouldn't make the spirit medicine mature overnight. If one wanted to make spirit medicine mature overnight, then the amount of spirit fertilizer needed would absolutely exceed the value of this spirit medicine by 10 times, or even 100 times. No one would commit such a boring act. Or could it be that a strong practitioner passed by carrying a strong spirit weapon, and the spirit energy from the weapon leaked out, unintentionally benefiting this patch of soil? This possibility seemed triflingly insignificant, putting aside the fact that it was impossible for a practitioner on such a strong level to appear in this common, ordinary kingdom. Even if such a practitioner did pass by, there would be noticeable traces of such a strong spirit energy. It would be impossible for only this patch to benefit and nowhere else. Could it be that some secluded practitioner is playing a prank? Jiang Chen even thought of such a far-fetched possibility. A light wind breezed over as Jiang Chen lightly shook his head, throwing those random, laughable speculations to the back of his mind. Xiaoyu, you have handled this matter properly. Temporarily seal off news of this and harvest the spirit medicine as they've ripened. Continue to sow the seeds and observe what other changes occur. I will spend a few days here and wait and see what occurs. Jiang Chen ordered. Jiang Yu nodded and hesitated momentarily, asking, should we ask the Duke to come back? Jiang Chen waved his hand. No need. The winds and clouds of the political situation change rapidly within the capital, and a slight move on one part may affect the whole. He will absolutely be unable to leave at this moment. Even if Jiang Feng returned, he was sure to be at a loss of what to do. Within the Eastern Kingdom, if he, Jiang Chen, couldn't understand something behind spirit medicine, then it would be futile for anyone else to come. Jiang Yu told the medicine boy to harvest the spirit medicine according to Jiang Chen's instructions, and to begin sowing seeds in the late afternoon. All of you take notice that the matters of the spirit medicine garden must not be revealed to the outside world, otherwise you will be subjected to the family rules. Jiang Yu warned severely. It was a good thing that the plots were independent of each other within the spirit medicine garden, with mutual non-interference. The matters that had occurred within the spirit garden hadn't made their way out yet, due to Jiang Yu's timely information blockade. The true status of the situation had yet to spread. After a night, Jiang Chen came to this plot of land early next morning. His eyes fell on the seeds from yesterday. They had already sent out young shoots and were already 2 to 3 inches tall. This was an insane speed of growth. Brother, this. Jiang Yu was also dumbfounded by this scene. The medicine boys were also bewildered. They had the most dealings with spirit medicine and had a thorough understanding of the cultivation cycle of spirit medicines. This scene was absolutely incredible. Jiang Yu, seal off all information flow and allow no one to approach this plot of land. Jiang Chen also had a head full of questions. Although it looked like it was absolutely a good thing for the spirit medicine garden to be so miraculous as to shorten the cultivation period, Jiang Chen had a foreboding feeling prickle down his back. One had to remember that in his past life, Jiang Chen was widely experienced and had seen all the various theories beneath the heavens. Something falling from the heavens into one's lap like this often concealed a hidden mystery and danger. Jiang Chen felt slightly frustrated that there was something he couldn't resolve. Brother, this isn't a bad thing, don't worry about it. The wind is mild and the sun is bright today. Why don't you and I amuse ourselves and scale Purple Cloud Peak to survey the beautiful scenery of the Redbud region? Purple Cloud Peak was located not too far from the Spirit Medicine Garden, and the distance in a straight line did not exceed 5 kilometers. After scaling its heights, looking out would open one's mind and heart. Jiang Chen brought his personal guards and scaled the Purple Cloud Peak with Jiang Yu's accompaniment. They looked out after climbing to the peak, and all that fell within sight belonged to the Redbud region. Jiang Chen deployed his God's eye, and his vision stretched out even further in a continuous stream, without boundary or end. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes dropped onto the spirit medicine garden, and his gaze abruptly halted. When viewed from above, the spirit medicine garden was actually shrouded in a light, misty haze. If he hadn't viewed it from afar, he never would have detected the abnormality when he was close to it. But gazing out while standing from a high vantage point, he was able to discern the differences. There was actually a thin layer of smoke clouding the air above the spirit medicine garden. It seemed like fog, yet wasn't. It was muggy and indistinct, unable to be described or explained. Xiaoyu, look at that medicine garden. Xiaoyu followed the sound of his voice and also saw the strange phenomenon. Brother, what is that? Is it the legendary spirit energy? Tusk, this is too amazing. Look carefully. This smoky haze is encircling the medicine garden. When considering it as a whole, does it look like an image or anything in particular? After perusing it carefully, Jiang Yu also spoke in surprise. Brother, I wouldn't have been able to make it out if not for your reminder. This actually does seem like something after a careful look. What does it look like? Talons. It looks like the talons of a large beast. Look, the 4 raised patches of soil in the spirit medicine garden. Looks like the 4 sharp talons of a large beast. This part in the back looks like the palm behind the talons. And this part, it looks like where the base of the talons connects to the leg. It really does look like it. Tusk, the divine force that created nature is amazing. Too amazing. Jiang Yu expressed many astonished sounds, but he didn't see Jiang Chen's expression become more and more frozen in seriousness. Jiang Yu hastened down the mountain quickly. Destroy the spirit medicines in that patch of land. Sow no more seeds in that patch of land quickly. Jiang Chen's entire body sprang up like the bowstring of a bow as he stood up. Brother, what's the matter? Don't ask me questions. Just do as I say. Jiang Chen's face was darkened as he beckoned to his subordinates. We go down from the mountain. Jiang Yu had followed Jiang Chen since he was young, and now that he knew that Jiang Chen was of a mind to foster him, he naturally had the utmost faith in Jiang Chen's words now. Once traveling down the mountain, Jiang Yu instructed the medicine boys to destroy all the spirit crops within this patch of land. He reminded the medicine boys over and over again not to breathe a hint of what had happened here. Upon penalty of death, none of them dared to ask much, seeing that Jiang Chen's face was gravely solemn. Jiang Chen took several turns around the four corners of the spirit medicine garden and looked around. His brows became more and more knitted together, as if he was remembering something and wanted to prove something. After a long while, Jiang Chen walked over in Jiang Yu's direction. "Zaya Oyu, come here. I'll hand-draw a map for you. Send some men to investigate the directions according to the distance and scale of this map. Find out whether or not spirit medicine is being planted in the soil in these areas." Jiang Chen started drawing. He didn't draw a shape, but dotted various regions in numerous corners. He then confirmed the direction and distance between each of these dots. No need to go to the other regions. Pick the 3 closest locations to investigate. You must report back within 3 days. The sooner the better. Jiang Chen's tone became more imposing. "Brother, has something significant happened?" It was the first time that Jiang Yu had seen such a sense of urgency from Jiang Chen, even on the day of capturing the traitor Jing Man. His cousin, Jiang Chen's performance had been carefree, at ease, and he had gone on talking and laughing as if nothing had happened. Today's matter was a bit bizarre, a bit out of the ordinary. But Jiang Yu's biggest redeeming quality was that he listened to Jiang Chen. He immediately invited some clan elders to personally set out and start investigating the directions that Jiang Chen had pointed out. The 3 clan elders started returning after 2 days, and the news they brought back made Jiang Chen's heart even heavier. As Jiang Chen expected, there were indeed plots of land permeated with spirit energy in the regions that Jiang Chen had estimated, and spirit medicine was being grown on them. Some of these regions were within the Eastern Kingdom borders, and others had already traveled into the lands of other kingdoms. "Brother, just what is going on?" Jiang Yu had been exceedingly curious over the past couple days. Jiang Chen sighed lightly. "The creator of fate has preordained every sip and bite. There is no one who doesn't have a predefined destiny. How could this spirit land appear in such a common kingdom without rhyme or reason? Why would such fertile spirit land appear? Zioyu, if my guesses are correct, this is an ill omen, an extremely foreboding sign." "Extremely foreboding sign. Brother, is something amiss with this spirit land?" Jiang Chen shook his head. "This matter will not be resolved by the power of you or me. In order to verify my speculations, unless you and I both enter the realm of Spirit Tao and fully grasp the abilities of flying through the earth to travel deep into the ground for investigation and exploration, otherwise any speculations will remain speculations." Jiang Chen didn't wish to explain much. The more he explained, the more uneasy Jiang Yu would become. "Zioyu, do not do anything to that patch of spirit medicine garden at all costs. It's a good thing that, although the ill omen has faintly materialized, it has yet to reach a stage of breaking out. I do hope that my guesses are incorrect. Otherwise, this will be a disaster that a common kingdom can absolutely not defend against." Jiang Chen sighed faintly. His experience was broad, and he had actually come to a sort of conclusion in his heart already, except he knew that he would be unable to share knowledge of this matter. Who knew what frightening consequences would occur once word spread? Although he was the son of the celestial emperor in his past life, he was no longer that now, as he had reincarnated. He no longer had the ability and foundation to have his own way when fooling around in this common world. He had to take into account all considerations behind every step and move, lest he be embroiled in it as well. Chapter 75. According to Jiang Chen's calculations, although the events of the spirit medicine garden were an ill omen, it was an omen yet to be fulfilled. The most pressing matter of the moment was for Jiang Chen to hurry back to the capital and complete his mission. Xiaoyu, remember my words, seal off that patch in the medicine garden, and don't let anyone enter or leave. In Jiang Chen's eyes, this extremely foreboding sign could come to fruition any time between 2 to 8 years. There was still time to think of a plan. He took his leave from the Redbud region and returned to the River Wave City, bidding farewell to Jiang Tong. He brought a crew of old and new subordinates, setting out on the path to return to the capital. Along the way, Jiang Chen traveled during the day and supervised the training of these guards by night, giving them pointers on martial techniques and teaching them the formation. A trip that was originally 3 or 4 days long took a full 10 days before reaching the capital. Except during these 10 days, whether it was Jiang Chen or the 8 personal guards, their level of training all advanced another level. Back in the capital, the completion of this mission had only taken around 26 to 27 days. Jiang Chen, second mission of the first rank, recruit 8 personal guards. They must be less than 20 years old with strength higher than 6 meridians true qi. This is the list of my personal guards. It also contains their information, identity, and origin. Jiang Chen handed over the information of his 8 personal guards. Once verification of the information showed that all was in order, the examiner continued. This mission requires that each personal guard also pass the requirements of the martial arts exam. How will the exam be administered? There are 2 tests. The first test is for them to one by one undergo the test of 6 meridians true qi. This test is relatively simple. The examiner responded. The second test is for them to go to the arena and fight against 8 level 6 wooden puppets. They must defeat the 8 wooden puppets within the allotted time. The time allotted is quite short, at only half an hour. The first test was a set matter with no skills whatsoever. When Jiang Chen had participated in the foundational exams, he had also undergone the test himself. This procedure was simple and unable to be faked. The second test was a bit more complicated. After all, it was a bit difficult to defeat 8 wooden puppets, equivalent to 6 meridians true qi, in half an hour. If Jiang Chen hadn't made his preparations and rushed to complete his mission after filling his 8 slots, he may very well have failed this exam. Now, however, Jiang Chen was well prepared. Not only had he risen all 8 of his personal guards to 7 meridians true qi, but he had also passed on the formation and given them pointers regarding martial arts techniques. In this way, they had a great deal more assurance regarding this second test. Under Jiang Chen's indications, the 8 people didn't reveal their strength and only released 6 meridians of true qi in the first test. They stopped when they reached 6 meridians and didn't reveal all their hidden cards at once. A successful pass. Princess Goyu had been paying attention to the entire proceeding and breathed a small sigh of relief when she saw that Jiang Chen's 8 personal guard recruits all passed the 6 meridians true qi test. She had been continuously worried that Jiang Chen's control and charisma would be insufficient to recruit the required number of guards. It would seem that she had been worried in vain. Princess Goyu was rather unworried about the second test. What kind of character was Jiang Chen? He had been able to give pointers to even a true qi master such as she. How much easier would it be for him to give pointers to a couple of 6 meridians true qi followers? When he arrived at the arena, Jiang Chen discovered that this location was extraordinarily bustling. He discovered at the same time that he wasn't the only one executing the mission of recruiting personal guards. Almost all of the heirs competing for the position of Duke of First Rank had to execute this same exact mission. Familiar faces dotted the arena, and all forced a smile when they saw Jiang Chen. In this place, everyone was competition. The brother and sister pair Long Yinye and Long Juashue were naturally found amongst their ranks. Hong Tian Tong, heir to the Vermilion Bird Dukedom, was also a staunch Long Jushue supporter. As one of the heirs of the four great dukes, he was naturally present in the arena. In addition, Bai Jianyun, the heir to the White Tiger Dukedom, and Yi Taichu, the heir to the Black Tortoise Dukedom, were all present and both renowned heirs in the Eastern Kingdom. When these people saw Jiang Chen, some were full of hostility, and some smiled faintly in a form of greeting. In particular, Yan Yiming, the heir to Yanmen Dukedom, no longer dared to provoke Jiang Chen now. Rather, he turned his head vehemently and looked in another direction, observing but not paying attention to Jiang Chen. Foundations. This is what's called foundations. Hong Tian Tong's inopportune voice rang out to the side behind Jiang Chen. Us Dukes of First Rank have long since completed the task of recruiting 8 personal guards. Unlike some new money upstarts who, without much of a foundation, seek to reach the sky in a single bound, they've only barely managed to complete the mission at this late hour, but it's still unknown as to whether or not they'll pass the second exam. Bai Jianyun and Yi Taichu had by now seen through Long Jushue and understood what a fool they'd been previously to be a weapon for Long Jushue. But even if Hong Tian Tong weren't willing to be a weapon for Long Jushue, he was more than happy to be of service. Even if he didn't gain Long Jushue's heart, Hong Tian Tong would still be quite happy to enrich his relationships with the soaring dragon family. He did so not to merely curry favor with Long Jushue, but also to put on a performance for Long Yinye. After all, Long Yinye was the legitimate son of the Duke of Soaring Dragon, and was sure to inherit his position in the future. Hong Tian Tong's words, laced with acid and abusing one person while pointing to someone else, were obviously aimed at Jiang Chen. Except at this moment, Jiang Chen had no interest in verbally sparring with these kinds of boring people. He handed over the exam token to the examiner. The examiner took a look and said, "Arena 7. The exam will begin in 1 hour." Jiang Chen, Hong Tian Tong speaks correctly. A family clan's heritage and foundation still matters for some issues. From what nooks and crannies of some rural backwater country did you find your personal guards? They look awkward no matter how much I look at them. Can these country warriors be dependable and reliable in important matters? Long Yinye was different to Hong Tian Tong. He would never beat around the bush about anyone he wished to provoke or suppress. He would always make a direct attack on the subject. It would be a bit harsh to compare them to ugly plants that didn't grow properly. But brother Jiang Chen, the people you found are truly a bit too uncouth. Oh, this person looks a bit familiar. Isn't he that guy, the grandson of royal tutor Guo? If I recall correctly, his father is that deserter that is renowned in the capital. Hong Tian Tong was spurred on to greater heights upon seeing that Long Yinye was also taking a stand, and walked over as well. Hong Tian Tong, do I understand correctly that you're provoking me? Jiang Chen smiled lightly. Hong Tian Tong stood behind Long Yinye, and feeling the reassurance of a strong backup thus puffed out his chest. If you really must think that way, then let it be so. I just can't bear jumped-up upstarts like you. People carry out business according to what position they have. On what basis or ability does your Jiang family dare to compete for the position of first rank? Flaunting their qualifications or displaying their position, these were the usual methods employed by the so-called nobles. However, Jiang Chen had never been one to play his cards according to predefined expectations. He flicked a carefree, sidelong glance at Hong Tian Tong. What's the point of so much blather? You look down on my personal guards. It's very simple. Call out your 8 personal guards and let's have a little competition. There's an hour left until the exam anyways. Rather than standing here in boredom and waiting, Why don't we put on some entertainment for everyone? Wouldn't you all say so? How could Jiang Chen not see that Guo Jin's eyes were just about ready to spit fire? Hong Tiantong's appraisal of deserter had bored deeply into Guo Jin's nerves. As someone superior, Jiang Chen naturally had to protect the dignity of his subordinates. A match. Long Yinye's eyes gleamed slightly as he looked at Hong Tiantong. Tiantong, at the end of the day, your vermilion bird dukedom is one of the 4 great dukedoms. Would you be scared by an inferior duke? Hong Tiantong's carefulness went quite deep as he thought cautiously for a bit. Of his 8 personal guards, 1 was at 8 meridians true chi, 3 at 7 meridians true chi, and the remaining 4 at the peak of 6 meridians true chi. This kind of allocation was sure to be some distance away from Long Yinye's personal guards, but would definitely not be subpar to the heirs of the other 4 great dukes. Jiang Chen, a mere duke of the 2nd rank, and hailing from the out-of-the-way Jiang Han territory, how many young geniuses would he be able to recruit? Jiang Chen couldn't make a move in a match between personal guards. Why should Hong Tiantong fear him? No matter how Hong Tiantong calculated things, he felt that he had full assurance of success. After all, after casting a glance upon them, none of Jiang Chen's troops stood out. On his side, 1 8 meridians true chi was enough to trample over 3 or 4 6 meridians true chi. He also had 3 more of 7 meridians, and they weren't pushovers either. As his thoughts traveled around, a notion struck Hong Tiantong as he revealed a trace of a sinister smile. A match is not out of the question, but the exam is about to start. How will things be handled if something untoward was to happen? Long Yinye said impatiently, fists and feet have no eyes. If anything untoward does happen, then you'll have to admit that you were unlucky. Wouldn't you agree, Jiang Chen? Although Long Yinye appeared brashly violent, his thoughts were actually quite malicious. He was goading Jiang Chen into action by sarcasm. Jiang Chen privately felt that this was funny, but purposefully said angrily, "Admit that I'm unlucky. You guys are merely trying to make my Jiang Han dukedom lose face and make me fail the exam." Long Yinye laughed heartily. "Jiang Chen, it's no big deal to admit your defeat if you're afraid of affecting the exams. After all, this match is completely voluntarily, and no one can be coerced. Getting cold feet is the action of a coward." Yan Yiming on the side suddenly interjected this sentence out of the blue. Jiang Chen chuckled. "Hong Tiantong, they're pushing you and I onto the grill over the fire. What say you?" Hong Tiantong thought that Jiang Chen was appearing to have second thoughts. He was even prouder and smiled. "How could my vermilion bird dukedom be so disappointing as to throw a wet blanket over things? Since people are so interested, let's have a competition." "Have a competition?" Jiang Chen asked, playing along with Hong Tiantong's tone. "A match?" Hong Tiantong spoke with a heroic air and sidled a look at Long Jushue. He seemed to see Long Jushue's head vaguely incline, appearing to approve of his actions. With this, Hong Tiantong's fighting spirit became even more full of flight. "There's still 1 more hour. Everyone clear a patch of land. The heirs to Vermilion Bird and Jiang Han will be sending out their personal guards for a demonstration for everyone's entertainment." Long Yinye's words had the effect of clearing the area. Everyone else's entourage all backed up, vacating a large patch of land. "What are all of you doing? The hidden dragon trials are no trifling matter." Princess Goyu had appeared with a dignified and imposing manner at the same time. With 11 meridians true chi, Princess Goyu was undoubtedly the cream of the crop within the kingdom. Her appearance immediately put a complex twist in the atmosphere. Hong Tiantong had originally been arrogantly overbearing and full of fighting spirit, but he too now subconsciously stood behind Long Yinye. hoping to make use of Long Yinye's presence to ward off Princess Goyu's flames of anger.